for this team.
A lot of inconsistencies there. They're looking for consistent play out of Joey D, the mini Joey D, we call him around this house. Let's take a look at their opponents on the day, because it's not a good fight on paper. LA Thieves lost to LA Gorillas on land, and LA Gorillas got smoked 3-0 by Legion yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, these are the gatekeepers of the top four right now. Sitting at the 5th seed overall, they have jumped about 2 teams to get here, and they are looking absolutely incredible. Their respawn has not missed a step since that Major 2, but now even their search and destroy is looking better. We do have to take it with a grain of salt because they went up against LAG, who, yeah, first in S&D in the league, but when it comes to online, it's a completely different story. So for Vegas, I'm interested to see how those game 2 and 5s go up against the LA Thieves today.
What is the strongest part of this Legion squad right now, Nameless?
I would say their respawn game. It's pretty consistent. Yeah. Across control and hardpoint, they play extremely disciplined, and you got players like Attach and Geo who are going to ensure that consistency throughout their respawn. So I think for Vegas, they're just a tough team. Like Ali said, that's a really good way to describe them. They are the gatekeepers. You're going to break in the top 5, you got to go through them.
I see the chat talking about Geo today. Do we like Geo or Attach for overs?
Geo, I'm taking his overs, man. I'm telling. Attach has been great. Geo is getting so much better though. Yeah. Every single
Giovanni Webster, keep your eye on a guy who is now nearing the top of the list for Rookie of the Year. He wasn't even on my radar to start 2024. Some great games coming our way, and of course we're closing out the night with the big one. It's going to be Optic Texas taking on Atlanta FaZe, the rematch from our grand finals that we had just 3 weeks ago. Last time we had to wait for the final qualifier. Now we get the rematch in the opening week. What does this mean for Atlanta and Optic, and knowing that this time around you could be playing on new maps?
I just think it's hilarious that this is going to be the 6th time we've seen these 2 teams match up, and we've lost Terminal S&D and we've also lost Skid Row Hardpoint, so that's hurting both sides of this coin. But for Atlanta FaZe, I mean, they are just looking completely dominant. We got to see them against Minnesota. It was a hot 3-0, and not only that, they put the new maps in the rotation. We got to see the Vista, and it was an absolute slammage.
All of the hard points within about 26 points. The search and destroys within 2 rounds. You saw Control go to that round 5, but Draza said this was easy peasy. Here he was on the mic after their win.
I mean, like I said before too, I run that org. They haven't beat me in forever, and where's that Scrappy at? Is he already going home? Like, I don't know what's going on here, but I love my teammates. These guys are insane, and I cannot wait until Major 3. All right.
In 2 sentences, he tells us he's excited for Toronto, calls out Scrappy, saying, where are you? You're not in the building. And lets Optic know he runs there. Or you look at his numbers, Draza could definitely be that missing piece Atlanta's been looking for 2 seasons now. He had a hell of a performance in Miami, and he keeps it going online.
Disgusting. And what's funny is, like, Atlanta didn't even need the slaying. Like, that's just a plus when it comes to having Draza on this squad. And I think they finally maybe found a 4th that fit that slot that Atlanta FaZe have been trying to shuffle for so long.
Good morning, everyone. How y'all doing today? Today is a return of the Call of Duty League qualifier matches, where now we get to see more Call of Duty League and see how the roster and see all the roster changes that have happened, and see how these roster changes have affected all these teams. And kind of excited to see my hometown. Go up against another. Finally, not debut, but like just kind of return one of the substitutes. And kind of going to be interesting to see how LFEs do today. Hopefully they do well though.
And it's crazy because historically, technically, Optic has been on the winning side of this, but for this game, it has been all Atlanta FaZe.
And that's credit to Draza, right? Because he said his record against Optic is just so good. So Atlanta go and grab him. They say, all right, y'all ain't never beaten us.
That is crazy. A 0.2 KD difference. 0-5 versus FaZe. 17-2. Only 2 match losses to everyone.
And of course, we also got the Atlanta FaZe versus Optic Texas rematch again. So that was going to be exciting. I really hope that Optic can figure out what the issue was against Atlanta FaZe, and hopefully they could translate that into this match. But we'll have to see. But I still have. So today's pick'ems. I have Carolina winning against Seattle, and then hoping these can be able to clutch up against Vegas, but we'll have to see. I still don't think Optic still has the ice in them yet for against FaZe, but hopefully they can prove us. Hopefully they can prove everyone wrong. But we'll have to see.
Never miss a match of your favorite teams with the Call of Duty League calendar sync. Here is the fun part. When you add a calendar, you'll also receive a squad up calling card you can use in game.
You know. Okay, I just kind of woke up not too long ago, and I haven't ate yet, so eating a breakfast burrito at the moment. Pretty yummy as hell. I guess burrito. Yeah, figure from Surge they have to completely change up their intro. Not surprised though. They literally changed 2 players. They literally changed 2 players. But yeah, now with like Illy and RCD's coming out of the Seattle squad, like RCD's he's obviously in challengers at the moment, but Illy is saying that he's taking the year off, which I mean, I don't agree with him doing that. I don't agree with Illy taking the year off, but it makes sense. It does make sense for some people because, you know, you don't want to play a really bad team. Ooh, actually, 6-star invasion, Karachi sub base, 6-star. Oh, so we got, now we're getting some 6-star S&D finally. But let's see if it gets to that point though.
Nameless, the players are ready to launch, so let's get right into our scuff pick'ems. You are our pick'em leader. I don't know how you stay perfect, but you are there right now. Who do you got winning today?
I'm going to go with Carolina. I'm taking TJ Halley's over. I think he's going bonkers today. I don't know why. I just have that feeling.
Well, TJ Halley over. That's aggressive.
That is very aggressive. I'm going to go with Carolina Royal Ravens as well, but I'm going to go with a Gwyn over.
Gwyn over. Smart move
That bomb's
here.
going crazy.
Well, I woke up to a cardinal on my window. I had to move geese out of the highway today. It's all about birds in my life. Carolina Royal Ravens are a clean sweep across the desk, and the fans, they're going to join us. We got your match ready. Welcome back for a Challengers player. Why not bring in some of the best Challengers casters in the CDL? We got Study and Shift. Shift, how good is this guy?
He's nasty, dude. I mean, like you guys touched on the desk, this is one of the fastest come-ups to the CDL that we've ever seen in Challengers. And, you know, initially when we saw the squad that he was playing on in Elite 1J, we were like, you know, maybe there's possibilities, there's flashes, but I'll tell you, on land, this kid woke up and took over.
Oh, this guy's just a different beast, man. I really love what we saw from him at that Miami Open because obviously to be down 0-3, to be only at
I do like D3s, but it just has a bit more flavor.
You reverse sweep FaZe Black, who were the top dog at that event, and you get it done 4 maps straight with him going off every single map. I'm really excited to see 0-4 what he can bring to the Seattle roster because they need some life, man. They need some rejuvenation in their gameplay, and hopefully he's the guy to bring it to them.
In particular, the respawn has been abysmal. I mean, flat out terrible. 2-12 in the hard point, and then out of the last 16
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting how they're the Challengers players, because I kind of heard about 0-4 before, but I don't pay attention to the Challengers scene. Or maybe I should actually, but I mainly focus on the CDL side. But 0-4 coming up like really like only having 2 lands, then having a Challengers win. Like having a Challengers Open Cup win, it's definitely that's a really good sign for 0-4 because he is coming off with a win in Challenger side and he picked up in the CDL, not in a good team, but like, you know, we'll see what he does in the if he could help the Seattle team.
You have an overall 10-7 record. Now you're going to start off with a 6-star. You're feeling great. You have the SMG players, and then you also have a couple players who moved into the same facility now. Carolina, they know exactly what it's like to be good on land, but now they're putting their focus online to make up more of those points.
And they need it badly. This is a bubble matchup right here. 2 teams that are fighting to get into the top 8. And like you mentioned, you can kind of already see over on the right-hand side, both Fellow and Gwyn have moved to Charlotte. Clayster trying to get on the way. TJ apparently is supposed to be moving on Monday. So Carolina, it feels like the season's almost just starting for them. Rejuvenation through land. It just comes down to
hello, Jay. Hey, Astro Cutie. How you doing? Welcome.
And keep the consistency that we've seen in person.
Red tag. The hell is that?
Starting off with a map like 6-star, this is where you have to make it known that we are really enjoying these dudes' maps. I actually got a chance to watch them scrim it a little bit. They played every single time. They played really.
6-star is a great map.
TJ, for some reason,
Oh yeah, I mean I played it on pubs a lot. It's a really good map. It's definitely better than some other maps. Like, it's definitely better than some other maps. And ooh, nice double nade. Oh, almost all 4 dead.
So lots of pressure to see if 0-4 can handle the quick rise of the CDL and also try to save his squad possibly to get to the top 8.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what 0-4 can bring. I actually had the opportunity to text my good friend Rambo Ray, the coach of Seattle Surge.
I need to send you my coins. Oh, okay.
0-4 has done wonders for this roster. Finally, they're
a
complete team, so hopefully they're able to show it early on. But you can see Carolina, they find a clean 4 dead. They're soaking up the majority of this P1 time. And with only 20 seconds left, it's all about those spawns over towards P2. It's going to be Carolina preferred side with the break coming in for Seattle.
Yeah, this is all about what can you lock down here with the spawns, like you mentioned.
But this map is really, this map is adventurous, and you know, just in terms of, can I have YouTube not do this, please? Thank you.
Ignore the water because of how difficult it can be to manage. Brezzy finds 2, and Seattle find the quick breakthrough.
That's perfect right there from Seattle to know where the pressure's coming in from and withstand that first push coming in.
So now Carolina I don't know why when they changed the scoreboard to the player picks on the Codcaster, it lags so bad. I don't know why. I don't know what the developers did to make the transition worse. I got a sick record of a 1-8 clutch. Okay.
0-4 is able to get the better of 1. Enough time delayed for Hook to try to give one more go at the hard point, but they do get bounced back. So Carolina looking at the last scrap time here pretty successfully, all things told. Abu's the last one left, and well, he will be flushed out in the 1v1. So this battle for scrap, not really where the focus goes, as you've got Gwyn on rotation early, winning a key one over towards P3.
Oh yeah, but you would take that if you are Seattle. You apply pressure early on towards P2. You know that you were the team at least controlling the spawns early on for this P3, but with Gwyn winning that 1-on-1 through the back end, now you have to put your focus towards the backside, and that's an early 2 kills coming in for Carolina. The trades are going to be there for Seattle. So it's an all-out mix fest in towards the P3, but you see Carolina, they're starting to set up the pinch. They're finding the kill. They should be able to find the break.
Yeah, looking pretty likely for it, although
nice break.
Put in a lot of
nice break, Carolina.
Isn't quite able to finish off any eliminations that could
have been easier on this
second attempt.
Yeah, even though the time and like the stats for time and such is still broken, they changed the font again. Like, I don't know why, but you know, but for the viewers though, because at least this is readable. At least this is readable, and this where this part would cut off, and now it's actually now it's all like in a size in a different style and size where it's readable.
Opening shots will happen down towards this bottom side. Over the top of
And how to
these gunfights will persist.
turn up the system.
Forward and finding a double, really well done. Gwyn also setting a front line just in front of the U-turn. Good read onto 04, who can't quite finish off the kill. 30 HP remaining. Just another bullet was needed, but not going to come through. And the last couple of Seattle players are going to get picked apart right in front of the hard point.
Oh, but see the spawns, they're not going to flip. And I don't know if Clace is going to get a read on it. You know that the pressure's still coming in from the front, but at least you win that one-on-one. The rest of Seattle spawn behind you. So they're going to be able to get the break for at least 30 seconds if they can hold on. Carolina trying to set it up with the stuns and nades over the top. You have 0 for a one-shot. Let's try to send it. But so far, this has been a good setup from Seattle. Great reach out right there from 0-4 to walk away with this potential remaining 20.
Yeah, you know, looking at the respawn tendencies for Seattle, they've always been really good at rotating early towards hard points, but they've never really been successful in holding any significant time, where on the flip side, Carolina has been kind of forced to have to break a bunch, but they are one of the top teams in the league at doing so. So it's interesting because the patterns to this point have kind of been opposite. Carolina's rotated great, just haven't been able to hold for more than about 20 seconds, it feels like, per rotation.
Yeah, and there was also a big issue with Seattle Surge finding Brace as well. They just couldn't find any success in HPs if it wasn't rotations, but so far the new roster is changing that story, as they're currently up by 25, but now we're going into the pool hill where it's very, very difficult. You have to make sure your Michael Phelps, your pistol is hitting from long distance. The route right there from Clayster, just swimming around, finessing with his life, staying contested as long as his teammates can help.
I mean, this is unreal.
Oh my God.
Just using the water as like a bulletproof vest at the moment, even getting the regen off. Him and 04.
Oh no.
For the pistol battle. And it's actually
that's unfortunate.
That takes him out of commission. I mean, this is worse than Hydro. The amount of water gunfights we've had to this point.
Oh man, that's insane. I wonder if, like, do these guys have a perk or something where they're able to hold their breath?
Yeah, this is this water. I don't know about this hill, but it definitely makes it good. Like 50-50. You gotta make sure you get close to them in order to kill them.
Really
kill the enemies on the hill.
This P1, especially the
I do like that I do like that part, but I do understand. But
wow, clean all of it from the front.
The long range gunfights, and the pistols, and the pistol long range gunfights in water is more frustrating than it needs to be. So it's like I don't know how I feel about the water fight, but once more pros play the map how it is at the moment, we'll see what happens.
They're still combining for all the kills in the feed. This is where you have to start applying that pressure though, and Clace is trying to at least do so. He does get cut down, but it's still his teammates holding on for this time.
Good help from TJ and Fellow on the backside of this, but now it's just down to Fellow. A little bit of a sloppy gunfight over the top of the railings, and that leads to Seattle once again confirming some very important scrap time. Keeps us right about an even game. This has been a thriller to this point. Really big 50-50 tug-of-war game, and now we look over towards rotation, and Seattle will own this opening palm tree to start.
Yeah, this is what you expect though. When a map is freshly into the rotation, teams only had like probably a couple days to scrim it, so everyone knows at least one way to play it. So every game basically is going to go down to the wire, but with TJ finding 3 through the front, Seattle was not expecting that. That early break is going to come right on in as TJ finds all 4. Can he find the 5th? No, he cannot, but now his teammates are here to contest it.
Little 50-50 battle, 2v2. Clayster sneaks up through the pool side. That's enough to break the hard point open. Brezzy down low in the pit.
Good hit, good break, good break.
The successful re-engagement. So with the proximal spawn, Seattle looking to find a way to break and have to rotate. Prime time to see how the Surge are coming.
He's pushing. I will help. Nice, bro. I saw one close. Let's go mid and the left, guys. He's challenging that. I'm gone. We have the first kill, guys. I'm pushing front fast. I'm pushing mid, sorry. I'm here. I'm here. I'm coming. Sleeping. One's gonna be on my right, bro. One HP. He's not pushing. He's gonna extend, guys. Pinch. Take your time again. Nice.
Oh, 4? Yeah, he was the challengers, recent challengers open winner. So, and Seattle picked them up. And Seattle picked up this young challenger player. I mean, so far he's not doing that bad. I mean, he's holding up like any challenger player would be able to against the top bows.
I'm 1 HP.
I think I can give him that. I'm getting mid, guys. I was one shot.
I'm here. Hit the shit.
Nice hold, Carolina. Come on.
I've just
we're good. Pass one deep.
You on me dead. Nice. You again, he's one bullet. Green, guys.
I'm dropping fast.
He was one bullet.
Okay, I'm going up here.
Nice. That's huge.
I'm sitting above you.
I'm laid on.
On your left. Have right. Still.
Okay.
I'm with you, Jordan.
He's got a stitch. I'm just rushing right.
You have Joe?
No, I'm gonna have it.
Three front, guys. I'm gonna help. I gave up pitch.
On the left, 1 HP fellow, guys.
I'm not touching.
Yeah, I'm staying your phone, guys.
That's perfect. Keep putting that shit, guys. Nice,
He told
me. He's weak.
He's on left, I have a troop. That's a big to need.
This is going to turn into a new EU team. 04 is not a European player. He's an American player.
They're wrong. We gotta take our time on this break.
Tell you what, Jay, they sound rejuvenated. I mean, we've had Seattle listen-ins over the course of the last month and a half where it's just like, yeah, one here, okay, I'm dead. And these guys are fuego right now. They're really getting energized.
It's that new vibe, that new team feeling, that honeymoon stage is starting to hit different. I thought Carolina at the end of that P3 were going to start to pull away with the game, but Seattle Surge respond with a great full 60 hold at P4 to put this basically down to the wire again. All tied up at 195. They're in full control of the pool hill, and Carolina cannot find a way on in. Keep in mind, you got to win gunfights outside and also work on your swimming skills, because they're working to wait for the break now.
That Hook gets an important 2 front side of the hard point, but the hill does go neutral for a time. Brezzy last one up, and they know exactly where he is. But Brezzy,
that is so unfortunate.
Smokes him now on 4 in a row, and his ability to possibly stay in this position with a trophy and possibly earn a cruise missile could just blow this ending wide open. Carolina need to find a break.
Yeah, they need to find a break, and you need to take care of Brezzy. They do just that. Should at least eliminate Brezzy for now, but they cannot find the player in the water. So Seattle Surge at 2 hills in a row have blown this game wide open. Almost going to be up by 40 points. Carolina have to find
nice. They have to get this full 60.
To set his team up.
Huge moment from Clay. An important 3 kills come out. Carolina now in firm control of our first hard point back here at the front bar. Hook trying to play from the staircase side, and TJ able to match him. Over the backside of U-Haul, though, the new guy up. 04 finds an important first. That's enough for him to jump in and contest. Gwyn trying to find the pinch, but shut down by Brezzy. Kills looking good for Seattle. They've got the break and a chance to win.
Yeah, Carolina have to find a way on in. You have to wait for your teammates. You can't go 1 by 1, because it's only 10 seconds till Seattle able to take map number 1. Crossfires galore through the middle of you. Carolina at least coming on top for now, but you have to get in the HP.
Gwyn gets caught, though. It's all down to Clayster. Has to find an entry. Gets the first end. Oh, Clay! Does he get enough time for his teammates to pull? Maybe not. It's Hook for the double. Semtex over the top. Gets him out of the hard point, but the rest of Seattle are there. And oh boy, the rejuvenated Seattle Surge come up with some heroics through P4, P5, and then survive the onslaught over the top of our first hill to take map 1.
And that's how you turn the page.
Let me actually double check to make sure if
Seattle Surge. You're coming with a rejuvenated new roster. You're coming in on a new map, and you get it done flawlessly towards the closing moments of that game. We're talking about a P3 where they were at least contested from Carolina, but the P4 to P5, and then
yeah, 04 is definitely an American player.
Seattle Surge did not miss up right there. They found Brace when they needed to. They were rotating early when they needed to, and then every single time someone needed to come up with a clutch double, it was 04 and Brezzy getting it done. 250 to 211 is our first score line, and Seattle Surge take map 1.
And I love to see the assist column lighted up, really, for both of these 2 teams. Not to take anything away from Carolina, the teamwork definitely starting to come alive, because we've seen some scoreboards in the past where it's just like single-digit assists in long respawns. It's like, boys, are we helping each other or what? But it looks like both teams are starting to find a little bit of flavor here on our first new map of this series. Potential for another if we get to map number 5. But like we talked about, kind of midway through this map, Seattle had notoriously been good at rotating to hard points early, but their efficiency numbers across the board have largely been at the bottom of the league. We saw their 2 of the last 12 in hard point. Their respawn has been pretty pitiful, but a lot of good moments to take away there for the Surge.
Yeah, it couldn't get any worse, man. First 2 stages of Seattle, they simply could not win anything if it wasn't Search and Destroy. When you come out on a new map, though, and you do the dirty work correctly, we're talking about the fundamental plays, early rotations, making up for a 60 hold that you could not receive at that P3. That's where they were perfectly set up. We're talking about trading efficiently, setting up properly where you have perfect crossfire set up to so Carolina cannot find an opening. And then every time Carolina started off with a couple of kills, they were basically getting tunnel vision. Like, you need to be able to break that P4 a little bit different. You can't just keep on flooding through top tree, potentially trying to work your way through low secret, because those close ones for Seattle are going to just continuously allow them to funnel their way into the HP. If you're Carolina, you probably got to send someone on a pitch or something like that, but funneling is exactly what Seattle Surge wanted you to do, as they are able to take the map number 1, and now you're feeling confident because you're going into a Search and Destroy where even it's a new roster, you still know this is our bread and butter game mode.
Oh, and on top of that, if you're Seattle, you're also, you know, looking at a new Challengers player into the CDL that has been grinding Search and Destroy.
Unreal, man.
Talking about, again, the reverse sweep in that Challengers Grand Finals, 04 was crazy in the S&D. So, yeah, okay, it feels like it's all
Invasion SD and see how.
To speak to the other side of the story here, though,
It'll be interesting on how Seattle does.
Invasion, Search and Destroy. 4-2 on it, and that almost feels kind of like a miracle considering that they're one of the worst teams in overall opening duels on this map in particular. So you got to think
this one's definitely going to be hard.
Up your Surge, it all starts in the first 30 seconds of each round.
Oh, yeah, and if you remember the last time we casted them, I don't know who they were playing against, but Carolina basically threw this entire map away. Multiple man advantages. Every time a post-plan situation, they had the mana, they lost it. They were just letting it go. But at least recently for them at the major, you won it all the way in a round 11 versus Las Vegas to knock them out the tournament. So you're feeling good on Invasion. It's just you have to play faster at certain moments because, like you said, we watch 04 all throughout Challengers. The way he's able to dominate that mid-tank area, either with the Rival 9 or an MCW, that's a guy that's going to be able to make plays happen on the defensive end, where Seattle are literally the best team on that side. So you're just fitting in a player who's great at Search and Destroy, who knows situational plays. So Carolina, you need to be able to play a lot quicker on your attacks.
And I like the point that you point out. It's the Rival 9 or the MCW. He can run either, and that changes the look up of what that defense sets up completely. So, yeah, lots of things to look forward to here. If you're Seattle going into one of your best mode on the year at this point. It's hard to say it otherwise, I mean, especially considering how the respawn has looked. But I think for Carolina, you know, looking at kind of their run that they put together throughout not just this most recent major, but also what they did in Boston in Major 1, hey, you clean up the Search and Destroy a little bit, you start to think that there is a lot of longevity built in. You know, they lose that round 11 versus New York. Otherwise, you know, there's an opportunity to extend that series.
Who's going to turn into
in Miami? You know, that seems to be kind of their weakest point, and definitely seems
to
be kind of
it is going to be interesting
over the course of at least the last major.
And it's hard for me to believe that because these guys have been playing for a really long time. Like Clayster, fellow, it's
going to be interesting how 04 does, because if they say that 04 can be able to run an MCW and rival on this map, is very interesting. Nice first blood. Nice first blood, TJ.
Yeah, aggressive setup for Carolina, really setting the tone right through mid-cafe. Hook with an AR in hand really can't do much besides just watch this and hope that no one pushes through it, because honestly speaking, from the offensive lens, you're really only left to B. There's just no way you're able to clear this, not with at least some sort of a cost involved.
Yeah, because it's going to waste at least another 20 to 35 seconds to even work your way up through Cafe. And now you're forced to make a decision on where you want to apply this pressure. Hoop does get some info on at least one player in towards Gwyn, but the nade is not going to connect. With only 45 seconds left, they know we do not have enough time to go Cafe. We have to go B.
And Clay's just going to play contact here, and he sees 2 players on the cross. Now it's just back up. See if you can challenge somebody with these team shots over towards the Bob. Brezzy fighting back, though. Creates a little bit of time and space for 04 to get over toward the site.
What is this?
He's looking to get aggressive into Ice Cream here, and Carolina have no idea on this play. What a Giga Brain moment from 04. He gets 2, and now all of a sudden Seattle can plan.
Yeah, it makes this much more manageable win for Seattle Surge. Now in the 2v2 scenario, bomb does get planted at B. Brezzy is able to get away with his life, but now you know the setup if you are Carolina. Do you have any attacks? No. So this is going to be all gunny in this 2v2.
And Fellow has to take the long sprint through dark. This is going to take so much time, and he has to hope and pray he can catch someone off guard. And I think Hook may have seen him. Brezzy turns his head over from this backside tractor. focus from the front, starting to get pulled. Hook shows just enough for Fellow. Shots towards Brezzy. Decent. Off the regen. Takes care of the first, but not the second. Plenty of time for the defuse in Carolina.
Good chow.
Oh, that was on Fellow. Just re-wrapping his way right through the middle of the map. He's able to at least have the angle onto Hook to open up at the first blood. Then once it turns to a one-on-one, Gwyn at least has Brezzy a little bit weak. So Fellow's able to commit on the gunfight, but he's able to find 3 on the round. That round almost gets away from them, though, with 0-4's 3,000 IQ play to drop the bomb and push through ice cream. But it's still Carolina on top, finding the first blood, finding success early on in the defense.
Well, good moment from Fellow. And on top of that, you have to give a lot of credit to Gwyn for pulling the focus of Seattle away from that push through dark.
Yeah.
With a couple of stray shots here and there. So little micro things turning into some major moments early. And already, hey, other good news. Carolina showing a little bit of aggression, setting the tempo, setting the tone, and collecting a first blood, which is pretty rare for them in this map.
Already changing the story, man. Starting up 1-0. Now you're on the attacking side. And you get first blood all the way across the map. That's not what you want to do in that situation. Seattle now in the 4v3.
And that's the biggest thing, you know, looking back, and we talked about this. You actually brought this up. It was versus Miami, that match that we casted, where it's like, guys, just stop challenging silly things.
No, that's unfortunate, TJ.
It's just kind of a forced play through smoke, seeing if you can get away with something after the first blood was tallied. Not going to happen. Clay able to isolate on one, but he is about to be completely overwhelmed here at Broken, and no chance for him to find any space to work with.
Yeah, right there. Carolina's like, all right, we got first blooded, so let's just try to take mid-map. And TJ tried to make an individual play walking through the smoke, but Abuza was perfectly set up to locate where he was. And that just definitely, you could just tell, it threw Carolina off guard. First blooded in the first 10 seconds. That's not the way our attacking round was supposed to at least develop. And Seattle Surge, they take a full advantage of that. Tied up at 1.
Yep, good stuff. And look, just stop peeking. That's the frustrating part about this Carolina team at times. It's just, you know, I get it. You want to play for info, but you don't have to force any gunfights. Not across the map like that. The risk versus the reward often doesn't come through as much as you'd like. Another aggressive play. Gwyn going to step immediately over towards the glass here at this front cafe building. And he's going to see a couple of players. Alarm bell starting to ring, but the team shot's better. First blood again for Seattle.
That's good stuff from Seattle. Great teamwork on full display in towards the cafe. And now you can slowly work your way up through mid-tank because you know that Gwyn loves to be the player, at least covering over towards that A site. As everyone is just trying to use their attacks to isolate this player towards the middle tank, at least blow up that trophy system. You set up Brezzy for the kill. Instant 4v2.
Yeah, great isolation. TJ trying to step forward to create something on the backside of this flank, but he's going to have to rely on Clayster finding some good timing, and he will not be able to. So, TJ, collect what you can at this point. 1v4 plus the defuse required. And wait a second, couple of overchows, a little bit of overheating here from Seattle. Gives TJ a chance. He's still got smoke to play with.
Yeah, he's got a lot to work with. The nade, the smoke, but not the gunny. As Seattle surged with the numbers. Even though TJ hit some great shots onto 044 double. Just too strong on the post plant setup. You get the first blood. You take full control of Cafe. You're able to find the second as well. And then read the player going on the deep pinch as well as the guy going through midcourt. Seattle Surge not making any mistakes so far in the final two, in the last 2 rounds.
Yep. All of it coming with good numbers.
Yeah.
And that was, you know, again, when we talked about any iteration of this Seattle team, especially at the beginning of the year, they looked like they were going to be the search and destroy demons of the league. And a lot of it came down to not throwing away good numbers. So good discipline still coming through here for Seattle 2 rounds in a row. Abuza sees, I think, a couple of players aggressively pushing through A Street. Hook trying to find the best corner he can. But the back door pops, and he needs to watch a couple of things at once here. And he very wisely finds himself in position just to mostly read this play through back freezer.
Yeah, I swear that door was just open, right, Alan? Am I tripping?
It was open. I swear to God.
I thought it was open, but all right. I guess it ended up closed, but unfortunately, it opens at the wrong time. Hook gets taken down by Gwyn. That's an AR up close and personal. Able to find that first blood, but now if you are Seattle Surge, you know where the pressure's coming in. 0-4 able to find the kill onto Fellow to at least even up the numbers.
Yep. Bomb, though, being planted. 0-4 gets a look at TJ, but not in time to stop the plant nor find the kill. So the post plant for Carolina, all played over towards Cafe. And Gwyn just kind of gives away a freebie here. Decent read from 0-4, but the shots aren't clean enough. Abuza in trouble. Has the pistol out working with Brezzy, and they do collect the kills pretty darn cleanly. So now you're at a 3-1 tally. Cruise missile earned, and Seattle seem to be all steam ahead.
Yeah, and if you're Carolina right there, I know you get the bomb down, but if you're the island player in Fellow, you cannot lose that one-on-one gunfight to 0-4, at least get bad timing in that situation. Because you could potentially catch him on a deep pinch, but once you give him that free kill, he turns it into a 3v3. He's able to get the info that the bomb is also going down at A.
Carolina is just throwing away rounds that they shouldn't be doing.
Take mid-tank control, and Seattle Surge did not miss a beat in that situation. Super aggressive up through the middle of the map. Abuza finds a couple of kills. Like you said, earns himself a cruise missile. And now that's 3 rounds in a row where Seattle Surge are just making up for it, even when they don't have the numbers advantage, playing great.
It's just good proactivity, and that's kind of always been the staple of the Seattle Search and Destroy, is that, hey, you know, they may lose one in the process, but it's in the midst of making a play happen. In this particular case, it's all about trying to control the middle of the map, and in particular, really focusing a lot of attention towards that front cafe building. And it's worked out really nicely for them on the ability to kind of, even in 3v4 situations early, still hold great power positions. And I think on the other side, if we were to really be critical here, hey, I mean, if you're Carolina, you've overchalled a couple of times where you just don't need to, right? And you could just slow things down a touch off these first bloods and, you know, just try to make a little bit more of a heads-up play around where your post-plant setup is supposed to be.
There's just also different scenarios on your attacking rounds where you're not going to really find a lot of success planting that bomb at A if you don't have mid-tank control. When you're giving that completely up to Seattle and you're only putting pressure around A site and in towards Cafe, you give them a free avenue to put themselves in an angle to watch you at least walk away from the site or know what your post-plant setup is. So that's one thing that if you're Carolina, you have to be able to take mid-tank control, even if you find the first blood, to properly set up for that post-plant.
Yeah, and hey, just kind of looking at it overall, for Carolina, they are the second best team at planting on this map, but the 7th in post-plant win percentage. So it really just goes to echo the point there off the numbers. But as we kind of keep framing it up, you guys might be thinking we're getting a little too twisted here for a Seattle versus Carolina game. But friends, believe me you, this is a critical matchup for both of these two teams, not only because of the recent roster changes for Seattle, but they find themselves separated by 5 points. And not only that, you look up to the team above you in Miami, hey, you're only 10 points behind if you're Seattle, so you have a chance to put yourself in an immediate tie for top 8, and that's the big, you know, towards we get to the end of the season, that's the big focus area. I mean, you've got all those teams on the right side of the leaderboard within the possibility of at least finishing top 8, if not better. And whenever you play someone between 7 to 12, you best come out ready to win. So pivotal bubble matchup here.
Yeah, the bubble matchups are always the best, especially at this point in the year. We're already past that halfway mark. Every single team knows we are doing our best to walk away with a lot of CDL points. That's why Carolina, after Major 2, they're all going into facility because they know we need to get some online wins. We can't just rely on our Lance performances going out there and get multiple top sixes for us to make it in towards champs towards the end of the year. So like you said, everybody on the right column, it's bite down and grind right now. You have to be able to grind through these online matches, and hopefully LAG can figure something out because those guys suck online. I don't know what the hell's going on with that.
I mean, it's been kind of the cataclysm statement of the entirety of this season, especially for the bottom 4 squads. And if you're wondering why we're on camera, not the game, we are dealing with a bit of a player issue, a little disconnect at the end of that round. So we'll get everything reset and put back together here for you guys. But hey, I mean, I think this is probably one of the first times that we've seen in the CDL this many amount of changes to the map pool at the exact halfway point, and it comes with a lot of the teams at the bottom of the leaderboard making pretty significant roster changes. Maybe not just one player, but some relatively unknown players are making their first debut. Other long-standing players that have kind of dominated through challengers finally getting their chance, kind of looking at players like Pentagram in particular for that storyline. It feels like a reset of the season, though, because of the new maps that are now in the mix, where it almost like, hey, throw away everything from happened in December. Let's just reset, play against the other 6 teams that are on the bottom of the leaderboard, make it to playoffs, and find a chance to hopefully improve upon what has largely been for these teams not a very successful CDL career to this point.
Yeah, I feel like for every single stage, the game has changed. Stage 1, we're going into stage 2. We got all new hills, a couple new maps. Like, everything was changing so far, every single stage in the CDL. But back into the game we go. I'm really hoping that Abuza still has that cruise missile to work with, but I'm looking at the numbers. Everyone's sitting at 0-0. So he might not have that cruise missile to work with. But it's 3-1 currently for Seattle Surge. The reset comes in, and that means that there's no trophy systems over towards this B point, but 0-4 gets some early info. Someone has to be close.
All shots are decent. Good help coming through, but the same can be said for Carolina, who's actually getting a little bit aggressive towards DVD at the same time, trying to pinch up this play. Hook will be stunned, but he's able to create enough space and distance to stay safe from it. Aggressive hit, though, around the pinch for Carolina. and it doesn't amount to too much. So Clayster has to back off. He has to value his life and hope that Fellow's gone unguarded to this point.
Yeah,
as he
we
tries to make
need
his play
some either
forward.
way.
Yeah, that's one of those situations where if you're Gwyn, you have to just play off the info that Clayster's able to give you. If they're not aggressive up through broken already, you can't give them a free first blood. Even though Clay's able to find the second kill and at least turn it into a 2v2, you are forced to break in towards the same exact setup, and you have 2 nades and a stun to work with.
Oh, this feels a bit familiar. Fellow from one side. It's Clay, though, on the other side instead of Gwyn from before. Nade being cooked. It looks like it's going to be pretty darn good. And, yep, it's a Semtex that takes care of 04. Brezzy, same spot. Front side tractor. Getting pinched up. Finds the first pistol out. Oh, he knew he had Clay weak, but the shots from Clayster are too good. And the defuse will come through, getting Carolina their second round.
Oh, good stuff right there to Carolina to clutch up in the 2v3. Clayster gets it done through the back end, or at least even up the numbers in the 2v2, and then the team nade to take down 04, and then the difference right there from Clayster, complete the friendly, because Fellow just instantly ran at the tractor in the one-on-one versus Brezzy, but Clayster plays his life in towards Ice Cream, waits for Brezzy to go for the chow, and reads it to perfection, as Carolina able to stand strong on the defense again, now down 3-2.
The retakes have looked really clean, honestly. And it feels like for the 2 that we've really had over towards this B site, they've been pretty desperate in nature.
Yeah.
So good stuff for Carolina defensively speaking. Clayster also with the ace will start building towards a potential cruise missile. Again, you got to keep in mind that Abuza is no longer in possession of one since the reset. So how quickly things change as Clay Towers number 5.
The old man is taking over so far in the search and destroy. Can he find one more kill to earn himself a cruise missile? Seattle Surge again trying to clutch up in the man disadvantage, and Brezzy too wide of a shoulder right there. Gives a free one to Gwyn. So now it's a 4v2 for Carolina. This is where you just stack up, push out one way together, play your numbers.
Yeah, 04, lots of damage towards Fellow. Is trying to red dot chase just to touch him. Whoa, he actually does catch Fellow before the regen comes out. So as the bomb swings over towards A, 04 has a chance to put himself in the spotlight. But as he tries to cross, he will be dealt with. Abuza, last one standing, and he could only find one of the needed 3. So Carolina, a couple rounds in a row here since the reset, looking pretty good.
Yeah, that's good stuff from Clay to finally open the first blood onto Hook, and then Brezzy tries to make up for it with a kill through Dark, but he gets taken down. I just think if it ain't broke, don't fix it if you are Seattle Surge. There's no reason to get aggressive up through Mannequin, give him a free first kill, try to be the island hero player. Just simply is not going to work out because you know Clayster's always going to be able to watch that overextension. But Carolina now with 2 rounds in a row, able to tie the game up at 3. Curious to see if Clayster was able to earn him his 6th kill off the map. Essentially find himself the cruise missile. Yes, he does. So this game is completely changed now.
Wildstein's trophy down aggressively. Carolina looking to maybe get it again a bit forward here. We saw the same idea, but over towards the A side of the map in round number 1. Now it's all about can they get isolation over towards Hook, and all 4 players here for the Ravens defense are here, but none can tally the kills. And all of a sudden, everything kind of puts a bit of a reset into play, and Seattle has an advantage here over towards A if they can find it.
Yeah, you just got to take the space. Because you gained a lot of info that there was early pressure, a lot of pressure over towards the broken side. So finally 04 and Abuza going to be the dynamic duo to try to work their way up through A Street, but you have to get past Clayster, who's at least putting down a couple shots to make his positioning known. But it's already 45 seconds knocked off the game clock. Hook's able to find the first blood onto TJ.
Oh, and 04 follows up through pillars. Good prediction onto Fellow. So 04 opens up the middle of the map, and with shots coming out of Clay, no problem to follow up. And wow, that is an amazing amount of restraint from Seattle for their ability to stay alive. And what was supposed to be a B hit
really
in the face of
Seattle right there just really like Seattle really
and find an opening through mid,
like just kind of contains each individual.
This is a new team. You know what I'm saying? So they're only getting a couple days of practice and destroy, but 04
this is a nice
with the
slide from 04.
The double just shuts down that setup for Carolina. Early aggressive up through broken. They got nothing for it. So Seattle Surge back on top, up 4-3. But now on the defensive side, you have to switch up your defensive look because you got to keep in mind Clayster has that cruise missile, and if they decide to invest it, that B-bomb is going to get planted.
Gwyn seen on the cross, 04 with an MCW this time. Again, we talked about his flexibility, in particular playing this position. We saw it a lot through challengers, and Seattle says we're not going to try to fix anything that worked out well for you. So keep running it. A little stun check. Does connect, so a little bit of info here. Follow up from Brezzy a little bit deeper just to make sure that this B defense stays pretty formidable. And stalwart as ever, Carolina having a tough time breaking past this connection. They have to use the cruise missile.
Yeah, the cruise missile is going to get invested. Clayster's able to get all the info on where the setup is going to be. Do they decide to isolate Brezzy? He's just going to walk away with his life. The bomb is now going to get planted. So hopefully Seattle Surge got a couple attacks trying to break their way back on in.
Well, the thing about this for Carolina, it is a 2-2 split on this post-plant setup. A couple of players very far deep. Seattle not interested in the flank, just trying to break this through from the front. There's the retake smoke. When able to collect the first and second. How does he get that done from an isolated corner? Unbelievable stuff from Gwyn. Everything coming his direction, takes care of
teamwork.
TJ.
Nice teamwork for Carolina.
Smoke pushes out, finds the final, and Carolina get us back to level.
Yeah, that's insane stuff right there out of Gwyn more specifically, because like you said, it turned into a 2v2. I mean a 2v4, because the split setup right there for Carolina was not going to be ready for everyone to be bombarding their way through back ice cream, especially with that smoke grenade getting invested. But Gwyn was ready for it. He finds a double, and then TJ closes it out with a double of his own. Carolina tied the game up at 4. Back and forth we go.
And that's going to be a moment Seattle looks back on, and I'm sure Ray has probably already highlighted it. Like, guys, if we're smoking tank, we have to check our left.
Yes, yes.
Why are we looking into the smoke? So, tough moment there. Carolina, once again, setting up a little bit of aggression here towards B. Ultimately doesn't come away with too much of anything. Seattle still interested in the site, and more so than that, Hook will slide over towards Broken. Trophy system in place. It sounded like at the same time, so it looks like Seattle want to give this B hit a go.
Yeah, they're taking a lot of ground up through Broken, but it's way different where you try to pass that 50-yard line through dark and work your way up through the B tank, because right now Carolina's setup is a beautiful crossfire from TJ and Clay. The other two guys are working through mid-courtyard and up the 8th Street, but Seattle Surge, they have rallied the troops.
Ooh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, there's that latest.
Yeah, they got isolated. There's nothing they could do.
The long Ray. TJ also falls, so 4v2. Definitely the more hard-pressed of the retakes we've seen so far for Carolina, but they do find an opening pretty quickly. 0-4 on an aggressive angle. Shot at, but Abuza and Hook will save the day, because, boy, I'll tell you for a moment there, started to look like Carolina were gaining some momentum, but it does get shut down. And Seattle right back in the driver's seat.
And they just read the setup for Carolina on that defensive end to perfection. They said, there's no one contesting us from mid-dark. We at least watch 2 players cross over towards the tank. So let's invest our smoke grenade, at least isolate the player over towards boxes, and then find that kill on towards the tank. Get the bomb down, you play your numbers, you stand strong on the attacking round. Seattle Surge now at game point.
What's the call here if you're the Ravens? Couple of shots deep from Glacier, just trying to check the cross. Hook inside the front desk, not really able to see too much through the windows, so a bit of concealment here. Carolina taking a slow pause over towards the B site. Will not really be read by any early information gathering from Seattle.
I mean, this is really scares me a little bit, because whenever Carolina play these slow and steady win the race kind of rounds, they wait to about the final 25 to 30 seconds to make a play. But on a map like Invasion, you're going to get an early read on where that pressure is coming in, so you can set up properly on the defensive end to try to withstand that pressure. But it's a double stack over towards both sides. Already 45 seconds knocked off the game clock in Carolina. This time, they're rallying the troops to go to B.
And it did sound like 0-4 had a trophy system behind him that has been deleted. So he's in a little bit of trouble. Does slip away. How important is that for the Seattle defense? TJ pistol out, finds the first. Back to the MCW, but Abuza slides forward, finds the kill, and there's no trade. So now 3v3. Less than 30 on the clock. And 0-4 is still in position to try to watch this from inside the site. Hook off the cross. Oh, he's going to find 2. And Seattle continue to look real good on Invasion Search and Destroy. Last 2 rounds go their way, and they take a 2-0 edge of the series.
And then that final round right there was over.
Yeah,
simply just playing his
man,
life.
they
Play his life so
like
well that he
Carolina, you should have traded. There's no reason to not trade. You would have done a 3-2. You would have been a 3v2.
Towards breaking our way in towards this B site. Unfortunately, no one watches dark. Hook is able to find a double. Then when it turns to a 3v1, Seattle Search too strong on the setup. Oh man, this is a new team, Alan. This is a new team. They're looking good. A very close hardpoint at map number 1. Very tight search and destroy, even with the adversity that they had to face with Abuza losing his cruise missile. They still walk out on top 6-4, and now are up 2-0 in the series.
A gritty series at that, though, through these first 2 maps, and there's no signs of that changing anytime soon. And the real question starts to get posed here to Seattle. Can you win a freaking Control? Because it's been an eternity since they've been able to find a W, and they are going to one of Carolina's better overall control maps with Karachi coming up. Backside of the break, we have at least that with potential of a sub base. Map number 4, and of course 6-star for maybe the first time so far on the Search and Destroy docket. We'll see what we got there, brothers. We'll be back after the break.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Well, not good for Carolina. I've seen like ads for this game. I've seen ads on the game on the Warzone mobile where they teach you how to play Dom, even though it's mostly Warzone. So I don't know if they have like a free multiplayer side. I don't know what's going on with that, but. There's definitely some new music, I'll say. Well, Carolina's got to pull something out of the rear, or else they're gonna lose.
Welcome back there, friends, family, all you crazy COD fanatics. We have got a barn burner right now. Surprisingly so, Seattle, Carolina providing some immense entertainment in what has been a very gritty series. 250, 211, the first on 6-star, and then a 6-4 after the reset. Both favoring Seattle, but now the big question, can they win at control? We got Karachi coming up here, Jay.
What are they like? 1 in 15 of the last 16 controls?
Yes, sir.
They cannot win this mode, but I don't know what to expect today because Seattle Surge, they're winning HPs. Obviously, they stay strong in Search and Destroy, but this new roster is looking great so far. As we take a look at the control metrics, it's not good for Seattle Surge. Everything is awful. 3 in 16. Shout out to Stone Cold Steve Austin. 1 in 6 in round 5s. Attacking rounds not the best. Defensive rounds not the best. And even on the opposing side for Carolina, their stats don't really stick out to you either, but they're a lot better than the way that Seattle Surge are looking.
I did not have you giving me a Stone Cold reference on my bingo card today, Jay. I'm not gonna lie to you, my
WWE
guy.
just happened, bro. Wow, biggest WrestleMania ever.
You're twisted for that one. But no, I think here's the other part of it, and I think the community overall is probably going to agree with this. Hey, you know, our city's out of the picture has kind of provided Abuza a chance to play a more aggressive kind of mainstay AR. 04 brings a lot of speed and tempo to the mix, and that's been where I think the attacking side has really suffered for Seattle. I mean, they just get put into trouble just largely off of the life count. I mean, they are on average losing by about 7 lives per offense, which is not good, to put it plainly.
Quite interesting on how Seattle has a 12th in win round percentages, and Carolina with a defense win percentage.
Yeah, Carolina early on, already onto the A point.
And that's real bad
You have a couple
for
players
both
from Seattle,
sides.
though, already putting themselves in great positions.
The one side is a better defending
all of Carolina to try to
team, the other one is just a better attacking team.
But Seattle Surge, they
See what happens.
that player before he completes that first segment, and now you're basically put into a trap. Carolina have to fight out of their base.
Yeah, really tough position to be in. Quinn takes care of at least one member over towards the high ground, but again, the SMG aggression from 04 steps in, tries to set the line of scrimmage a bit further forward. Denied, but still lots of time off the clock. First tick still empty from being completed, but Carolina now with a couple of kills and a lot of focus will make their move, and there should be an opportunity for them to stack here and get the extra 60.
Yeah, they also found that kill onto Abuza in towards Junkyard, so you can already see TJ taking a lot of ground over towards that B point. You're forcing Seattle Surge to basically chalk up the A point and rotate their way over towards B.
Ooh, unfortunate.
TJ, Brezzy, great team shots to at least eliminate him from back cafe, and now that's 3 dead in the feed. You can still apply pressure over towards A. You still have Hook over towards top 3 as well. And Carolina, you have to make a decision because Glacier's probably going to die here on an A. And if we don't sign success at B and lose these junk spawns, we're going to get put in a trap again.
Yeah, it's a really good creative idea for Carolina, kind of getting around the back of the map while also getting TJ forward. But you're absolutely right. Player sneaks through and kind of causes a bit of delay. But off the respawn, Carolina right back in the mix. TJ really lighting it up. Lots of clean shots on the search, but this time getting surprised from behind. Help from his teammates is there as the extra 60 gets tallied in the same breath. And Clayster's double keeps this mixy as Seattle still struggles to get over the jump wall.
Yeah, Seattle is struggling to get over this damn jump wall, and all the Carolina spawns are really close up and personal at red, so they're able to reinforce with the numbers. Just gotta keep on trading efficiently. TJ with the double, Clayster with the third. 04, you have to try to get something done. You fall, but at least you do have one teammate over the hop wall. No, he drops as well. So here comes the sack for Carolina. This is looking like their round.
Yeah, very well should be. Time stops at 122. 2 players still on. Fellow and Clayster just absolutely turning Seattle into mincemeat over the top of this dumpster, and there will not be enough time for Seattle to continue forward. Definitely a call saying, let's not give away any more potential streaks, and laughter and giggles are to be had for the Ravens as they take their opening offense.
Yeah, that was just good stuff right there from Carolina. It all started off by taking down Abuza from junk. Once you open up that avenue of attack to apply pressure over towards B,
good stuff for Carolina, and let's see how they do under defense, because if I saw that stat correctly, they're 12th on. If I saw that stat correctly, they're 12th in that. That's real bad. The 12th in defense wins.
Clean stuff. Moment of hesitation, a little bit of a hiccup there, but largely speaking, like you said, pretty fluid, pretty solid. And now the question that we've been talking about comes to the forefront of the conversation. Can Seattle start to find some success offensively? That is not how you want to start.
Well, there you go.
It's a big nade over the top from Clayson. Now that puts him
Great start from Carolina. Let's see if they can be able to keep on.
You can already see the setup for Carolina.
Keep it up.
Early pushed out towards junk. You have been map control, and now all of Seattle Surge are forced to fight their way out through bottom chicken coop side. Hoop finds one through the map, so at least you're able to put the game clock at a pause. But where the hell is the rest of Carolina? Because you know they're setting up for some pitches.
Oh.
Clean kill from Clay. That gets him number 6. Cruise missile now earned. First tick of progress locked, but here comes the retake attempt from the Ravens. Really well done. I mean, the timing is so darn good. Clay from one side, Fellow from red, and then eventually TJ from behind. Completely clears off the zone, and now a couple of power positions starting to be earned by Carolina as they step through junk and force the Seattle spawns to have to go A.
Yeah, they're going to force themselves to overextend a little bit, but now if you are Seattle Surge, you have to worry about your front, your side, and now the cruise missile getting invested. Carolina trying to get this one done early. They do not want to give up a lot of segments, even give Seattle Surge an opportunity to potentially fight their way back into this game. They're making sure that they are maintaining map control majority of the time. You see the spawns for Seattle Surge all over towards that chicken coop side with only 30 seconds left. You have to try to complete A.
Ooh. Little juggling of utility right there for TJ. Finds himself another key elimination. Topside castle. Good read on the hook. And wow.
Ooh,
I mean, we
nice
talked about it, on an
beams.
average of 7 lives is what Seattle loses their offense by. This one, way worse. 3 and 14 from 0-4.
Well, we ran out of
Really
ammo.
able
That's
to
not good.
Get anything going. And to be fair, not to really disrupt
baby.
individually, what do you do? I mean, Carolina's literally in your face from when you spawn up.
Man, this is impossible if you are Seattle. More specifically, 0-4. The ARs from Carolina are holding out in every single lane. Your ARs aren't winning any of those gunfights, so you're trying to challenge with that rival down across the map. And Carolina are not giving you any breathing room to even work your way out of the spawn. As they dominate on the defensive end, only allow 2 segments to get away from them. And you have set yourself up basically to call game if you are Carolina. You just got to do the same exact thing you did in round number 1. Early pressure over towards A, but make sure you're trading officially over towards Ticket to stack that point again.
And it's one of those things, like, we got to give some credit here to Carolina. I mean, over the course of this season, the progress has been slow, maybe in certain regards, but steady. I think generally speaking, you know, we saw their success kind of with the immediate change starting to kind of lead itself towards hardpoint wins. Control started to kind of come around. Search and destroy has probably been the least, or the last thing rather, to kind of you know, finding the success train. Yeah. But this has been really, really well constructed by Carolina. Everyone's helping each other. You've got players building streaks for one another. There's really no non-traded kills coming out. I mean, this has been near perfection for Carolina from start to finish.
Clayster's turning back Father Time. 17 and 4. Already earned himself a cruise missile. The second segment is complete. They're working on the third, and you can already see Seattle. They have waved the white flag over at that A point. They're setting up properly, at least for a 2-minute and 17 hold. Over towards that B segment.
Almost had that from fellow.
Junk, but here comes Gwen on the repinch, and Carolina simply not making any mistakes. They're trying to close this one out in 3.
Yeah. And again, it's not out of hand. Everything feels like, hey, let's just teamwork something. Let's not force individual engagements, which is sometimes kind of a staple of what they've done in the past. Even here, we're trying to teamwork this backdoor position. Nate helps out just a touch. Clayster trying to hold on towards the jump wall, but now has to take his attention forward. Tough gunfight versus Huke, but doesn't miss. 4 headshots all the way through, and now Clayster's got himself on another 5 spree. And Arrival 9 in hand, has the prediction on the player in the corner, but the teammates are here to try to assist. Not fully enough to get the engagement, but doesn't make a difference. Clay's 20 and 4, another cruise missile tallied. Yeah, and they found a double at the point as well. If TJ can find that second onto 0-4, he can make this round already be done, but Clayster's getting it done now with the Rival 9. He's not going to invest his cruise missile, as he's a sole man currently trying to complete this first segment. But he's getting a read on where everyone is coming, in another great shot for the Yave, trying to make it 9 in a row. Okay, old man, I see you. Wow. I mean, that is blinding from Clayster. TJ, a little bit of trouble, tries to sneak away towards the back alley, not going to work out. Life difference of 5. Clock at 125, and finally Seattle starting to get some motion defensively over towards B. They've got 0-4 who snuck behind this play. Very unexpected from Carolina. And now all of a sudden, Fellow's got the shoe in the opposite foot as he kind of gets behind, but doesn't make a difference. 0-4 is now on 4, and Seattle control the map. Oh, that's good stuff right there from Seattle. To locate every single player from Carolina, reinforce their numbers back over towards Ticket. Now only be down by 1 life. You're going to invest that cruise missile. Carolina trying to close out the game now. At least you're getting early information on where they're set up, but nothing is going to be able to connect. So now you have to work your way up to the map with the gunny. Yeah, this is all about making a statement, it feels like right now for Carolina. Seattle getting picked apart just a touch over towards Red. Still plenty of time on the clock here for Carolina to make a move with a 3 life difference. Abuza right through Soda Alley, able to help get this defense a little bit more dynamic as everyone was playing from the front, and Gwyn nearly transfers for the double but comes up short. So Seattle clock their biggest ally, start to back away and set up their defense a little bit more neutral. And it's just one more push. All you have to do is withstand one more push because the close ones come in for Carolina. Fellow with the first kill onto 0-4, all able to put the game at a pause. But a 2-2 trade. Back and forth between both of the teams. Fellow's able to find another. Now Seattle says they have to just make their way on in.
Nice teamwork.
Extends the double onto 0-4. TJ definitely in trouble. Second tick of progress still being contested. Seattle will get over the jump wall. Tough gunfights coming through, and Hook just holds down the trigger and sprays for a double. Gwyn, possibly the last hope left. Not sure what to shoot at. His body's all over the point. Down to the pistol. This is essentially a 1v4 for him. Oh, the prediction is beautiful. Over the top, Bog gets caught. 7 seconds on the clock. TJ next one up. Tries to play through the back. Finds Zabuza, 5v1. Clock stops at 2 points.
Nice.
Will be melted through the doors. Carolina take a 3-0 in the control.
Oh, that's good stuff right there from Carolina to respond.
Nice play from Carolina.
They were the better control team on paper before we got into the map number 3, and they get that one done with ease. 2 attacking rounds, 1 dominant defensive round, and a great performance out of the old man Clay. This absolutely takes over, earns himself 2 cruise missiles, and in those final moments, it was Fellow and TJ. The fact that Fellow was able to
play from Carolina. They really clutched it up right there.
And they do just enough to close it out in 3. Now we are forced to go to a map number 4, which is going to be sub-base. But if Carolina were looking for some life, you definitely got it after that control.
Oh, big time. And I think a lot of it comes from Clay. If there was ever a player you want roaring on the side of your squad, I think most would put Clay in the forefront of the conversation. 3,900 damage, 21 of 25 non-traded. Call that the good old-fashioned COD hat trick right there. All over the board. And a chance for Carolina to not just, find a little bit of momentum here in this map number 3. Sub-base is not a bad map for them by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, I'm excited to see them on sub-base. I remember in the beginning of the season, they were one of the teams who always played all the top teams really tight. Their numbers might not be the best. 5th in rotation, 7th in holds, and 7th in breaks, but they have a 4-2 overall record on the map, with every single game basically going down to the wire. And on the opposing side for Seattle Surge, just another struggle one for them with the old roster, though. Like, we saw a completely different team in Seattle Surge in HP and map number 1. So you find yourself up 2-1 in this series. Obviously, you do not want to lose a control the way that you just did, but you're going into a sub-base HP where you have to be feeling good with at least the way you played in map number 1.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, like we talked about, really map 1 and map 2, both winnable from either team's perspective. Very gritty series up until this point in map number 3, where it was very one-sided. And again, the conversation point here for Seattle, you give them a little bit of forgiveness with the not just one player recent change, but it does put a lot of pressure on the roles to also move around just a touch for Seattle. Yeah, Booza kind of stepping more into that main AR spot that Arceus was holding previously. So lots of question marks around the control for Seattle, but those aren't going to be individually looked at for this control, because sub-base hardpoint, this is going to put a lot of focus and spotlight on 04, who we talked about can flex, but he's going to have to here and really show up with an AR in hand.
You really are, because with the way that Clayster just played in that Karachi, you best believe he's going to try to chain it into this sub-base. And on a map like sub-base, where top 3 is very valuable, top slow is very valuable, those MCWs need to be felt. You cannot allow Fellow and Clayster to take over the game, with Gwyn at certain moments also pulling out that 3rd MCW. So I just think if you are Seattle Surge, you have to do it with the teamwork. Same way you got it done in map number 1, to try to get it done in this map number 4.
Yeah, and again, looking at this reset through the halfway point of the year, there are going to be teams that look at this and say, well, thank goodness. And Carolina is, I think, probably at the top of the list, because the maps that have been pulled out of the pool have been miserable for them. 3-11, as you see on the hard point, but also the 1-8 record on the 2 search and destroy maps that have been replaced. So you get a little bit of love here, I think, in terms of being able to go to maps that you have found success on. Really, the only maps in the pools for both hardpoint and search that you'd found success on come by the ones that are still standing. But this isn't just like those inactive maps are gone, you've got, a chance to possibly pull for the playoffs and top 6. You still have to put the work in to learn 6-star and Vista to the highest of levels.
Yeah, you have to play it every single day. We're talking about 2 new maps that got invested. You want to be the best as you possibly can be, so you can be prepared versus every single team that you can go against. And the good thing for Carolina, like you said, is that they got all the bad maps out. The Invasion is gone when they were sitting at 0-8. The Skid Row is gone when they were sitting at 2-3. So now you got a whole bunch of new maps and the maps that you were actually good at and performing well. As you took a look at the records right there, 4-2 for Carolina, 1-4 for Seattle Surge. But the biggest thing that's the difference is that hold percentage. On a map like Subbase, it has to be better holds, because all these hills can potentially be full 60s. Seattle Surge have to have better setups in those situations.
Yeah, flat out. I mean, Seattle across the board, not only are their points per hold really bad, but they also allow the most opponent points per break that comes through. So it's not even like they're able to contest. They're just getting absolutely smoked across the board, even when they do well in rotation. So those are the focus points in terms of trying to improve this squad, get them into playoff form. Opening first kills, good. Quinn still holding on to a little bit of room towards bottom glass, but does get shut down, and Seattle come away 3 for 1.
Yeah, they start off on the preferred side, so they already have a lot of the power positions. And you find those initial couple of fights, but Brezzy falling through top snow now gives an avenue of attack for Carolina to break their way up through P5 to try to take map control to eventually lead to the break. But it's still Seattle Surge currently with the time in their favor. They have full water control, but here comes Fellow with that MCW up close and personal, able to find a triple, could potentially lead to Carolina break.
Yeah, Brezzy last one left and does well to finesse for an extra elimination. That will slow down the Carolina rotation pretty convincingly. Fellow, though, does take down Hook, who was trying to gatekeep over towards the warehouse side. So there's an opportunity as the hard point opens up here at P2 for Carolina to flood from the front. Brezzy playing really far back, but does pretty well. Not fully hysterical edge, but pretty close. And there's a chance there for Seattle to try to reinforce.
And now you set up 0-4, who was a player who did fall to potentially find a couple kills on the pinch, but he drops. Perfect read coming in out of Carolina. So know where the pressure's coming in. Now the rest of Seattle Surge spawn all the way across the map, but Abuza is still here contesting with that MCW. He's able to find two, but it still leads to Carolina walking away with this remaining time. As now Seattle Surge with only 30 seconds left, you can try to be aggressive up through the front, but you're more focused on maintaining those back spawns for the next hill.
And that's the thing, again, we want to talk about our words and statistics coming into a live example. It's right there. Seattle, perfect rotation over. You even get a couple of exit kills to make Carolina have to hit you from the front, and you still get broken? It just, you don't often see it happen. It's like a solar eclipse. Doesn't happen often, but when it does, it at least captivates the attention of the public.
Yeah. But now off to the rotation at P3.
Oh, they got to break it in.
Won a couple cup fights through the back end and secure those back
The neck and neck so far.
Now they're gonna be able to take
But right now, they're kind of...
but TJ and Gwyn combined
Carolina's kind of in trouble because they are spawning all the way
all
out.
the way across the map. And it turns into Hook versus Fellow in the 1v1.
What are these spawns? Jesus.
Trying to break in through the middle of the tunnel.
Problem is, as much as Hook is trying to wait for help, TJ on the split off spawns is also kind of creating issues for Seattle trying to support. So now it's just down to who gets the favorite spawns, and eventually Seattle will. So the reinforcements will eventually get here. Does take a lot of time off the hill, though, if you're Carolina, which, you know, you don't win the rotation, but you kind of take the status overall. But all of a sudden, Seattle's starting to find a little bit of favor here in front of the hard point as they try to exit over towards warehouse. Players are still trying to stay in front of their way. Septex in front of Abuza does not find damage, but again, Carolina fully combating against the exits, even though Seattle will get the majority of the scrap time.
Yeah, and I love the way that Carolina were playing super aggressive up through warehouse, super aggressive up through the middle of the map, because that new hill has yet to pop. So you know there's not a single player from Seattle Surge potentially going to spawn behind us. And you were able to create those layers to at least keep your player on the point safe for a little bit. But now Seattle Surge have an avenue of attack and trying to work their way up the water side. But you can already see Clayster from top snow. TJ's set up on the top of the catwalk for a crossfire. This is perfect setup for Carolina.
Ooh, that's so unfortunate.
Forced team kill does come
team
through,
kill.
so give TJ the credit for the assist there.
Gotta watch the top.
Win up front,
Watch the front though.
Through the water side ramp, and that's enough actually for Seattle to say, whoa, hold on a second, we can't go this direction, even though it's just a single elimination. The hit was red. Nice shots from Abuza, topside maze, picked up beautifully by Fellow, and for Carolina, this has been absolutely perfect through P4.
Yeah, this is a beautiful response to take the lead right on back, give yourself a 30-point cushion. And now off the rotation towards P5, you just have to eliminate these players from Seattle Surge already pushed out on the backside of the propane tanks. They're able to at least eliminate 0-4, but now you got to get past Hook and Abuza, who are holding down the hill and also getting aggressive, trying to flip those spawns right on back.
Yeah, good move here from Hook. Once again, the buffer around the hard point, significant. The only hit from Carolina can really come to the middle of the map, but that told, it is still finding a couple of eliminations. That until Brezzy gets topside snow on a nasty heady. Gwyn down low doing what he can, but there's really not much you can create from this position. Just try to hold your life, brother, because there's not any angles that look all that great. And whoa, nice little slide through for TJ. Eliminates Brezzy, and now all of a sudden, this Carolina hit is starting to grow some legs.
Yeah, they have an opportunity to bring on in. I thought Brezzy was going to have a freebie when you find yourself in that situation with the
nice
MCW
break, nice break.
Hold down one doorway, but TJ is able to win an insane gunfight, which eventually leads to the break for Carolina. Only a couple seconds remaining on this P5, but it's all about the spawns, all about the fights, and Fellow with the movement is able to come out on top in that one. Back over towards P1 we go. Fellow's trying to flip those spawns though for Carolina to put themselves on a preferred side.
Yeah, and the two kills that come through over towards the water side allow at least a split spawn moment. Seattle holding their breath, seeing if they can find a little bit of support here from these players spawning out. Gwyn in trouble through staircase side. Fellow quickly trying to get here to give him some support, and he will at least confirm one trade. TJ another, and they get a read on towards Zabuza, topside glass, but it's Hook who surprises, rapidly making his way into the point, forcing now a 1v1. Still the pistol out, but it's 0-4, right in the nick of time to save a life, and Seattle still a chance to contest.
Yeah, still a chance to contest and still holding on to the preferred side for P2. So if you can walk away with this final 20, win all these gunfights to the middle of the map, you are setting yourselves up for a nice little lead change. Coming in from Seattle as they find 3 in the feed. Now you have to locate the last player in Grin. 0-4, it's your turn to shine. He's able to find that kill.
Nice double from Fellow.
Rotation over towards next, but with Fellow finding that double, Carolina are already going to be here.
Fellow's been incredible this map. He has won a number of unbelievably key eliminations. Unfortunately, we say that and he nades Clayster towards the hard point. So Seattle will win this rotation over towards New. TJ playing on the backside, though, can make a mess of spawns. 0-4 not really in a position to chow this. And yeah, that's Seattle spawning out. Now the hit from Carolina. Initial trade's looking pretty good. Hook, last one standing over towards Secret. He's forced to take the engagement, and with that, Carolina will confirm a break, but they don't spawn in. A chance for Seattle to bounce right back.
Yeah, they got a chance to fight their way back on in the game, and if you don't find success here, this is where Carolina can start to pull away with it. Because there's only 25 seconds remaining on this P2, with Brezzy with that double at least secures the final 24 Seattle surge, so they will be able to take the lead right on back. But Carolina have to have a response here at P3.
Nice read.
You can already see a couple players through the middle of the map creating those layers to make it easier for his teammates to soak up some much needed hill time. But a big one-on-one gunfight through the back end. 0-4 and Gwyn for the spawns.
Yeah, 0-4 found the opener, but can't do anything more beyond that. And, ooh, Carolina are setting a very aggressive zone around this hard point. I mean, Clay and TJ are so far forward. Where does Seattle spawn here? Did they spawn in? Not fully. We've got ourselves a little foot race over towards the hard point. Every engagement, a critical one, and Carolina coming out largely on top of it, but Seattle will spawn in. No one was in the hard point, and TJ off the angle.
What was that? Why would they push?
So Seattle find a way to spawn in, largely thanks to Carolina playing so far forward, and a chance for Seattle to grow their lead.
Oh, that's a big play from Seattle Surge to play that one patient off of the kill cams. Simply hold down your
Why would they do that, man?
Mistake, so you can still hold down those back spawns and potentially walk away with this final 30, but those spawns now flip. This is not what you want if you are the Carolina Ravens, because you got a full 60 at this P4 last time around, but it's going to be Seattle Surge now fully set up. And this is where they have to make up for it. It cannot be an early break.
Yeah. We'll see what happens. Gwyn, good opener. Creates an opportunity for them to work around the backside of the Seattle will not spawn over towards the sub. So this is all about who wins these engagements at mid-map. Bold chow from Hook, but team shots are good. 2 for 1 goes the exchange. Seattle will spawn in, but Carolina has a threat building over towards the top side at Maze, plus support coming over towards the water side, and kills are coming, and they're coming quickly. 3 players will drop. Seattle have to leave the hard point. 1 player will spawn here in the form of 0-4. Abuza doing what he can to keep his life, but this is really where the hard point will be won. This potential 1v1 between Gwyn and 0-4, and it's Gwyn on 7 in a row, winning it with the Renetti, and Carolina reclaim the lead.
And that's the rookie just making some of the best plays I've ever seen. We're talking about on a 5 spree, playing it super slow over towards P2. He knew he needed 1 kill to earn himself a cruise missile, but the 1 kill that he got was able to flip the spawns for Seattle, and then he wins the one-on-one onto 0-4 to secure the spawns for his team. The rookie, time and time again, is just making plays for this Ravens squad, as they're going to find themselves up by 20. And now if you need to break in towards this P5, you got a cruise missile, was definitely going to play a big part.
Could be a photo finish here. Seattle currently in the hard point. Gwyn says this is the time for us to pull out the cruise. Should deal with at least 1, but no, everyone gets back into cover cleanly, and Seattle will take down 3 eliminations on the backside of the cruise missile. An absolute folly as Seattle continues to win the eliminations, and with that, now they get back into the lead.
And now Carolina have to fight their way out of the spawn. They are not on the preferred side to try to break their way in towards P5. They know they can't apply pressure up through warehouse. We have to try to attack through the middle of the map. Gwyn with the beatdown at least starts off the engagements, but the Crossfires of Seattle are ready for the push to come in.
2 for 1 goes the exchange again. This could be the potential last hit for Carolina on this hard point. And it's a pinstripe kill feed. Abuza off the regen.
Big win.
Finds the win versus TJ. Still 12 seconds to fight for. No chance to win here, clearly, but this is all about who can control the high ground surrounding the first hard point, and Carolina are starting to find some motion on the map.
They have top snow. They currently have top 3. They have the preferred side of the spawns as well. Just got to win a couple gunfights over towards the water side. Seattle able to at least trade a little bit better on that side. So they're able to at least maintain a little bit of the map control, but
nice win.
224 to 204. TJ is able to win a one-on-one big gunfight.
Come on, gotta at least get something. Gotta at least get something done.
Starting to find himself in final form, 31 and 21, and a hell of a second set of hills for him. Taken by surprise, though. 04 from bottom glass does well. Fellow trying to just kind of find pot shots into the hard point. Keep it neutral at worst. Gwyn from the interior overwhelmed. Seattle trying to make their motion across the map. Where does the Carolina spawn happen? And it's right on top of P2. Once again, we're going to see another hill here. It just comes down to what Carolina can do on rotation. And Felony helps it out with a couple of wins over towards P1.
Yeah, Carolina got to make it happen right here off this rotation. You win this rotation, you're basically going to force the game 5, but you can already see Seattle Surge taking a lot of ground up through the propane side. As they're applying pressure through the back end, TJ, you just got to play your life, at least set up Clayster for the double. He's able to hit the stun, which makes the second kill a lot easier. But do you read the third player going on the pinch? No,
ooh, nice hit, nice win.
TJ. So Carolina are able to hold. They're able to take the lead, and it's only 15 points until they force game 5.
Oh, and Fellow's just making this so difficult for Seattle. 5 seconds remain. Is anyone really get here in time? Hook would have to smoke one and then get into the hard point. Can he mantle and jump in time? Doesn't matter. TJ
Nice, Carolina. Come on.
With the final
Get one more win.
And Carolina will send us
They take
into a
lead.
after a great sub-base hard point.
Woo. A nail-biter hard points between both of these two teams so far. Map number 1 was really close, and map number 4 even closer. But Carolina in the final moments just get it done. Off the rotation, it was Felony again with the double from Calm side. He relieves some of that pressure through the middle of the map, and then all you have to do is trade efficiently. But off the spawn, even with Seattle Surge taking a lot of map control up to the left side, Clayster was able to hit that attack, find a double through the back end, get a little bit of assistance from TJ, who, like you said, had himself one hell of a map. 34 and 22, 27 non-traded kills, puts up less damage than Gwyn, but those two young men got it done for Carolina now to force the game 5.
Huge. What a thriller of hardpoint maps we've had in this series. Holy cow, like we talked about, first two maps was really anyone's game. You can say the same thing here about map number 4, and now we start to look into the unknown. 6 star, search and destroy. And I think just to kind of marinate before we head to break here, Jay, you got to talk about the fact that Seattle have been great in search and destroy. It doesn't really matter what the venue is, but this is brand new. Now it's just down to who's prepped better.
Hopefully they figure it out early on for the 6-star in game number 5, because for a new squad, it does wonders to come out here and win your first match, because then it tells you, like, well, we made this roster change for a reason, and it showed right off the rip. But if you come back and get reverse swept here, it's probably going to demoralize the hell out of Seattle Surge and definitely boost up Carolina. But this has been one hell of a match so far, and it couldn't end any better than other than a map 5 on 6-star, baby. It's going to be a good one.
Critical series again. Points matter big time as we start to get past the halfway point in the overall season. So this map 5 has a lot riding on it for these two bubble teams. We'll be back on the backside of the break to figure out who surpasses the other when we come back after this.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store.
Well, let's see how S&D and 6-star goes. I think they changed the wrong era. Guess what?
Kicking off Sunday Ride. The map 5 potential reverse sweep. 2 teams literally sitting just underneath the top 8 mark. Still plenty of season to play. It feels like a fresh season, I'm sure, for both of these 2 squads with the new maps, new roster for one of the 2. But it comes down to the first ever 6-star search and destroy that we've seen so far in broadcast. Jay, give me your thoughts. Just hit me with it.
I'm excited to get into one. Obviously, 6-star, there's so many different things you have to be accounted for. Water routes, low secret, over towards that A-bomb site. You have to be prepared for a lot of aggression up the map as well, because this map can tend to play really, really fast at sometimes or really slow, depending on what squad or what kind of strategies they're going to come out with. But I'm excited to get into this one, man.
New Carolina with 15-8 for Seattle.
New strategies. We get to see it all for the first time here in this game 5.
And again, just looking
6-star,
at how
it's going to be
history has
interesting for
gone
both
over the
teams,
course
but
of this season for both these 2 teams, Seattle still
with
finds
what
themselves
happened in game
out of the
2,
top half of overall
S&D,
search and destroy squads on the year.
I wouldn't imagine if
It's
Seattle
hard to
win
put
this
really,
S&D.
finger on what we're going to expect here, but you know, you take
Carolina
in
can
mind
pull off
kind of where
something
the successes come from. It's been
up the
good
sleeve,
control
then
in the first 30-45 seconds, finding first bloods, or at least minimizing it if it does happen
it'll
against
be-
you. So that may be one of the big difference makers in this one, as both these 2 teams square off on our first ever look at 6-star search here in the broadcast.
And I love the way that Carolina are playing this right off the rip. You just spread map, penalty for the early setup on where the pressure's coming in, and they get a good read on Seattle Surge, basically stacking over towards this A-bomb site. So it's on the other 2 players across the map trying to work their way up through water side, just still holding down their positions to wait to see if Seattle Surge are trying to get aggressive up through the map.
It's all about contact here. Brezzy, nice clean shot, sports fellow. First blood tallied, Hoop follows up, and they get the read that, yep, there's still one more player here. So now you look to Gwyn. Can he create something through the middle of the map? No, snapped on by Abuza just before things start to get messy. But the damage tally gets collected, and all of a sudden, TJ, working on a 1v3, has plenty of time for what is now just an instant 1v1.
Yeah, and that's one of those situations where you're in a 3v1 if you're Seattle. The only way you lose a damn round is if he plants the bomb and kills all 3 of you. There's no reason why we should try to get aggressive up through the spawn and play the buddy system. Walk right into the premium of TJ, and he finds the timing.
The timing went well.
Round. Carolina losing the first 2 kills, put themselves in a 4v2, but that's why you got Haley. The guy's been getting it done in Search and Destroy for a really long time, and already on the first round on 6-star, finds himself in a 1v3.
Yeah, and, you know, again, it's one of those situations that you could obviously kind of criticize Seattle to stay back, play your numbers, but at the same rate, they know they've got TJ completely isolated over towards security. That smoke that he puts down, though, creates maybe just a moment of doubt, and then the re-wrap back right to Gwyn, who was trying to create an opportunity at mid, works out perfectly with the damage he was able to tally. So, small miscue, small punish for the mistake, leads to a 1-0 count for Carolina, and TJ, not just the 1v3, also had the ace, as Seattle looked to get very aggressive. Lots of utility and nades over towards U-Haul, but Carolina has the response, and they collect first blood.
And I love that setup right there from Carolina. You saw Seattle, they were all out aggressive up to that 8 point. Carolina, their difference on the defensive round was all out pressure up through mid. You use your attacks to find the opening first kill. And you take mid-map control. Now you're able to rotate towards both sides for free. And with Seattle Surge now in the man disadvantage, they're slowly working their way up the water side. And this is going to be completely open. You just got to work the objective.
Does Hook get the commitment to call for the plant? He does. Carolina just looking to play retake. Very passive, to say the least. How do they set up this retake attempt, though? 3 players at mid-map. They have the opportunity of tracking back, pushing through, or going deep. As Abuza is the one watching the flank here, and he is going to be tested, Jay. I mean, he's going to have a 1v3 of his own. Gets surprised through the vents, and now this rest of the post plant has to bunker down and see if they can find the kills.
Just got to trade officially if you are Carolina. Try to set up TJ also for a free kill to earn himself a
nice
bruise.
kill.
He's able to find his 6 in a row. Now it's Hook left in the 1v3. He does take down Gwyn. He also does take down Clayster. And now it's ring around the rosy. I don't know if TJ has enough time.
Oh, no. He's got to make the commitment right here, right now. Here's Hook for the check. The shots are through.
Wow.
How did they lose that, bro? You are 2v1 and you lose. You both lose that?
Back-to-back 1v3s?
Bro.
That's Hook just making next level plays, man. We're talking about around the half wall, around the canopy, just works his way with that rival 9, finds the initial 2 fights, and then gains the information that TJ is definitely behind me. Let me just keep on circling. And he wastes enough of that game clock to secure the round. 2 back-to-back 1v3s to tie us up at 1.
Unreal. I mean, again, it's for some people just Seattle versus Carolina, but this is not a series to be slept on by any form, and for good reason. It has been exciting to say the least, and it's not going to stop here. Quick aggression over the top at this mid planner. Prezi, double good response. Hook follows up for 3, and the opening engagement pretty darn perfect for Seattle as they find the final. No worries.
Yeah, that's good stuff right there from Seattle. Just staying strong on that defensive setup, but you can already see Carolina. They were trying to go back to what didn't work in first round with trophy system. It still did not work. Seattle Surge, more specifically Brezzy, he's able to find 3 on the round. A little bit of assistance right there from Hook, but they shut down that early A pressure. Very, very quick defensive setup right there from Seattle to put them back in the advantage.
Oh, boy. And hey, I don't think we're going to be surprised to see more interactions like that over the top of the A site. It almost feels like Mercado-esque in a way. Throw your nades, jump forward, see if you win your gunfights. This time, Brezzy playing a little bit more passive initially, cooking up a frag that's intended towards TJ's direction, and it will hit. Plus, clean shots as TJ gets caught peeking through mid.
I thought TJ must have thought he was Iron Man or something. Like he was just going to eat that nade, still square up, but at least the first blood for Seattle. And now you have full A side control. You're trying to push out towards the deep lanes, but Clayster makes you pay for it through mid connector to even up the numbers at a 3v3. But the bomb should get planted. 0-4 in a crucial position to at least put himself back in the advantage.
There's a little pixel peek through the dry bar. Leaves enough time for Brezzy to plant and reposition. Clayster through mid. Gwyn at the moment still at the deep side towards the sky bridge. Abuza all the way towards top security window. And as soon as Clay gets a look saying no one's really all that nearby, it has to be up close and personal. Wait, Gwyn able to find 1 down low. Little wrap from Brezzy kind of leads us to a nice little 1v1. Abuza playing forward. Now backs down over towards the back staircase. Gwyn, a lot of work to be done here. Moving quickly. Does he get a full read on this? Yeah, sees him. Has to force the gunfight though. And it's just another one of those moments where you just create time and space. Abuza still wins the 1v1, but even if he doesn't, he positions himself into a spot where there's no way Gwyn was getting back to that bomb in time.
That's just perfect plays right there out of Abuza. Good shoulders work. The dance moves were on point. And just like you said, not enough time for Gwyn to get the kill and eventually stick that defuse. As Seattle Surge walk away with the attacking round. Now starting to pull away in this search and destroy a little bit more. If you are Carolina, try to make a play through the middle of the map. Try to take mid-map control again, because as I'm looking at this mini-map, it really does remind me of Raid. We're talking about B-bomb all the way pushed out towards Tiki, A on the opposite side, which is the closer bomb to go. When you're trying to attack over towards P, it's probably very difficult because it's basically in the opposing team's base.
Yeah, it's very true. And there's also just so many weird angles as the defense seems to have a lot of just easy control at mid-map. And how about this? Hook is going to step forward. Wait, this is going to be a cruise missile called in, but TJ gets taken down. Good trade from Fellow. And the follow-up also perfect from Carolina. So value out of the cruise missile, even though it got a little sloppy on the initial engagement. looks to have 04 in another 1v3 opportunity.
Yeah, that could have got scary, man, because once you take down TJ, he's no longer able to control that cruise missile. So all you can do is just simply call out for information, but at least his teammates are able to find all the kills. Now you're forcing 04 into 1v3. This was not ready for the repositioning out of Carolina as Clayster finds the final. But at least the cruise missile didn't lose you around. At least you walk away with the W even though it doesn't find a kill.
Yeah, it's one of those things that, you know, you're maybe not looking for kill potential on this map with the cruise, but it does force the hand of Seattle to have to play forward or take a very passive retreat. So ultimately, the creation comes through fine for what is a needed round here for Carolina. You did not want to drop down early 4-1. So back to more level terms. And I think the question was going to be like, is there ever going to be major set plays to try to win out mid-map? Because it just feels like it's just so free for the defense. And once again, Seattle just kind of avoids it. Not going to bother spending utility to try to win out mid. And instead, they're going to play on the outside of the map.
Carolina make them pay for it. So now it's 3-2. Carolina back on the defense. They're able to isolate Clayster. Clay knows all the information is coming over towards his B point, but is that TJ investing the cruise missile again? Was he able to save it in his back pocket? Because I hear one coming down, and he's able to find the first blood onto 04. Big plays out of Carolina.
Yeah, don't know how that just happened. Me either. I mean, he was definitely in the tablet. Okay.
Oh,
fine. Gwyn, nice double. Leaves everything back to Hook again, but this one a little bit more dire of a situation. 1v4 instead of the 1v3. Finds Fellow cleanly. Decent read towards Gwyn. Shots also there, but support nearby allows Clayster to come in and make sure nothing crazy happens.
Yeah, the fact that TJ was able to keep that cruise missile, it definitely catches Seattle off guard. They were not expecting that. When you're going over towards the B bomb, you're thinking the skies are going to be clear. We don't have to worry about any streaks coming in because that's when you're going to find the most success over
like I'll be honest, that tablet, like he put out the tablet way.
Able to find a double through the curve wall, but we're taking a look at the replay. He pulls out the tablet, even with the quick hands. He dies early enough to where it doesn't even blow up out of the missile. So he's able to receive and retrieve that cruise missile for the next round.
I'm sure Seattle's not going to be happy about that. I'm sure many people in chat are spamming question marks right now.
Okay, so
lots of engagement, ceremoniously over the top.
So I'm guessing that the game thinks that you didn't even the missile didn't even launch completely in. So I guess they just like I guess the game thought, oh, you didn't completely launch the missile and you died off of it. Let's just not count that as you used it.
You're under threat of being overwhelmed from multiple
That's just my idea. That's just the way I see it. Because like they didn't completely use it. Like the bomb, like the missile didn't even get out from its in launch. Like separate from the shell yet. So
but that bomb is now going to get planted. You're forced to retake down to 4v3.
I just don't know how you make this happen. TJ, after the plant, just slips backwards, and he does at least catch somebody over the top.
Unfortunate.
But Gwyn waiting for the delayed pinch, denied, and now it's just down to Fellow. Wow, clean on this retake is Seattle. Taking advantage of the numbers to be sure. Fellow hoping and praying, taking orders at the bar, and there is more capacity than he was ready to handle. So Seattle's retake clean and kind of comes in surprising form. First time we've really seen the middle of the map stay that far open for the defense.
Yeah. They were able to execute that retake to perfection. When you find the first blood onto Clayster and then you're able to isolate these players, working your way through the middle of the steps, working your way through back P3 and also P2. They were able to attack that B site from multiple different angles, find all the kills, and then Fellow left in a 1v4. Guess he must have not been the best of a bartender because everyone was still waiting for a drink. Seattle Surge got a little bit mad. They take care of him, and now they take back the advantage in the search and destroy.
Good stuff to this point. Again, back and forth we go. First bloods really not amounting to as much as we would have figured. Lots of clutches already coming through here.
Ooh, it's gonna be it. It's gonna be
in 5. Same can be said for TJ as once again trophy systems down. Both teams stacking over towards this A site. 3v4 situations underway, but the delayed nades do tag up Clay. He's trying to get back towards safety, but just not a lot of opportunity to do so. Good follow-up from the SMGs of Seattle, and they're not done yet. They even get the read on to Gwyn. It's a flawless round for Seattle, and a hell of a statement to make late in this map 5.
That's beautiful plays right there out of the Surge. They were just like, they cannot mess with us over towards this A-bomb site. So the maximum they can have in trophy systems is going to be 2, but we're going to throw all 8 tacks. If something connects, we're just going to full on send it up through the A site, and they find all 4 kills right at the moment. to secure the attacking round. And Seattle Surge, so far, staying strong in search and destroy, man. These guys are using teamwork to perfection to not put themselves at game point.
What do you call here for Carolina?
Let's go
Four-man flood to A. Hope and pray the nades land. Ford playing kind of a counter spot here at U-Haul with an SMG, but it doesn't make a difference. Opening nades for Seattle once again finding success, and look at this. You think Seattle's feeling it? Aggression right through Aqua, and a chance to possibly isolate towards Fellow. A lot for him to do here. Hello. It's all about running away. And that delays the gunfights a little while longer, but the bomb doesn't
Why
get
would they
planted.
do that?
Seattle will catch the bomb carrier out. The alarm bells didn't ring soon enough, and Seattle will take map 5 in a critical series. Wow.
Why
New
would
roster
they
looking
do
just
that?
as strong on the
I don't
Surge as
get
any
it.
other previous one had.
They're feeling good, man. Seattle Surge, they complete this series and not allow them to be the first team reverse swept so far in stage 3. They close it out.
I should have voted for. I should have picked Seattle because they're just still a better S&D team. And with 0-4 coming in, I knew they would probably have like that honeymoon moment. So it's like, okay, cool. Okay, cool. That just screwed. I should have just switched to Seattle.
Unfortunately, he wasn't ready for everyone from Seattle
Like
Surge.
Carolina, I don't know what they were doing. They
find all the kills in the final round. They walk away.
like they kept trying to push when they know that Seattle is better at defending and just pushing and just being really aggressive. They didn't need to do all of that.
Wow. I mean, no shortage of electricity in this series. Maybe save just map number 3, which was pretty one-sided. Everything else really tight, really gritty. And for two teams that absolutely need wins, a pivotal opener there for Seattle, like you mentioned, with the new roster, new maps looking pretty solid, winning both the 6 stars. Lots of things starting to spin pretty positively for Seattle, where for Carolina, the online woes continue to harp against them. Still a couple of days before all of them get to Charlotte, but hard to find things to really praise on in that last search and destroy as we send things back over to the desk to complete our first series of the day.
Thank you, gentlemen, and congratulations to Seattle Surge, a squad that no one believed in. None of us picked them here on the desk. The fans even chose their opposition, but Surge gets it done. And Hook, the hero of Game 5.
I mean, it was a proper upset. I think when you look inside Carolina Royal Ravens, the biggest misstep in this series is losing that map number 1 hardpoint. They have not beaten Seattle Surge when it comes to search and destroy. That now holds true in this series and gives them the win.
Nameless, how big of a loss is this for Royal Ravens fans?
I mean, it's pretty big, right? You're going up against Seattle, who's towards the bottom of the standings. You're just coming off of a great performance on land, and you got some players in the facility now. You're expecting to make strides forward, but in this series, I mean, you lose 2 search and destroys, right? You got a new map like 6-star in. You got maps that you were bad at removed from the pool. You're thinking that they're going to come competent and ready on a map like this. Well, it just doesn't happen, man. It's some big clutches. Hoop gets he had no business winning that 1v3. We're talking about he wins 2 1v1 gunfights and does a loop-de-loop to win the round at the very end.
Right.
Just some bad rounds from the Carolina Royal Ravens, but let's spend this time to show love to Seattle Surge. I like 0-4. I love what I saw from him.
Oh, yeah. He plays consistent. Regardless of his stats, you kind of expect that same play out of him, and there's no lack of confidence. His first match in the CDL, the man was challenging everything.
Oh, yeah, he was challenging everything. I think that was the first thing I noticed about 0-4's gameplay, and it didn't stop even when he wasn't doing well. And that map number 4, he was behind a lot of his fellow teammates in Seattle Surge. He was double neg at one point, but he's able to end 27 and 30. Even though they lost the map, it was enough to still push them and their confidence into this map number 5.
Yeah, I mean, I think for 0-4, like you said, like he'll just keep at it, right?
Yeah.
Plays with that confidence. You know, through 4 maps, he had the most damage on the team. That Game 5, obviously not too great from him, but his teammates picked him up. Abuza went crazy, and I love the way that they played Search and Destroy today. Some aggressive rounds all together, like the tricky round where they pushed all the way up B Street on Invasion. We saw them giving up Tiki on this map.
Yeah.
Like, great plays as a team, and I think a lot of that's behind 0-4.
Seattle Surge getting the job done with a Game 5, something they weren't able to do all of stage number 2. But let's take a look at your scuff play of the game, which comes from game number 1. They steal the first respawn. The final hill is locked in with a 10-point difference. It was Seattle coming out on top.
Yeah, and it was a Hook masterclass. This is one of those very rare Hook takeover performances that we saw in map number 1 and map number 5. But Also as well, Brezzy seems to be getting more comfortable. I feel like he may have slid under the radar a bit in this series, but he had an incredibly solid performance in this map number 1.
Yeah, they did a good job on Vent. They got a decent amount of time there, and then we get over towards P1, and it was just back and forth the entire time. But every single time you need a Seattle player to get a big kill, they got it. I mean, Clay got through, he finds 2. Immediately the trade comes in from Hook, just playing their life perfectly, the anticipation to find that second, and then just bleeding Carolina dry, man. Just not enough time. They couldn't find the right multi-kills at the end there, and Seattle pull away with the dub.
Royal Ravens got to go back and watch the footage because you had Clay having some excellent games. You had Gwyn playing some stellar Call of Duty, but it didn't convert to wins, and no one was doing it all at the same time. Royal Ravens remain outside of the top 8 for now, and you're going to see the Surge pressuring their way into the top 8 potentially later next week. For now, though, we got our Monster Winner Spotlight. The man, all the way from Belgium, joining us live. How are you doing, Abuza?
Good, and you?
Excellent, my friend. Okay, let's talk about Surge's struggles in Stage 2, and how did you guys decide to make this team change for 04?
Basically, we struggled with some stuff, like with the team, of course. And I needed to get, like, my main role, you know? So we needed, like, someone, like, more faster. So why now I can play my role, and that's it.
For sure, Buza, did you feel the difference in scrims right away when plugging in 04 to Seattle Surge? Because your respawn today looks night and day compared to Stage 1 and 2.
Oh, of course, like, the scrims, like, goes crazy for us, honestly. Play pretty good in scrims. So yeah, we have some good practice.
For sure.
Abuza, you know, in Search and Destroy today, I love what you guys did. You got really, really creative, some aggressive rounds, giving up sites, rapping back and forth. Seems like that got away from you guys a little bit throughout Stage 2. Was there a discussion around your Search and Destroy and, you know, getting more creative and unique ways to win rounds?
Yeah, we try to do some different stuff. And basically, we just play together, like every time, no matter what.
Abuza, I know you guys had to have a lot of conversations with your general managers, with your head coaches. What's the goal? We're now at the halfway point in the season. What are you guys working forward to, I guess, to end this 2024 year?
I mean, basically, like, win, like, every match if it's possible, and go to the champs, and yeah, that's it.
Making the champs, that's it. I like that answer.
Yep.
Well, best of luck. We like to see 04 on the new lineup, and congrats on seeing you back in a winner circle.
Yeah, these guys is gross.
Love it.
And you.
It's Abuza in our Monster Winner Spotlight, the first of 3, because when we come back, we're jumping into match number 2. And if you look at these standings, Nameless, we've got a very strong number 5 now officially on the leaderboard. Vegas Legion took that position away from Minnesota Rocker and can now gain even more ground on the top 4.
Yeah, it's massive, and this is going to be another banger. Thieves need points. You've seen Seattle climb. They just booted Royal Ravens out of the top 8 and took their spot. So we're getting a shift right now.
All right, things are mixing up. Remember, it's only the top 8 that play at champs at the end of the year. When we come back, you'll see a world champion in action. It's Attached and Vegas Legion taking the stage next.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of
Oh,
Duty
man.
League.
Well,
Start the season strong.
let's hope
with the Call of
LHVs,
Duty
like,
League pack. Grab yourself the CDL
let's hope
operator,
LHVs can
weapon
at
blueprint,
least
and
do
so
a better
much more.
job
Check
this
out
stage.
the Call of Duty
Since
store in
they-
game now.
Since they now brought back in Joe Deceased, but then replaced him with Alpha, which I think it's gonna make sense because I feel like even though Joe Deceased, like, obviously I'm pretty sure he was doing really good in the Face Black Challengers team. I just feel like even though like Joe Deceased was benched from stage 1, I just felt like his playstyle was a little better than Aphos when it came down to just, you know, having offensive, like just having better SMG playstyle than Afro. But we'll see what happens and how Kremp and Joe is going to be able to play together.
Oh yeah. It's going on CDL TV, baby.
The reinforcements are done. They're taking
No way!
It plays a little different. It's nice to have like a map you love back in it, but it doesn't have to be exactly the same. As Drow said, nice little angle through the statue. Rips one for the opening kill.
Yeah. Standy will get free info here onto Assault. Quickly finds the kill. No. He's going for the assassination. Didn't hold the button down long enough. And Assault says not so fast.
Let me tell you right now, these guys play every day. You should know you cannot assassinate someone when they are a little bit taller than you on the map. And unfortunately, the one beat down doesn't work, but you know them hands from Assault. They are definitely warm. 2 punches right to the chest to take down Standy.
But early in our 7th circle here, there's still 30 teams left. You don't have any resources. Get to the zone if you can. Win your gunfight. Maze somehow sneaks through. You see a lone Nubu Spartan running around like a chicken with his head cut off. There are so many squads. This is unprecedented. Being able to see this from the Codcaster is so special. There's our first moving zone.
Just have no aim assist on this kid.
finished. Only you remained.
Oh, snap.
What is he doing?
Get him off of me! Get him off of me!
Yo!
Get him off of me!
Oh my
Who are you?
What do you think of my shirt today?
It is a choice. It's a choice.
Listen, guys, I put this shirt on. I felt pretty sexy, to be honest. Yeah, I looked in the mirror and thought, God damn. And then I got into the green room and everyone said, your shirt's too tight. You look like an idiot. I was
it's just a little too small, but it works.
I mean, we're dealing with just God mode attach right now. Attach right over the top of the car. Oh, lead. A 1v3.
Arrow is not slowing down. Finds his third of the map. Make it 4. Let this young man get hot. It's gonna be hard to stop him. Finds an ace on the round through the middle of the map.
Purge gets the double kill as well.
Geo pops off.
Oh, okay, Geo, I see you, baby.
Nero is all across the map. 7 in a row for him.
Vegas Legion clutch up 3-0.
It's time to party. Las Vegas Legion taking on LA Thieves, and this is going to be another important fight for points. If you're LA Thieves, you're trying to keep up with the rest of the teams that are fighting for that top 8. Currently, though, Vegas is in our number 5 spot. They've broken the 100-point mark.
I mean, I never thought we'd talk about the Vegas Legion franchise in this way. They're literally the gatekeepers of the top 4, and they are looking insane in this split.
All right, let's break down our squad, starting
Hey,
with the Vegas
hey,
Legion
Jago.
team that had a
How you
lot
doing?
of
Welcome,
hype
welcome.
after their stage 2 online
Thought I didn't see your chat. I didn't see the chat. Not showing up on OBS for some reason, and I was on another tab.
Where do they fall short?
Apologies.
Listen, this team needs work in search and destroy. Now, I want to give these guys all the credit in the world. They've made fantastic moves, kept Purge through all the people talking about it on social media. They pick up Geo. He's been one of the best acquisitions all year long, and they're looking like a top 5 team in terms of hardpoint and control. Search and destroy, though, they need work. 11th in retake throughout stage 2, and second to last in terms of opening duels. You expect them to be better at that when they have a guy like Nero. Look to get him going in the search and destroys throughout this split. I think Las Vegas are one of the better teams in the world.
When it comes to Monster Energy pregame, I mean, same old story, right? Their hardpoint has been insane, and that's the reason they've been a top team. And they are 13-5 with a plus 30-point average. They're the best team in the league in holding and in breaking. So screw the fundamentals. They've got the gunny to get them through. Again, like Ann said, Vegas Legion just need to focus on that search and destroy a little bit more because their control has been all right. 21-4 round count. They have been incredible on the defense, but they are going to play Invasion 12-0 first in the league. when it comes to that game mode.
Number 1 in the league. Let's see what maps they're going to get today, as Vegas are the favorites in this fight. On the other side of the battle, we have LA Thieves, who have made a number of roster changes in their own right. They brought in Nasty and Kremp. They put Joe Deceives and Cammy down in challengers. Well, now Joe Deceives is back in that starting lineup, but it's Afro riding the bench.
Yeah, for Afro, unfortunately, it was just he couldn't find his way during this game. We know what he's capable of. He had his moments, but it just wasn't enough. So they take out Afro, they plug back in Joe Deceives, but he kind of has the same problem, right? So for him, we're looking for that explosivity, but we're mostly just looking for that consistency for the LA Thieves, because that's all they need. They have talented players able to do their roles properly, but they're not all doing it at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, I think Hardpoint has been pretty good for these guys. Search and Destroy sitting around 50%, and where it matters most, in Game 5s, they were 3-1 in their last 4, so it's been impressive on that front. The Control, though, is where they have really struggled. I mean, 11th in attacking there, 3-6 in Control. And Joe Deceives is a guy who can come in and really help them in that aspect. Get in their base, get lost, find some kills, right? That added confidence from challengers, that should bode very well now in the league. And then for the Monster Energy pregame, convert better. 2nd opening duel win percentage, 8th in converting it. So that's a quick, easy fix. Just communicate better in the round.
And worst in the league on those attacks. We'll take a look at
6-star Rio Invasion V-Star 6-star.
Series. We're going to see 6-star
Some good stuff here.
Sneaks in for Search and Destroy Game 2.
As well as Vista, map number 4. So this is a slew of the new maps. We've seen Vegas Legion already, so they're feeling comfortable. But for LA Thieves, a lot of question marks raised at how they're going to play on new maps.
Nameless, is this a battle of the better SMGs, ARs? More important, how do you see these maps breaking down?
Yeah, I mean, I do think SMGs are going to reign supreme throughout this series. I mean, we just saw some big performances out of guys like Hook and TJ Halley, respectively, win on the other side. So I think in this one, this is perfectly laid out for Joe Deceives, man. Don't knock him out the park.
Good luck, Joe. That is your best of 5 maps. Now it's time to lock in our Scuff Pick'ems, and Nameless, as the leader, I'm going to make you continue to go first.
Sure.
Where are you going?
I'm going to go with Vegas in this one. I think they just look great.
That's fair. Oh, I don't know. I think I'm going to follow with Vegas Legion simply because, I mean, they're sitting at 5th right now. They're one of the best teams.
You asked for Joe Deceives to be in the starting lineup.
I know,
they
but
put
I'm not
Joe Deceives in the starting lineup, and you still pick Vegas?
You know what? That's fair. That's my bad.
I'm sticking with Vegas as well. Smart girl, smart guy. We're all going Vegas, says the fans. Let's find out if we're all right or if we're all dumb again. Back-to-back matches. We got Miles and Chance on the mic. Chance, how you feeling about this battle?
I'm feeling the same way I do if I were to square up against you in ranked play. Puckett, absolutely fantastic. I know it's going to be godlike because we've had some great series. Like, I know people talk about like the sort of Burger Bowl sort of vibes. It creates exciting Call of Duty. We get double 6-star in the mix. We get a Vista. It's all the new beautiful maps. I'm very excited, Miles. How are you?
I'm absolutely spellbound by that intro. That took me by surprise in nearly every single way. Wow, boy howdy, what a start to the day, folks. But yeah, real excited to get this.
4-point KD leaders. It's all just except for the.
And the reason why we're looking at this is because 3 out of the 4 members of Vegas Legion
mostly
one, Nero, Attach, and Geo.
It's mostly Vegas, surprisingly somehow. Even though they are kind of at the bottom of the leaderboard, kind of at the bottom of the standings.
Production has been very consistent for this squad, and Nero being up there is a dangerous man. Obviously, his kills per 10 minutes are pretty high up there, as well as Geo. So it's some of the younger players on this squad that are absolutely bringing the slaying power. Question is, can they bring this into the new maps that we
You're gonna get lunch soon?
I know we saw Vegas briefly.
You're gonna get lunch soon.
Start before, or at least a few days ago, and like they had some of the best P3 holds that we have seen, making it a full 60. So high expectations for the squad, looking good on in the new maps. But for LA Thieves, obviously new man or maybe old face back on the new squad. See if they can keep those hard point improvements rolling into stage 3, because they could turn into a pretty lethal threat.
We can indeed. Well, to echo the sentiments of the previous series, again, LA Thieves all playing from the Cash App compound in Los Angeles. The Vegas Legion players scattered across the United States. We'll see if that comes into play again online here in the Call of Duty League. You gotta get them wins, folks. Not an easy thing to do if you're not in the same location, but we'll see if it pays off for Vegas Legion, because the hot streak they're on right now, Chance, nothing to be sneezed at whatsoever. LA Thieves, though, we'll see if this new roster can find some groove, let's say. It was nice to hear some love from Nameless there on the desk. Of course, a lot of objective prowess from them. Can they turn it into a win?
It's going to be a fun series. Again, very high expectations for both of those squads. And I know you're talking about one team sneezing everything away. Well, maybe Ghosty trying to cough up a lung and get ready for the first map as well. So struggle bus for maybe a few of these players, but fist bumps out and about means the map is loading up. And I can never get over how big Nero's water bottle is. That thing is insane.
The man is hydrated, and he'll certainly need it on a map like this. We're out in the sunshine here on 6 Star. Sunscreen applied, hats at the ready. We're going to be going for a quick dip if the temperatures get a little bit too hot, aka when it comes time to get in that hard point. Quick look at the overall season record so far.
Really hope that LAFC can do something with Joe DeCease, since I'm pretty sure I knew Joe DeCease would kick ass and
they were horrible. It was like a
black
1-11 record. The Des touched on it. It was 7-9 in stage 2, so about 50-50. A perfectly, like, maybe not strong team, but they can get the job done. And if they've made improvements or like the new maps, hey, the sky is blue. The only way they can go is up.
Well, here we go. Clear skies over 6 Star and a clear hard point after the LA Thieves get absolutely wiped out by a nice opening salvo of grenades there from the members of Vegas. Good shots out of Ghosty, looking for his third here as he starts to find that time. A lovely spot to be in, but Geo just too hot to handle. Once again, he's been an absolute terror for Vegas Legion.
Yeah, well, speaking of the terror, Nasty on the flank is going to be maybe devastating for the squad to deal with. There's number 2. There's number 3. The perfectly timed flank and the break, well, also to perfection. Nasty wants to get aggro as well with the beatdown. That's a force breed. He's got the intel, but unfortunate for him, no reinforcements. Joe DeCease gets caught on the flank, so Nasty, well, the work has to continue.
And Nasty, the work is continuing. 5 spree from him there. It will come to an end, but what a bit of damage he's managed to do. Get his boys a little bit closer to the hard point. It's a single avenue of attack right now for the Thieves. In they go. Krem's going to be the tip of the spear. Gets nothing out of it. Joe DeCease trying to stay alive. Does better than that. Gets 2. Magnificent work to keep the play going. On the back stairs again. Another. There's Nasty over his shoulder. Into the point. Joe DeCease cooking with gas, as that is your hard point, Thieves.
Oh, this is what it takes to break the hill. Maybe just blender him for a bit. Man died 3 times in a row and makes a play like that. And, well, now you already see players from Vegas. Purge, well, he can't do anything through the vents. He can't go through the back blind. This is the impenetrable setup because Joe
Can someone in the podcasting team stop switching from player to staff portrait?
We talked about how P3 is the money
Or
hill.
portrait to staff.
On these rotations, locked down for
Jesus.
full 60, but this
Making
is
the game lag.
situation. It's going to be LA Thieves with the hold, and frankly, a full 60 on a P3 could be devastating for this game.
An explosive start here for the Thieves. Streaks as well to be played with. New hard points up. P3 at the ready. We're on the outside bar. This is the money hill. Can the Thieves cash in? Vegas, though, looking to change the odds. A 2-2 split. Ghosty and Kremp find theirs in the feed. Joe DeCease not looking the right way, but he does have the coverage. Here's the shots. Joe goes in, gets himself 1. Looking for the in and out, keeping the time going.
That's a dropped moment there as well for Vegas. Ghosty actually gave up this sort of like back alley push to help out the players in mid, but Vegas were not coordinated. 2 players on, or 2 like sets of players on 2 different pages. And well, if you're trying to split the war like that, you're just going to have absolutely no success. So that was the devastating opportunity for LA Thieves to really run the score up. And well, they execute perfectly. It is now a massive lead going towards new. And well, we already know how chaotic this pool hill can be. LA Thieves, they get all the time in the world to set up the break, and they have 3 players right now going on a world tour. Geo, though, distant in the corner, at least able to pick up the first one before he gets traded, so they've got the intel.
He's not going to get enough out of it, but the information will pay off in a moment. Skybridge services now open for business. Attach, watching it from the top platform side. It's an all angles attack from the Thieves. In they go from upstairs. You've got a couple of places to work from here. Nasty with a suppression keeps Nero down. Purge right into the point, gets taken care of. His Kremp and Joe in the feed. Geo tries to answer back, and the Thieves get the break.
Nice break. Nice break. Thieves, come on.
We could be looking at another cruise here.
Yeah, these guys are just taking turns. Joe DeCease for the moment earlier on. Well, now it's his opportunity to get the cruise. And while I'm faded, Kremp and the LA Thieves certainly are not. Jump up, finish the 1-shot kill on Attach is going to get it done. And well, for his teammates, all guns forward. They took so much time to go on that pinch and set up the break. And again, for LA Thieves, it was done absolutely perfectly. This is without question the best hard point these guys have played all year.
All year without a doubt, and it's not done yet. 11-6 for the young Joe DeCease, a team that has a very, very young average age. But they are looking like vets out there now on 6-star. Over to the pool we now go. A quick dip is all they're going to get, though, because Vegas, they managed to get in there first. The Cruise, though, is going to cause quite the splash. Here we go.
Oh no, that's
that's the dumbest thing I've seen.
that is not good.
That's a first.
Well, they gotta put that Cruise somewhere else where it's not in front of a tower. That is so unfortunate, though. But hey, at least it broke in. That's the biggest thing they LFTs have been able to do.
Trying to hold the point.
I am going to be curious on how they do in Control and S&D. I'm curious on how they're going to do in S&D because, and also Control because like they have not been great.
40-point lead, and it looks like they're going to get the final 15 seconds on old time as well. I don't know what it's going to take for a comeback for Vegas, but I just don't think they have a choice in the matter. These right now, they can simply do no wrong.
No wrong whatsoever. The feet are certainly up. The drinks are still cool as we get back over towards the bar in our second set of hard points. We've gone around the world, and Nasty at 17-6. Joe Deceives 14-9. It's tremendous work from the Los Angeles team here. Can Nasty keep this going? Yeah, no problem whatsoever. Purge, the man in the point, not having a fantastic time here on 6-star.
I think nobody is, especially Attach. Yeah, 6-11. Attach has barely been taking gunfights, 17 engagements, and you don't even have 50 points as a team yet. Talk about a team that cannot find their footing, getting anything going, and Kremp is just calling out. There are 3 players in this little room. Joe Deceives gets to catch them on the cross, and this is just continued time collection right now for LA Thieves. And on the rotation again, Joe Deceives popped off going towards P2 last time around. Finally, he's going to get shut down, but Vegas, they just have nothing going for them.
A superb blowout so far, 210-48 over towards the lounges. We now roll top right-hand side of the minimap, and that's going to be all Thieves on the approach. Far right-hand side, the spawns are not good for Vegas as well, so the reinforcements will be late to the fight. Here we go. Joe's in, immediate break. This could be game right here and now.
And he's going to clear out the back spawns as well. Make sure no funny business. Checks that. Now it's all guns forward. Kremp loses his one by Vents. And, well, Vegas winning a few gunfights for the opportunity to get nearby. Joe Deceives, though, waiting in the wings. That'll trigger up. Nades out and about and just waiting for the moment to strike. And, well, finds it on Geo. Trades are there.
God damn.
Piece, and might be the moment where Joe Deceives calls game.
It just looked like they had such a tremendous disadvantage. Turn it into a win. 5 seconds for it. And with that, a last-ditch attempt. Joe Deceives once again in the feed. 21-11, closing it out big. An absolute slaughter to start the series off.
Oh, and that 8-21 record they have overall in Hardpoint. Look at them now. One of the most dominant victories, if not the most dominant victory we have seen in this game all year. And that's against the Vegas squad, who, again, they've been sort of that almost like solidified 5th best team in the game. We've seen them on 6-star. They look good. Not right there. LA Thieves, that is a different beast of a performance, and that is all 4 players felt like they were in their bag. Complete clockwork, every rotation on point. When they had to break the hills, they're able to do it. The rotation of P3 to P4, absolutely perfect, sending 3 players to go hunt down Geo in the back. I mean, that is just a flawless performance through and through, and really just poor Vegas, not even really opportunities to shoot their guns. Purge and Attach, really not able to cook anything up.
No cooking whatsoever. Those boys were ordering out, and the calories they pounded on were not ideal. 250-49 in a swift 6 minutes and 50 seconds. You'll take that. LA Thieves turn that ship right around. Hardpoint was not necessarily their best game mode right now, looking like a very fine squad. But look at the highlights. It's all going to be the boys in red. I just got nothing other than well done, lads. That was disgusting. Whether it was these vent plays, Chance, the bait and switch we saw here, it was a masterful display of pace that Vegas Legion simply could not keep up with, especially in that second P2.
Absolutely not. I mean, these were the 2 individual plays as well that really set them apart, right? Joe Deceives making that highlight reel over towards P2. Nasty having that flank on P1 to set his team up for success. So they took advantage of every situation. And again, once they were able to play ahead of the game and go on those distant rotations, I mean, they just made it look so easy.
Oh, no.
When Kremp initially called this in, I was trying to think, like, we've seen a few players, it's like kind of off to the right, it seems like, where the spot normally comes in. I don't know if it's like the direction you face or your location on the map when you call it of what decides the sort of cruise location, but whatever Kremp just found, that would be the worst one.
Yeah, that's going to be something we'll go over. I'm sure the various, you know, CDL chat shows will be talking about it. You know, we break that one down, but we'll see if we can avoid that situation again. I mean, the Super Destroyer's position typically does affect the angle at which your goodies come in. But in this case, the boys were pumped. I mean, you'd think they just won the series the way they smoked him at that hard point. Whoa, what did Kremp say? Lip reading, please. Purge not impressed.
I mean, you know, and something you mentioned, Miles, is like how the average age of this LA Thieves team very much on the younger side. I don't have the data to know if they are literally the youngest squad, but young players bring the passion, bring the energy. Online land doesn't matter. They're going to come out with some fierceness. And again, right from the opening break, that is the smallest graph we have ever had for the game flow. Only
man,
get to like
holy shit! Look at that, and that is Vegas, they got flat. Glad the LFEs were kicking ass. Like LFEs just went up quickly, and then Vegas just like, what the fuck?
A tough one. Well, they've got another
Well,
newish
we
map
go
in
S&D. Let's see how this kind of newest LFE squad
Then
is.
we get back to Vista and Six Star for games 4 and 5. We'll see if we have to get that distance, because right now LA Thieves playing with tremendous purpose, looking very strong as well. We'll find out if we have to go there, Chance, because right now I don't think it's necessarily on the menu.
Well, it'll be interesting to find out, because I know for LA Thieves as well, like they actually put together a very strong stage 2, had a 4-3 record overall, started in winner's bracket, and they just happened to go against Atlanta FaZe, who they actually play pretty well against. All of those good signs, and then boom, top 12, they got beat by the Los Angeles Guerrillas. So like it was a big missed opportunity, and for the team that is currently in the 11th seed overall in the CDL standings, they need to start getting more wins, or at least continue that in the online stages, and they do not have any time to waste. 11th is pretty far down there. It's going to be a handful of series you need to win just to crack that top 8 margin, and we have a lot of teams in the league that have been making adjustments, so you got to make sure you stay on point. The overall records for both these teams, slightly under the 500 margin. Like they are solid, they have threats, but in their last 5 maps, neither team has had that much success. And I certainly know for S&D, for Vegas, what Nameless is talking about, bottom of the barrel in terms of like those opening dual win percentage. Certainly on the first blood front, you're gonna be looking for someone maybe like Geo to pop off and get his team that extra advantage early on in the round.
We'll find out. Geo can do it for him. He's been a brilliant addition to the squad. So far, I mean,
10-11, well,
tremendously impressive search and destroy statistics.
I mean, LFEs is not in the bad side, that's for sure.
Round duels for
know what they're doing.
Again, that's the initial gunfights. Do they get the first?
Let's see how they do in Rio, though. That's
a lot of pressure here towards the middle of the map.
That's
from
where
Vegas
I'm
with that bomb.
It's like a very close range map.
Well, Geo's time to shine. 2 players going to be running straight into the irons and just gets traded. Nice double chow coming through. Already the first blood. Vegas in response, though, trying to make a play. They're going to be running straight towards Nasty, and he just gets caught trying to open a door, but the trades are quick.
Nice
kills.
Still
there for Thieves, and they are just swarming around this final player. Attach and a 1v3, but he is trapped in a corner. Going to need some magic. Oh, there's the magic. You died to a nade. 1v1.
Whoop, no, Joe deceives from behind. He is moving. It nearly went awry, but Atache able to isolate the fight against Ghosty. And a little bit of discourse now between the Thieves. Hey, whose name was that? What was going on? Either way, Joe deceives in position for that final kill. The search and destroy comes to a close there. 2-0 for him on the round.
We've had quite a few 1v3s today already. I thought Attach was going to get another to the pile once the team kill came through, but either way, very efficient work there out of the Thieves. You saw the game plan. Run it down straight towards A, get the double child out on Geo. They got the first blood, and the repositioning was quick to get back and really help Nasty out, make sure the trades are there. And you got Joe to see bomb in hand.
Everyone's going to be
took
up.
him away from the roster after stage 1, but he has some of the best objective stats in the league. Man loves to plant the bomb, and you at least get a
nice
blood
double
look
piece.
there.
Damn.
The double trade, the double chout, not enough for Vegas. And LA Thieves, opportunity, get the bomb down, clutch the 3v2.
Reposition towards the backside. I don't know if the stun was good. Joe Thieves waiting on the inside of Garage. He might be the problem now. Bomb not going down just yet.
Ooh, nice.
Corner, Geo sniffs him out. Big win. 2v2.
Joe Deceives going hunting. Trapped in the corner. Geo makes the read, though, and drops him. Maybe a choke potential here. The 3 versus 2. Now all up to Nasty. And that bomb is indeed down. Geo staring directly at it.
The young Englishman now in the 1v2. He has shot his shot as shooters do. 30 seconds on the clock. He will be able to recover the bomb, but the members of Vegas Legion now, hand in hand, they're going to have that perfect coverage of one another. When they take the challenge against him towards this bomb site, it is going to be a 2v1 no matter how you look at it. Good luck. Have fun.
He hasn't read this at all. Might get some interesting timing, but 12 seconds on the clock. He's going to need to find the double kill. Doesn't even check it. Or Vegas.
They've gone. They left it. Nasty, though, in a bit of trouble now. He's been damaged. Oh, he's taken a couple more hits.
Ooh.
Pressure on Geo. Finishes it as Nasty was hoping to catch him on the transition.
They choked that double. They choked that.
There you go. Vegas.
They choked that forklift.
Yeah, Vegas sketching me
battle
out
though. They just
three clutch. So
one.
Good work out
They
of
just
boys, but not actually checking.
They just chowed one by one. It's not what you want to
me
do.
For a moment, but they at least trapped Nasty in quick enough. But either way, it just seemed like a bit of a disconnect. Kremp is like waiting for the back alley chow. I think he had a teammate like to sort of look over him, but the challenge coming in from Geo, 2 on point, and then Jodis Eves, instead of going for the bomb plant, ends up challenging and just gets caught. So
I don't know why Jodis Eves went for the kill. He should have just planned for the bomb. That would have been that would have been what have
They're
been.
just running it down. You at least trade out the first blood, but you got LA Thieves. They are playing with aggression.
This is one thing you can guarantee is the LA Thieves will meet you in the middle of the map and throw hands. And right now, the 3v3, Jodis Eves spotted out Purge with a lot of information here, but no real movement out of the members of Vegas Legion, just making sure that top mid is clear. Checks his corners diligently now to get the bomb down. Will they opt to do it though? They don't know. The Thieves have gone on the roundabout tour, and once again, it is a 3v3, all the Thieves shoulder to shoulder.
I mean, Purge saw like 2 different players just completely run away. They have to be prepared for some funny business, and here's the funny business. More trades rolling through. Everybody grouped up together. And the wolf pack of the LA Thieves trying to take advantage, attach another clutch opportunity, 1v2.
Nice play. Nice teamwork.
LA Thieves.
Nice teamwork there.
Game plan. Just fly at them, get the first blood. If you trade it out, that's great. We will just regroup, get back together, and fly around the map like some absolute maniacs.
Yep.
Trusting the trading ability pays dividends there.
I was going to say, man, I mean, we're playing to the strengths right now. You've got these young players who are very aggressive, who are very, very strong on the reaction time. You're going to be just holding hands and flying around. Don't overthink things. Don't take gunfights you can't win, and just get each other's trades. Brilliant work from the Thieves in that round, roaming the halls of Rio.
I think you're going to have to Vegas. Someone's got to make the adjustment, like get the intel on where the players for Thieves are going to be pushing from and make sure you're challenging with a teammate, or else you are going to be traded. Nero playing a sneaky spot. He's got Purge watching over him, but it looks like this bomb going straight towards the A site. Not a ton of time wasted. Geo gets back down as well, and Jodis and Kremp, they're straight in.
Just plant. Come on, plant.
The bomb down, or they
there you
can
go.
cut through boxes and try to get those players out of the middle of the map. Either way, Vegas, resolute in the defense, have not moved just yet, waiting for shenanigans. Now they know the play is on. Bomb planted, 40 to go.
Well, Jodis, that's the same corner Kremp played a few rounds before. Geo might make those reads, but that's long-term. Short-term, working the flank. Nasty spots out a few. A delicate moment. And for Vegas, they got to start making moves. They got to go quick.
Oh, wow, they didn't take care of Nasty, so now they have to deal with him. This is going to burn the time even further. 20 to go. Nasty can't win in the second. Over towards the bomb we now go, and it's a 2v2. Ghosty in the garage. Damage dealt. Purge's got to make something happen here. He has to get himself into the play. Ghosty looking for the toes. Gets it, no problem. That's the round. No more defusing that bomb as a catch. Unable to help out. Great work again from the Thieves.
Yeah, they're on point right now. That's sort of that, flow state as a team sort of moment where Nasty's dealing with multiple players on the flank. He just buys you so much time. Wins the first gunfight and then just plays the corner for an extra 10 seconds. That's distracting 2 players, and he buys his team enough time that Kremp just gets to take the world tour, go for the flank towards the middle of the map, play for the guarantee, and trust Ghosty just to make sure that bomb doesn't get defused. But the angle's on point, play call's perfect, and this is really Thieves. They're at least just decisive right now in everything that they're doing. In Vegas right now, talk about decisive. They forgot to take the bomb. Geo's got to go back and find it again.
Messes with the timing somewhat. As Nasty on the top left-hand side of the minimap, keeping those players away from bridge. For now, you're looking at the Thieves roaming through middle. The bomb's still looking towards the A side of the map. Ooh, Joe Deceives singes his eyebrows there with that Semtex. Mid-map, they know the play is on. Thieves are lining up for the hit. Here we go. Kremp sends it.
Almost had it.
Takes care of business. Trades there from Neo. Good work. Oh, boy, it's a going down. Joe Deceives, the last man standing toe-to-toe. Now with Attach in a 1v1.
Joe Deceives is moving too. He's playing cracked out as well, but it's against Attach. Got to take things slow. So he picks a corner and is just going to be patient. And I think if like he spots Attach coming through double doors, he dips out. Anything else, he takes the gunfight. But I think Attach is waiting for a scam. Joe Deceives for the moment, playing it too smart.
He's playing it real smart. Back over towards top mid. Attach is going to be there. A little too late. He has to recover the bomb and hopefully get the plant down. Joe Deceives is going to go check A. Nobody home. But this could work out. Bomb's going back to B. Will Joe Deceives get there in time? Here he comes. Quick check. And that is the round. The celebratory spin as he gets to the fuse as the Thieves peel off another. It's 4-1.
I just like the decisiveness. They completely get baited out by the stun information by bomb where they just full send for the chow and they start getting picked apart. But because everybody is grouped up, the trades were in. This is effectively a 2v4. The coverage for Joe Deceives to be able to get that trade there on Purge and then Attach just too distant from the fight because he got back down early on. That is, again, the collective. They're all at least on the same page. And Joe Deceives, if you clutch a 1v1 against Dylan Attach in a situation like that, put it on the resume. Frame it on the wall. Do what you want. That's a fun moment.
Right now, it might also be a Crimson player in rank to get that on the resume as well. It's a 3-3 there from Joe Deceives. 7-2 overall in our 5 rounds of Search and Destroy here in the 6th. Let's find out what happens. Can Joe keep the spree going? He's got full pockets and dead silence to play with. And he has the bomb as well, so Joe's got it all.
I think Joe also spotted Nero on the cross towards bridge, and yeah, based on the way Nasty's preaiming it, they might just be trying to play off the Nero information.
Hello.
But jumping back and forth, not easy play to deal with, and Nero's got Attached there for the help. And Nasty was by himself, so again, backing down, you drew attention of 2 different players over on that street. Now they're making the move towards the middle of the map, so LA Thieves, again, coordinated effort. Everybody's on the same page.
Yeah, good news. You got the middle of the map. You have the bomb site. The bad news is you've got Vegas Legion sprawling all around you. This is going to be a very, very difficult situation to win these fights in. Oh dear, Purge hits a big one. 2 on the flank. Any more to be had? Nero is there for it, and now it's all down to Crit.
Yeah,
Purge.
that is unfortunate.
They
didn't read the flank.
And again, the reason I keep saying all on the same page and decisive is because there's some moments where I'm like, I don't know if that's a good play. 4 stack in the middle of the map and opening up every single lane and allowing yourself to get flanked from every direction is a tough situation to deal with. They had no information, and I mean, well, that's a bunch of flanks coming through. They're worried about the 2 players over towards bridge. Well, Purge just goes through.
They didn't read the flank. Oh, that's just so unfortunate.
2-piece he is ever going to get. And that is absolutely going to be the stamp of the round. Nice bounce back moment there from Purge. Still down 4-2 in round count, but maybe an opportunity for Vegas to feel a little bit better, start making some plays. They got bullied out in map 1, so confidence, certainly they got to reaffirm it.
Yeah, it's going to take more than a couple of rounds of Search and Destroy, I think, after that whooping we saw on 6-star over the post. Still
nice,
keeping the spree
nice
going
kill,
for a
nice
moment.
kill.
Kremp, though, right into the feed, finds his first. Nasty backing him up. Can Purge get the bomb? That is the next question they've got to deal with. Does get it, attaches that help out. You might be able to get a plant here. No one else to help him up top. Waiting for the reinforcements to show with a minute on the clock.
Yeah, they're just playing for the information. Attach actually makes a really nice play to be aggressive through the street, find an extra kill, but that's even up the odds. Now you got Joe Deceives. Might have just jumped over to be behind enemy lines. Great reaction time, and he gets out with his life. You're grouped up together.
Gio didn't see him.
Doesn't even
great job,
great
job, Joe.
Welcome back to the roster, young man. And Attach, goodbye. Joe
Good
Deceives
shit.
again on point right now on Rio. He's been making fantastic plays, both maps.
Outstanding plays there. I mean, the fact to hit the stairs, cut that entire attack in half, eliminate the bomb carrier in the form of Purge. This is the moment, though. You stay alive. You force those players to come upstairs. You've got the coverage. He didn't even need the help, though. He managed to catch Gio unaware. And this one as well. I mean, Joe Deceives doing it all. How many kills is he at now? Your boy's
10. Yeah, double digits in 7 rounds so far, so he's certainly trying to pump those numbers up. And again, in stage 1, Joe Deceives did have some of the best objective stats in the game for respawns and especially bomb plants alike. But right now, at his main slayer, Joe Deceives still carrying the bomb, has it in tow, but LA Thieves, frankly, why would you mix up the game plan? Get that information, like choose your destination and go hunt down those first bloods.
You absolutely have got Vegas in the palm of your hand now. The question is, what do you do with them? Will it be a crushing? Or will you sort of tease out the win here, slowly but surely? Over towards the A-bomb site. We're expelling our lethals and our tacticals. Exchange of gunfire there as Geo discharges his service weapon. Can he keep the members of the LA Thieves at bay? Open bomb site at B. Purge the lone man.
And these are just faster. Like 3 players were over there defending A, and I know Attach started Rat back, but just a little too late. So LA Thieves playing the map quite well, but maybe more too.
Oh, when he hit the door.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Attaches up close and personal. Joe Deceives finds one. Traded out immediately. Numbers to Vegas. 30 on the clock.
Yeah, there was not much you could do.
Shows, yeah, Vegas.
That's unfortunate.
Lock this one up. Ghosty might have the timing, but COD timing is absurd. And
oh, that was so unfortunate from the play. He didn't meet a melee.
Catching cramp on
that bullshit happens. Bullshit happens.
Or is maybe 2 seconds too late.
Oh well.
That would be LA Thieves calling game, but Attach right there. Again, sort of that world tour. He starts out on one side of the map. Geo and Nero calling out, hey, a lot of nades, a lot of attacks coming in over towards this bomb site. Attach is there for the help, but after it goes quiet for a few seconds, Raps back as well. Attach's instincts on point. Still though, Vegas, desperate. Need 3 more rounds in a row just to even up the odds in the series.
I mean, you see the play that Ghosty's trying to make. I mean, right now, Ghosty's so stunned. He can't believe that round didn't go his way. Here we go, though. Back at it again. Still map point for the LA Thieves. No one's going to lose any points here in COD. That's not the way we do things. Vegas Legion starting to string together some success. Geo, the only man here by the A side of the map. The stun's going to land. He's been the island player for the Vegas Legion. And as long as he's passing information over, the boys are looking good. In towards the B-bomb site we now go. Top mid, full of Legion players.
Yeah, not confident yet to get that bomb down. Nero, well, making the move now. Trophy as well to protect you, so it'll be successful. It'll be a tried and true full-on 4v4 retake from Thieves, and it's no flanks coming through. They're grouping up together for the one hit.
Yeah, waiting for a purge at the ready on the stairs. Ghosty's got the flanks covered. Damage dealt. Joe Deceives gets it in and out. Traded immediately. 3v3. Nero bites off way
nice.
Down Geo. The solo now against 3 members of the Thieves. Make it 2. Can you make it 1? No. Ghosty's there. 20 on the clock. That is going to be the map. And that is 2-0 here in the series.
Yeah, Ghosty's stunned with how well his teammates were performing on that one. That was a clinical effort on Rio, a dominant effort on 6-star, and I love the play call, right? Like, make the moves towards the steps, someone just hold irons on the escalators.
Shit, Thieves.
Those SMG players in the middle of the map, they just feel obligated. Throw shoulder, slide around, get cracked out, but a little too cracked and you just get caught. LA Thieves, those were 2 fantastic maps they just had. These guys are playing with all the energy in the world.
Joe Deceives off of the bench into the main roster with a 12-5 performance there on that Rio Search and Destroy. A sensational turn of events here for the Los Angeles Thieves. A massive win there. Vegas Legion now staring down the barrel of a 3-0 unless they can find something special on our upcoming invasion control. Vista and 6-star await us towards the tail end of the series, which I'm sure we'd all love to see. It's nice to see the new maps get in there, go, but thus far, 250, 49, 6-3. We are in La La Land right now. And the Thieves, they are certainly singing a dancing chants. Not what I thought was going to happen here, brother. I think it's about time we take a very quick commercial break. On the other side of this one, map number 3, we'll find out if Vegas can make the comeback. Or will we see another blistering 3-0 here in the run-up towards Major 3. This is the CDL. We'll be right back.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
I'm drinking this cherry juice, Pat. Like even though it has like calories, sugars and such, at least it the ingredients is just water and then just a cherry juice concentrate, which definitely cherry is definitely good for you in a way. And it comes in a glass bottle, which actually kind of looks kind of fancy in a way. But yeah, this is definitely a much better LA Thieves team than that from what I'm seeing so far. How good are they going to be able to? How good are they at the top teams, we'll have to find out. But we'll have to see. Man, I'm gonna be curious still on how, like, Invasion Control last time, they were not, like, first stage, first Major 1, like, Major 1, Q wasn't great. Major 2, Q, they were terrible. Well, let's hope they, but this, well, with Joe Deceives in there, let's see how they do in this game. Let's see how they do. Since you got the two new members and the two new players, and also bringing in kind of a faster teammate in the mix.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty League. We're almost ready to get into map number 3 here, but so far, Chance has been an absolute smoking. The LA Thieves look like an incredibly capable team. They've managed to transform their entire game seemingly overnight.
Yeah, and shout out to Turtle as well for the stat, like getting 50-point club. It's happened 4 times in CDL history. This was the first time it has happened since Cold War. It was like 987 days ago. So LA Thieves absolutely setting pace. Already blistering right now, looking fantastic with this new roster. Joe Deceives has been making plays left and right. And I know Dan Ghosty at his usual self. Team killing as well. He'll find a way that round 1 in the Rio S&D. Ghosty hates nothing more than his own teammate's life.
A little bit of blue on blue. You don't want to see it, but it does happen. Ghosty, one of the players who sadly just gets a little bit more than others. Well, Vegas Legion, time to turn the ship around right now, lads. Your last chance here in the series to stay alive. You've burnt through 2, and this cat has only got 1 more to go. Invasion Control is where we find out what happens in the series. And here we go. The record not bad for the Vegas Legion, Chance, but is it going to be enough? The current form of the Thieves just too strong.
This is going to be interesting as well, just because like the pace that the Thieves have been setting has been lightning fast the first 2 maps. Invasion Control, it is going to slow it down just by the nature of it. So yes, it will be interesting to see if they can keep it up and deal with the Tatch, who might be the guy leading the front to turn the game around. He was completely dominant against LAG. 25-9 is a bonkers performance. The captain of the squad is going to need it here, but from LA Thieves, this might be a potential A hit, or at least toying with the idea. Ghosty maybe just a nuisance. Round 1, no trophies. Maybe just straight over to B.
Yeah. Oof. Joe Deceives picks up where he left off. A nice first bud. Straight onto the B zone. No love towards the A side of the map, though. That's going to be all Vegas for now. Middle of the map, though, that is a big win from Ghosty, slowing down those players. And now, like the name implies, a Spectre across Invasion, causing issues wherever he goes. Can he get any more kills out this life? No. Good stuff from Purge. The capture of B, though, still continuing. Strong foothold there from the Thieves.
Yeah, Ghosty doesn't live for too long, though, so he drags a bit of presence over, but Vegas still have the opportunity to set up and go for the retake if they wanted. Awkward timing. There goes Nasty. Purge in the better corner and fries Kremp as well, so not enough time bought in Vegas. Opportunity to potentially set up a dominant round on defense. Purge wins another big gunfight as well, and this is like panic moment right now for Thieves. Got to string something together. You see Kremp maybe leaning towards the Zay zone. They got their work cut out for them.
Absolutely sending it across map. ASAP. Krem gets into the zone. A lot of damage dealt though. Nero should be able to fly in there as he does and clean up. Stop the hard work that the Thieves had to try to get with the big old defensive moves from Vegas. And once again, Chance, you're right. Purge on a 4 spree.
Yeah, they did send everybody back over towards A, so they were playing it extra safe around the A zone, and, well, that exchange allows B almost certainly going to be captured, so not looking for the dominant round on defense. They're trying to keep things standard, so they don't try to take that extra mile and, well, maybe force out some team kills. This time, not Ghosty. Actually, Krempted's doing it, but at least buys an extra kill to make up for that unfortunate loss. LA Thieves, minute and 20 on the clock to try to go towards A, but keep in mind, Ghosty is already there.
Already there indeed, getting the capture done, trying to now draw the defender's attention there, and they're making their way across. Trophy system saves the day for now. In you go, Geo, waiting for the boys. Good read.
Nice play.
Though, as Ghosty manages to keep the capture going. He is pinched, he's in trouble, but if he stays here for long enough, he'll get that first segment.
The first segment's done, so yeah, already successful. I was gonna say Ghosty just hasn't. He had one person actually help him in that moment, but his little slide out from the far side when the gunfight towards mid, that is a big one from Ghosty. That is quite literally the type of play that on this map can win you the game.
Oh, the timing was so unbelievable. I was just about to comment on Joe Deceive's patience there, but not enough. Less than a minute now to play. 3 lives separating our 2 teams. Ghosty once again trying to help out on the approach towards the point. Big win out of Kremp individually. Oh, Ghosty's in there, but Nero, great shots, the 2-piece, as he manages to keep the zone safe. 2 segments remaining on it and only 40 seconds to capture it.
And LA Thieves slowing down the pace now, the slowest we've seen them really play, and they've at least forced Vegas to turtle up just a little bit, but on the information front, Joe Deceives might get the first blood. Attach calling out a player in Cafe, everybody else just walking down the B street. And 20 seconds left. Thieves, they're finding the extra kills. You got to look for your moment. Attach, though. He's going to break it down, play a little too slow, and make it easy for Attach. Nasty has made it to the zone. Can't win the extra gunfight, though. Vegas, they're going to be secure on the round.
Absolutely nailed that one shut. Nero on a 5 spree as well, looking to get himself one more. Very unlikely that he will, but beautiful work there from Vegas Legion. Defensive round goes their way. 1 on the board, 2 to go.
Well, still though, credit to Dan Ghosty again, getting that extra tick for his team over towards A. I would say technically a successful round there. You don't get the dub, but long term might have the advantage for the defensive round. So small victory, of course, on the flip side for Vegas. Nero being on a 5 spree. Whatever the opening break is, it should be some sort of design to funnel a kill towards Nero. He's going to be happy to take his time.
New round up. Motor mouths on either side, imparting the last moments of wisdom. Big streaks on the other side of the Vegas Legion. LA Thieves, not as much success. Can they get some kills now on the defense? The trophies are in position, and they're going to eat up all those lethals as they fly across that cross. Hero streaks set 7 and 2 overall. That's going to be a cruise, and that's a big deal.
And this might be his time to shine as well. Already the cruise missile's fantastic. Now keep the pressure up. Saw the first player, but was playing for that secondary man. Would have been a hell of a play. Joe Deceives just fries him in the gunfight to shut that down. Either way, though, Vegas keeping the pressure up. Attach inside a Cafe. Purge is just calming everything to Attach. Looking down this street. He knows at least 2 players are going to be nearby. Dash just waiting for the scam, and Joe Deceives just winning the difficult gunfights in this round. He has been on point this series.
Absolutely. 2 minutes and 15 after the capture of the B zone. A is all that remains now, or even Stevens, 26 lives either side. As Nero, the man of the moment, keeps his play in the back lines of the Thieves spawn alive and kicking. Can he keep going? No, Nasty spies him out from cover. Beautiful shots there from Attach, a top spawn. Now over towards the middle we go. Try to buy some space. Nasty slowing him down from that mid-tank spot. But right now, Chance, a very, very solid look out of the Thieves on defense. Can they keep the middle of the map safe?
Oh, Ghosty's doing his best effort. Yeah, Ghosty's going to deliver. Picks up a very nice 2 kills, sort of relieves a good chunk of that pressure, and Joe Deceives continues destruction. He's been using every single gun available to him in this series. That time, the old Renetti making that guest appearance. Gio's got the information, but maybe an opportunity to take a route or find some errant kills. He has spotted out almost every single player, ready for the next gunfight, but Joe Deceives again there to shut him down. Either way, that's 3 in the feed. Go button hit there from Vegas. Trying to run him down and get into this A zone.
Oh, have they got enough kills though? There's still a lot of Thieves players blocking
Let's
their way
go.
towards the zone. Nice shots out of Purge. Doesn't let Ghosty get away with it, but you still have got 2 members either side of the A point to contend with. One of them, Joe Deceives, has not lost too many 1v1s since we started the series off. Less than a minute to go. The Thieves are holding.
And Joe Deceives doesn't want Purge to be here anymore either, so moves on in for the kill. Can't get it himself, but the trades are there. So LA Thieves clearing out their base, but, well, maybe back to step 1 again. Gio wins an extra gunfight. Nero potentially on the flanks over towards blue, but Vegas just struggling to keep everybody alive and really get a team-coordinated play. Very difficult thing to set up, and only 30 seconds to work with, excuse me. And keep in mind, they are down a tick right now. They need to find some progress on A.
Nasty backs up. Again, good spacing from the Thieves. They never go down altogether. Ooh, Joe Deceives in and out. Stays alive. Less than 20 to go. Purge trying to get himself in on towards the zone ASAP. A kill might help, but he has to get through Ghosty. The rest of the squad on their way forward as Purge manages to get another. Can he get towards the zone? Final 10 seconds. I don't think anyone is going to let it go. Kremp's there for it. That's the round. And we're going to be tied up 1-1. Both teams holding their defenses down.
Man,
Good,
just no
good hole, LA. Come on, try to get at least get a try to get an offense at least.
To get that cruise missile, but if you have to take advantage, I think on this round the attack, if they apply enough pressure, Nero might just be forced to call it in. So, a couple things going right. Dan Ghosty over 2,200 damage just in these 2 rounds. So, the gun's certainly still hot for LA Thieves. Haven't really skipped a beat.
No, not at all. They're doing everything right as far as, the defensive round goes. O was a little bit trickier. Well, Thieves looking so good in the series so far. Let's see how they go for the hit on towards B and see how they sound with a listen in.
I'm going your top, I'm gonna look your red. Extra Purge red. Nice, I have full pinch still. Only top blue, nothing top blue. One is nest for sure.
You stop nest, okay?
Want a shot?
If you want. No, one shot.
He's up there.
He's in one close, low nest.
Giving a full pinch.
One low nest, one top nest.
One's red, low nest, red top nest and low blue. Low nest, one shot dead. One top nest, top nest and top blue.
He's on the tree tank.
Top nest and red, one's red. Looking red. Tree tank, top nest. Really cute chick. Red, dead. Nice, good shit. Our Geo's shooting up the play. We're looking for one that's attached. I'm just shouldering. Good take, good take. I got my take. Yeah, he was shooting. Yeah, they're shooting double stack. Perfect. Alright, we're top Geo. One speed up as well. It's a huge check, by the way. Make sure we play this. Geo. He could be bridge or close on the point. He's cheating on me. Just shot. Stay alive, Joe. Mid tank and cheat tank.
Nice chow.
Cheat tank is gone. I don't see him. He's on the ladder. One shot. Absolutely on the ladder on you. Absolutely on the ladder on you.
Need to be going B.
Yeah, we need to start.
He's cutting us from the cross. One's still cheating on us.
I see him.
He's close, cheat tank.
He's in our pounce.
He's in our pounce. He's run up out. Top out.
He's on the B point. I'm gonna need it to zero.
Geo deck.
Nice, good shot.
Nero's on the B point.
I'm dead. Red pillars. He's shouting B tank. On the B tank and touch.
Nero in. Nero weak.
Be control point on twice and one on the
tank. I'm looking for the tank. I need your dark. Give me a second. Kill the guy's tank guy.
Yeah, on the control point, Nero still.
Where's he tank?
Yeah, on the Nero's still on the control point. You're dark.
We work together. I'm looking dark.
He pinched up on the tank.
Two dark.
Two dark, boys.
I'll play. Nice.
No, one more. Check.
Cut this me. We're green.
Whether it's time or lives, the Vegas Legion have managed to bleed the Thieves dry here. Can they get on a B? 7.9 seconds to get the capture. There's so many of them there. Surely this evaporates. Attach might be to get a couple. Damage. Not enough for the stop. Point captured. A minute to play.
That is a tragedy there for Vegas. So close in both of their defensive rounds to set up for the choke slam sort of performance, but they can't get it done. And well, now you're almost back to square one. They're going to be down at least a tick going into the new round, but LA Thieves finding the kills as well, and 45 seconds to play with. They're just going to be looking for a little bit extra.
Oh, and here we go. A couple of members of the Thieves here in a position to slow this down. Now, good job out of Purge. That kill is huge. Now for the Thieves, all you're doing is waiting for that opportune moment, waiting for those players from Vegas to make a bit of a mistake, catch them out. And right now, Purge and Geo, they are running the show. Another for Purge. 3 now in the feed, done. Less than 20 seconds to really get themselves close to this point, and it's not going to happen. With Attach shooting like that, this should be Vegas's round.
Yeah, nowhere to go. Someone's going to have to just, I don't know what, sprint through the middle of the map, pop the active camo, find the route through. They're funneling through B Street, but that is not the route to get to time in time. But either way from LA Thieves, for how the round could have gone on the offensive end, it ends up not being too bad at all. Still at least get the B side capture. You force Nero to invest that cruise missile very early on. And I would say for Vegas, they're just so close to setting up like extra dominant rounds on defense. Like they had the moment, Geo does get behind enemy lines. He was making plays to get inside of Palace. But then as soon as he dies to Joe Deceives, well, it makes LA Thieves' lives just a little bit easier. And I think Vegas have had just a few opportunities to really push the extra mile. But either way, that is a long-term game. Right now in the short term, Vegas, all they're looking for is that like extra tick. 3 ticks, just secure B, get the extra little bit of love on A, and then it comes down to kills where Vegas do have the advantage.
Vegas have the advantage, and Vegas starting to heat things up. Confidence resuming. Let's go for a quick listen in and see how confident the boys may sound.
Be down. There's one more be down. He's on P1 tank. On P1 tank now.
P1 tank. And one guy's on. All right, P1 tank and on it.
They could have dark. They could have dark.
Yeah, I'm looking dark now.
Bang it up into spawn, Evan.
I will.
Close front, close front. Fuck, you got me. Front, Joe.
Where?
Very weak at bottom nest. He's on white van now.
White van, one shot, absolute done. I got pinched now. He's fronting for looking for you. He's gonna go tractor. He's gonna go tractor. Throw some nades in him. He's on trophy plate.
I'm on point. Nasty.
I got flanked.
Nasty one dark. Nasty by that killer.
Tractor. Tractor, dead. Stand back, take ghosty.
Stand back tank. One bullet, absolute. We're missing one. Only one guy on you guys. He's one shot stand back tank.
Yeah, I don't know where he went.
He's on the front side of it, Geo. Stunning him.
There.
Top nest.
He went deeper.
I just.
Alright, we gotta try to guarantee this.
Yeah, we gotta get B.
Coming, DK. Top nest jumping on you. Top broken, I take you. Put your bottom broken.
Holding it.
See your bottom broken pusher.
Not broken.
No.
Nice.
I'm looking at your front DVD.
I'm showing in front of you.
Go see his one. He's still bridge. I'm leaving him.
He's dark, jumping out.
He's dead.
Nice.
Ever help.
Listen, Joe and Dan.
Could be dark. Yo, we just shot dark.
I saw nothing. I'm going.
Dan was in our spawn.
Red.
One top.
Front DVD as well. One shot. He might be bottom nest.
Yeah, he did. I think he did. I think he was.
Top nest.
He's on our sandbag tank. Dan.
Bottom nest, dead.
One's, I got some from bottom blue or DVD. One's in DVD.
Nice. Good kill, bro.
One's in DVD.
Take
your time, Joe.
DVD and top blue then.
He's mid tank on me. Mid tank nasty.
I'm starting it.
He's still there. He's still mid tank.
I'm pushing. Give me a sec.
I'm starting him.
He's dead.
Nice. Top blue, dead.
Nice. Good job, guys. Missing Joe and one.
Joe open. Back to open.
Yo, one right side. Dead. One on point. One guy on point.
Last guy Joe on point.
You guys spawn blue.
We can fight these guys.
Yeah, open corner.
Nice. Time, Joe.
Joe is by point.
One shot point.
Sometimes, get on time. Stop
point. Kill me, bro. He went our side point.
Open ghosty as well. He's running at you, ghosty. Got one. I got
him. Ooh.
Nice. I got a shriek.
Nice.
I might have to use it here, I feel like, bro. I'm gonna speed on tank. I'm one shot, actually. I'm one shot.
I could shriek first.
I'm gonna go on the left here.
Okay. I'm gonna shriek.
Yeah, get info here.
Shrieking. I have mid tank.
On the point.
Okay, one on point.
On the point, couches.
One's on like DVD, one's blue, and one's couches.
Top blue point.
Blue. You went rugs. The guy couches.
Okay, we'll give you rugs.
The other guy was on the point.
Yeah, he was on the point. I'm in rug right now. I'm flicking open.
I'm on the white car.
Nothing in open. I'm in open.
One point to back curve.
He's curved, 2 curved. There's
going
cold. They're high.
I got one.
Nice. One guy's on the point, too. One guy's on the point. Be careful.
Let's get point.
I'm running on the point.
I have a trophy. Shoot the trophy.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, no.
I can cut them off, bro. Yeah, I'm P1 tank. I can have the blue spawns cut. There's 2 mid. I got one. One guy's rock. One guy's P1. One guy's in their spawn. One guy's couch. One guy's rug. Last guy.
Overflame. He's weak.
Holy shit.
Ooh, it's nearly over. Purge got to win a big one. Can he get any more? Oh my god, we nearly just hit by a barrage of F-bombs shots.
Yeah, we got out of it. Oh my god, that would have been horrific to listen to from their point of view. Daniel back at it again with dominance on the A zone. I will say for Vegas, though, this has been an incredible round. They turn it around. They at least win the tick battle. So close to winning the game. I know Ghosty, that sort of dagger in their back, but maybe still a moment of success overall there from Vegas. No respawns remaining either. That was an absolutely wild round. Great comms from Vegas as well. Got to tip the cap. The information, everything was there. except for whoever did not
Well,
pick up the flag.
it's offense for Thieves. They gotta.
Lifeline for the squad.
This is gonna be very tough for them. Unless if they could pull something, they can pull something up their sleeves. They might be able to win this, but I think they're gonna have to win next map.
The chips are down for Vegas.
Let's see this ghost.
Let's see
this ghost.
Ooh. Oh my god, he
Ooh.
snuck right on through. They lined up and he cleaned house. What a play. Final round. Here we go. Vegas they got to dig deep.
Yeah, I missed it on the minimap too. I couldn't actually tell what Purge was looking at it. I think like Geo might have just had like 2 or 3 bullets left in the clip or reloading or I don't know. Moments like that, always incredibly awkward. But LA Thieves want to maybe dodge the awkwardness, keep everything nice and standard right towards that B zone they go.
Go back to your old faithful. Play it safe. Do the simple part first. Nothing too flashy. Nice and slow here from Ghosty as well. He's going to see the barrel of Attach maybe in a moment. Or all he sees buttocks. No, he might be in trouble. Attach. No, my good God. They've done it again. Ghosty with another massive 3. That's huge. That's a segment. And oh, Gilly, God damn, it's going to get ugly quick.
I mean, look, he's looking good, but it's only a double stack for the moment, so still have to make sure you execute. I think Vegas very concerned about Ghosty's positioning, though. He's been very patient. The flank man's got hands as well, and gets out with his life, at least for an extra moment. His team, B zone, that is going to be secure. Over 2 minutes on the clock to work with to try to go towards this A zone.
Oh, another gift from the COD gods delivered by hand to the Thieves. Can they capitalize on this massive amount of time they've got to work with now? Geo, though, says hell no. He doesn't believe in that. Nasty was just a little bit of suppressing fire to keep him at bay, let him know what's going on. Middle of the map now, Attach is out as well. It's getting real tough to deal with these members of Vegas when they're moving like this. Nasty, you can see he's left with no option but to be brought down. Here comes the supply lines from Vegas, all the way through the middle of the map. Joe better get into the fight quick, and that is a problem. Vegas looking strong.
Vegas, yeah, the teamwork right now on point. And you have LA Thieves that they've just been constantly flooding through the B streets. So you've had Vegas Legion able to just stack up the pressure. But pressure's one thing, when the gunfights is another. That's 2 in the feed there for LA Thieves. And, well, now you've at least made it to the enemy lines. And Ghosty, he is caught in hell. He is going to get taken down. Kremp, the only one that is going to be behind. Maybe has an opportunity to get some intel from Nasty to make the play, but there goes Nasty, and last domino standing in the back line is Kremp, and the arrows right now for Vegas are turning. Nero heads up in this moment. They know they're looking for one.
They've counted well. They know he's there, and if he doesn't get a kill with his teammates in position to capitalize, it's going to be for nothing. A little bit of time to still go here. Kremp wins it. His teammates don't, though. Geo once again thwarting the plan of the Thieves. Kremp holding it together. It's his fingernails right now doing everything they can to stay dug in at the back line here.
I mean, he's doing what he can. He's at least blocking these spawns, so he's creating the opportunity, and Ghosty again is going to be able to make it towards this A zone. Doesn't have help on the cross, though. Ghosty makes it the zone. Everybody dies immediately.
No, yeah, there's nothing they can do.
And they can't get it done. Kremp maybe just desperate for some help.
Ooh.
He did.
Forces a big 2 kills, and, well, trying to stay alive for number 3, but as he falls, we have 18 seconds. You got to run down A street. Good luck with this one.
He got the help. It was a form of a team kill. Nasty's knocking on the door. Purge about to blast through Laundry. There's Attach. Big win through the middle. Trade it out. Ghosty can't get anything. It's 5 seconds to get on this one. We're going to see a map for Vegas. Hold it together. It is over. The Vegas Legion finally get themselves on the board there with the control win.
Their defense sucks. So, not the defense. Their offense sucks still. They gotta do stuff. They gotta plant.
I mean, I don't know. That just took in an extra. That's a New York minute right there. Or maybe New York minutes are fast. That was a very long game of invasion control, is what I'm trying to say. They had to fight tooth and nail from it. I will say Vegas on defense, pretty on point. Consistently the opportunities to like get a little bit extra, but LA Thieves may be able to pierce through a few of those setups. But yeah, this is almost like the sort of stat padding moment right there in invasion control where you can just run the damage numbers up like crazy. Nero especially.
I'll probably still need it.
Titan of the lobby, 6,800 damage. 2 separate cruise missiles earned. But really just a nice job by Vegas.
Oh,
I mean,
man,
we got
Kremp and Nasty did not do well.
Certainly flowing. So that was not the issue with map number 1 and map number 2. Able to execute there on invasion. They'd be happy just to see an older map.
Hit replays here. A lot of nice highlights. We saw some great kills and long plays, man. I mean, Invasion's one of those control maps that you really do have to be quite organized on. It takes it 2 to 3 down at a single time, and neither team was conceding that. They were both staggering those kills very, very well. They were staying alive defensively. It was good work out of them. And Attach again, huge plays. Ghosty's 3-piece here to stay alive in that round, force that 5th. Little moments of magic like that is what makes our pros so special, and as soon as you give them the opportunity to do so, they will get it.
Really?
On the side, and ultimately a very spicy game of control. We say goodbye to it though, and now we say highly ho to another game of Vista Hardpoint. This is going to be a fun one indeed. Again, neither team can be that well prepared for it, Chance. Anyone's game at this point.
Yeah, it's like an adjustment period too, because obviously these guys have been scrimming Vista for however many weeks now, so they have the like repetitions and experience, but it is a very common thread at the professional level of play that the game slows down. LA Thieves might not be sort of buying that narrative though, because like maps 1 and 2, they were absolutely setting pace, so maybe they'll be able to carry that sort of young team energy into map 4 as well and treat it more like the match that they have some experience with. But I know Vegas, it is just a scary sight to see 250 to 49. I mean, you just want a strong opening break. You want the vibes flowing. You want Nero to keep that gun hot as well. They got to make sure they don't let LA Thieves take them to task again, because they might be, facing a blitzkrieg.
Yeah, and again, on a map like Vista, it's a sub-heavy map, so you're going to want players like Nero to be absolutely rolling. They want to see that confidence high, and you're going to see them picking up massive, massive amounts of work in the kill feed. That being said, it's exactly the sort of map you want to see for the LA Thieves where they're playing right now. If they are going to continue to keep a run going like this, yeah, it's throw caution to the wind. It's absolutely send it and just make sure that everyone is on the same page. Make sure the comms are good and make sure you're picking up those trades. Vegas Legion, though, a calm moment of contemplation now, Chance. We'll take a look at their stats as well going into this hard point, but I mean, look, this is the whole sort of season so far. This is the hard points. It is going to be a tough one.
And of course, what we're highlighting here is that the current maps that they have, the 9-8 record overall, the 2 maps that end up no longer, well, they were pretty fantastic on. So if you're losing maps that you were once pretty successful on overall, got to make sure you grind out the new ones. 6-star, I think, for Vegas is just going to be a question mark because they looked great on it either yesterday or the day before, but 250 to 49, that is a tough pill to swallow. So that is sort of a interesting moment for the new map of 6-star. Now the new map of Vista getting in Vista.
Vista. I love the Vista. It sounds quite fancy when you say it like that, mate. I enjoy it.
I feel like my North Carolina is showing just a little bit. That whole public education. Sometimes it costs you. It really does.
Vista. Coming up now, it's Joe Deceives. It's Vista. I don't know. Vista. Yeah, it's something you would you stand on top of Vista and you'd look out across it and it's beautiful. And this, you see the location of this map atop of Vista. You can see a lovely bit of a descend into a valley, like on that left-hand side. You know what I'm saying? We'll talk about this later. But in the meantime, we got our Joe Deceives absolutely smacking. Because damn son, did he hit the redeem button after being benched. Return to the main roster, and now looking fantastic. Here we go, though, straight into the hard point. Map number 4, Match Point, LA Thieves.
I gotta say, Jesus Christ Posed, great song. Fantastic song by Soundgarden. Or a T-Pose if you're a gamer. You can go either direction, but the direction right now for Vegas Legion, straight towards P1. Nice opening break, great nades as well, and well, not quite the gunny there on Ghosty. LA Thieves, they do in fact strike right back, but the setup after the fact for, Geo waiting in the wings, going to be able to collect that time after getting that final kill.
Okay, it's funny seeing this map from the Codcaster POV, and those of you who've been playing ranked recently know it is a very spicy affair.
Not a great start.
Machine gun players thoroughly enjoying themselves, a couple of ARs, having their time. But right now, it's just insanity. Non-stop plays. Flooding towards those hard points. Everyone there from the Thieves, top left-hand side of the minimap, is not a terrible spot to be in, but they've got a lot of work to cross over and get towards that bottom courtyard for the second hard point.
These guys are just getting funneled into death, actually. I was going to say, those are like technically the spawns you want in a sense, but that did not look like a fun situation. You are literally fighting uphill or upstairs battles just to make it towards new, and now Attached, the vet at his finest, posted up in a corner playing for the Crews. Knows what to pre-aim. Call of Duty timing, maybe not at its finest. Everybody getting the kills but him. But do you care about the kills if you're up 50 points already? Vegas, this is the 6-star flip effect.
The flip effect, indeed. I mean, the tables have turned, and the turntables now, it is an absolute terrible time. Terrible time for the Thieves. Good God, can't buy a kill. Nero on the flank, can he get the third as well? That would have been disgusting. Purge puts the Beretta right into his opponent there as the kills keep going. The Thieves have fallen to pieces already.
Oh my God, yeah, everybody is twisted as well. This is just an absurd pace being set by both of these teams right now. Vegas just truly a step ahead. They're still going to have the left side spawns, but maybe they don't need him because Nero is 12-2. His brand new Tuscan.
This is it. It's the return to form. The Tyrant of Tuscan. He's now the Viscount of
Oh my God, come on.
Sounds really funny we said that. Kills finally go the way of Kremlo. Oh, gets 3. Good stuff, son. It's a 4 spree for the Thieves, but no hardpoint. Gets himself number 5 as the submachine guns of both teams are white hot right now. Can you get streaks, Krem? It would be fun. The other side has got one as well. It's only fair.
I mean, as long as he gets the hill time, I think they're going to be happy right now. I'm learning new words. Don't know what a Viscount is, but while we're all learning right now, you just have Thieves learning what it's like to be on the receiving end of a hardpoint beatdown. Final 15 seconds.
Oh, that's so unfortunate on Fate, though.
Maybe good news.
He would have gone to streak, though.
Maybe not. Well, Vegas recoup, just trying to hunt down Joe Deceives, and after he falls, we turn our attention to that new time. Nasty, he has tucked himself in this back building, and his teammates winning some big gunfights as well. So Geo now in isolation on the backside. Does win a big gunfight, trying to keep those spawns maintained, but this could be a good deal of time collected for the Thieves. They got to set up at the new time.
New time. Yeah, Geo, that tree's not going to help too much. Wonderful angles found there by the Thieves. Nero manages to infiltrate the back room. Anyone home? Yeah, lots of Thieves players. They clean house. They're back into the point straight away. Purge through the front. Currently trying to hit this alone. Trying to pull some of the attention of the Thieves players while his boys get going. Is he going to be able to get much out of this? No. Ghosty reads him like a book. Puts him to bed. Time ticking away for the Thieves now as we have managed to swing to the other side of this mad
Nice comeback. Nice comeback. Come on.
Seconds left on the point.
Yeah, and a lot of credit there to Nasty and Ghosty after the fact. Just getting that guy in the back building, it is all on him. Really just to stay alive and make sure you're getting that sort of like, you know, output to tell your teammates where to look. So very well orchestrated effort. You've slowed down the damage Nero is doing as well from 12-2 to 15-7. So still shooting, but it is not the lightning pace that he originally had. Geo, though, picks up 2 towards the middle of the map, and that is going to make that push very slow for Thieves. They got a long way to go before they can get to the new time.
Yeah, new time. That little bridge, whether you're atop it or below it, you're in that hard point. Nero, once again, pounding down on the Thieves members. His attach. Whoa, just got, I don't know what to call that. That was a big one, but 30-odd seconds remaining on the point, and Vegas Legion looking happy to soak most of it up. Nero continuing to be a devastating player for Vegas here on Vista. Purge from time. Any more for it here as Ghosty tries to stop it, at the very least the contest. You should be able to get him off. But right now, Purge proving to be quite the challenge, but that's going to be the hard points done. My good God, what a Vista this has been so far. We now go back to P1.
Yeah, and Thieves just had to like fight tooth and nail to break that time just to get an extra 20 seconds. So pretty strong hold there by Vegas overall. And Nero, this is his 3rd cruise missile he has gotten in the past 2 maps. And not only the comms in the feed, but the damage done from the missile as well. That is a clean 4 down, and you force the spawn outs as well. This is just victory time. This is where you get to soak it up and play for those extra kills. Great time being collected on P1.
I mean, he's 20-10 right now. Attach, soak in, finding damage all over the place, waiting for the boys to show up. He was doing all of that alone, so good stuff out of Attach, buying that space. 30 seconds to go here on P1. We'll go back down towards the courtyard. Ghosty's already in position for that one. Geo, nice shots. Krem immediately pushes him out, takes care of business.
I gotta say, honestly, the fact that you and Vegas getting 4 down and they got retaken that quickly, that is in fact a missed moment, but that missed moment is just the opportunity to Thieves to stay alive in the game. Joe Deceives is dealing with something. Might have literally just lagged out in that moment, but dead either way. Kremp picking up a 2-piece as we rotate towards new, but Vegas, you can see the setup. They'll be here first. Haven't quite pushed out either side, and Joe Deceives, the controller still works clearly, so whatever happened Well, it's a new time, it's a new life, a new controller, and a new moment. Vegas can't get the time, middle of the map. These are just control it.
They're feeling good. Attached from top burger, flipping patties and flipping faces wide open there with his MCW. Nero dives into the point, dives into Ghosty. Kills now going the way of the Thieves. They're starting to pick up that pace. They've oscillated from getting absolutely slaughtered to now being the slaughterers. Can Joe find any more from here? 20 seconds ago, or 30 seconds, excuse me, on this hard point. Looking towards top left-hand side again. Not too many of the boys in this lobby, might be 21, but we will be serving up drinks at that little bar in a brief few moments after a Vegas break.
Yeah, Attach is being a really good nuisance. He actually had the timing pretty well for Thieves to get a little bit too comfortable and jump a little bit too far. And even for the contest time, it looks like Thieves want to get those final 10 seconds, and they are going to get it, but the rotation over there, Vegas free and clear. You've got Attach posted up in the back, Nero spawns next to him. Attach does last a long time. Joe Deceives gone quite hot, but Vegas still holding that back line. These might just have to make their way through the front.
Oh, yeah. Joe Deceives still finding those kills. 160 to 142. Still a very close game. Krem from downstairs looking to infiltrate towards the point. Not going to happen. Purge on the defense. Nice work, Ghosty from up top. Great work. The Thieves spring to life. That's the break. Can they contest now? Two members of Vegas up close and personal. Here comes the CQB. Purge on the reinforcement run from downstairs still. The Thieves are soaking it up. Nice work. Brilliant timing. Good shots from Ghosty. That could be a lead change in a moment as the Thieves are back in it on Vista.
Yeah, talk about the moment to get the break as well. And, well, maybe the most awkward rotation we have in any of the hardpoint maps. You just want to keep these spawns 2 hills in a row. We talked about the importance of the back building. Well, Kremp's there. He can use it if he wants to. Right now, setting up a crossfire with Joe Deceives. And for Vegas, this is just a tough moment. They want to use the cruise missile, but there's a few buildings nearby.
That's a Vista if I've ever seen one. Cruise hits, no good. Forces the players on the inside. There's the contest. Purge. Oh, taken care of. Nice shots out of Krem. From upstairs, it's Gio from the hip. The point shooting. Lead still firmly in the hands of the Thieves now. Nasty can't get in towards the fight, can't get towards the hard point. The ring around a Rosie now for Gio. Will it pay off? Oh, he's stunned up. I don't think it will. Oh, no, there is Nero from behind. Cuts out the reinforcements. Cut the legs out of the play from the Thieves, and they're done. That's the flip and a big 30 seconds.
Yeah, these two teams are just getting after it, going blow for blow on breaks, on holds, on trades. Still, though, fighting for the extra bit of time. Attach, he's by himself. He's got 2 players to deal with. There's number 1, but number 6 in there, Kremp for the trades. And make no mistake, that's a good time to get with the game this close. So much so that Purge wants to fight for it. Purge is going to get it over towards Du. You got trades on this side of the map as well. It is a 10-point game. Again, 2 teams getting after it for the moment. Thieves gonna have the time first, but Vegas, I mean, they're quick. They're swarming in for the trade. Should be quick to at least try to fight for it. The kill feed gets lit up. It's trades back and forth. Who is the last hermano standing? It's gonna be Gio doing everything he can just to collect that time.
Ay, Dios mío, Gio still alive. That's going to be Kremp now on the approach. Purge from upstairs, keeping the boys safe. Hard point in the hands of Vegas. Lead change. Back at it again we go. Nasty trying to hit the flank. Red dealt with. Gio again. Nero sitting there at 34 and 22. Gio doing what he can on the spree. Can Joe Deceives cut them down from behind? Here comes the pinch. There's Joe. Dealt with from up top as Nero. It is back and forth. My God, the observers. Paradox's hands are got to be burning after this.
I mean, everybody's cracked out right now. The way, like, this speed that this game is being played at currently reminds me of Bocage, but maybe the slowest moment of the game. You have Nero taking the longest route of all time, trying to set up for the pinch and maybe for the spawns as P1 is going to pop, but he take that route, A, he gets cut down, B, his teammates lose all the gunfights. And maybe good death there from Joe Deceives just to read where the spawners are going to be coming from. But unfortunately, it's going to be a pinch and, well, spawns, everything, chaos, so difficult to deal with. LA Thieves need to bounce back again.
3 down. Here comes another lead change. Thieves trying to bounce back. Big one out of Nero. Middle of the map's going to be getting real ugly in a moment. There we go. The final 30. You can win it here on P1. You have got to get in, Thieves. Joe Deceives punches a hole through the middle of the map. Purge, suppressing fire, keeps him at bay, but he's still fighting. Nades from Nasty. Thieves are in. Thieves have the point. Gio down.
All right, this is chaos, but maybe good news for Vegas. At least Thieves can't win it here, but the bad news, that rotation.
Hold on.
I think Thieves might be able to get there first as well. Joe Deceives popping the big 2 at old time. Joe Deceives going crazy at the old hill, picking up 3. Ghosty
Come
finds
on,
that
Thieves, come on. Win this. Win.
Just Thieves advantage to win this game.
Play together. Play together. Come on.
Game, or can Vegas force the game 5? Ghosty in the 3 spree, soaking time, stay down. This is it. Can Purge get him off the contest? It's in. Vegas with a late break. Nasty from spawn. It is non-stop. Here come the trophies as Nasty trying to stay alive. 10 for the win, Vegas.
You're funneling through the skinny alley and you are funneling into death. Nero might have just...
I'll be right back, chat. Oh, fuck God.
Game. He wants to see the game 5 final hit, can't get it done in Vegas through desperation, through effort, through exasperation, managed to get here. The reverse sweep is potentially on the cards.
Oh my God, what a map. Yeah, after this, it's a cold shower and a lie down. Vista's the new Bocage. Vista.
Hey, listen.
Something.
I remember Bocage. Nero was one of those players that was breaking kill records on it. I want to see his stats because I think they might have been out of control. His damage numbers might have been absurd. And there you go, 6,700 damage there from Nero. He certainly led the lobby. He might not have broken a record, but 41 kills. Well, he's certainly knocking on the devil's door. I think we might have found Nero's new home.
Man, Nero loving himself there. The Viscount of Vista, 41-28, pushing on 7k damage there. Wow, what a banging hard point of Vista that was. 11 minutes and 41 seconds, it flew by. A matter of seconds to decide who walked away with a win there. But now we go to a game 5. We go all the way back to 6-star where everything began. And oh my God, what a blowout that was. How different the series looks now. As the sort of helix, the DNA of this series there. You can really see the makeup. Was it mum or dad? Whose genes were in the finals there? It was a few seconds to decide it. My God, what a freaking series we've got here, brother.
Yeah, and Miles, I'm glad you brought up family in this moment because obviously, word to Vin Diesel, it doesn't matter if you win by an inch or by a mile. They're 1-for-1 on the hard point games right now. Enough for the game 5. Maybe Dom Toretto. Do we call him Vin? Do we call him Dom? I don't care. We got the last 30 seconds. Good luck keeping up with this.
Yeah, really. So the spawns are obviously very close for both teams, as you can see. So the reinforcement lines are easy to get in this one. Nasty being the guy who's furthest away from this one. But Geo, again, Mr. Do It All. Mr. Pick up a 2-piece when you absolutely have to. Mr. Watch the flank. Nero, though, this is it. He is not a scalpel. He is not a precision instrument. He is a hammer. He is a freaking atom bomb, man, because he turns those boys into dust.
And that's also a moment of panic there, I think, for the side of LAPs. Obviously, it's like 12 seconds you get to try to make this break, but they try to flood everybody in through the skinny alley. That's an easy 3-piece from Nero in that moment, even with the chaos and the barrage of tax and nades landing on top of them. So nobody takes a route. You get beat in a moment like that, and all of the momentum LA Thieves had in the first 2 maps completely vanquished. We go back towards 6-star, brand new look, brand new strats, and an opportunity for either of these teams to show off the goods. We just get to find out who handles the new maps better, who did their homework best.
Who did their homework? Who watched Miles' stream last night? Because I went absolutely huge on the 6-star S&D. Folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We're going to see what happens in this exciting game 5 between 2 of our teams who are both red hot right now. LA Thieves take on Paris of Vegas Legion. Oh my! Go to a break!
Find!
5!
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store.
Oh my fucking god, chat. Like, come on. They should have lost that and they did. Like, fuck it. Chad, fucking good Chad. They should know. LFE should have not lost that, and they did. It's just so unfortunate.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to get a game number 5. We're almost ready. What a series this has been. What a fun one, right? I mean, look, start to finish. No one thought the Thieves were going to come out and absolutely devastate them on that 6-star hardpoint. No one thought that the Sectional was going to be absolute blowout there on Rio. And now we go to game 5 and we look at both these teams' metrics, which is how you pronounce metrics. I don't see too much difference between them. And the way both squads are playing, Chance, we're going to be singing some sweet, sweet music here on 6-star.
And whoever loses is going to be hitting the bar immediately because it will be devastating for either team. If you at Vegas like do all that work to make the comeback, because like they got blown out maps 1 and map 2. They had to fight tooth and nail in maps 3 and map 4 just to get here. To lose after all that effort, devastating. And of course for the LA Thieves, the way they chokeslam in maps 1 and 2. If you get reverse swept, well, that is also going to be a tough pill to swallow, but maybe the water will help. 2 players taking a dip, working the outer lane. And maybe just trying to hunt this first blood. I think Nasty's reading the pressure, though. So Purge is going to pump the brakes, and Nero gets the bomb down. There's a couple cheeky plant spots you can go with on this map. You can see that bomb from many locations.
Yeah, you can. And Nasty can nearly see attached from this location. Nice nade of Joe Deceives. Gets it. Oh, yeah, Nasty knows what's up. Little bit further forward, mate. Just so close. He must have seen a red dot or a diamond. 25 on the clock. They've got to get things going. Good work there, and it all comes down to Purge. But they've got no idea where he is. But Nasty does. A little bit of time to get the defuse. Good stuff there from the Thieves. The opening round. Bit of a bang out. And I've just realized 3 bars on this map chance. 1 in the middle, 1 by the pool, and of course 1 at the top.
Maybe that's how a hotel gets there 6-star. Normally, I think 5 might be the most, so they're going the extra mile with the extra alcohol. Either way, shout out to the observers as well. Very cracked out. I think the Vista got everybody nice and warmed up to sort of turn off the Codcaster to show Nasty's point of view. Miles, I think you're correct. Haven't seen that spot from that perspective myself, but I'm assuming couldn't actually see attach. Definitely saw that red dot floating above his head. So LA Thieves taking advantage of the opportunity. And the rare B hit off the rip doesn't work out at all. So LA Thieves were like, that didn't go well for you guys. Let's try it ourselves.
Anything you can do, we can do better. Nades up. Nero gets away with it. Big stun though. That was attached. Sent that one from the bar. Purge on the flank. 1. Done. Nasty. Nice work. Nero immediately hits back. The flank again. Wide open. Lot of trouble here.
Oh my god.
Now 1B done. Peace. Vegas on the board.
Yeah, that's wonderful work, too. That is very quick flanks coming through. Purge, always happy to make that impact going on flanks. Doesn't waste any time. And then had the Viscount there for the backup as well.
Nice.
Any moment for Thieves where you're forced to sort of go for the hop up, never going to be a good time. And I just like it from Thieves. It's respective. Like, okay, B hits aren't as common. They tried it, failed, and Thieves were like, we'll give it a shot as well. Doesn't work out. I think it might be A from this point on.
Yeah, maybe.
At least on the brakes, you know, just the brakes.
We'll see. Bomb in hand.
I'm so wrong.
No. We got a little bit of love from it with the Thieves going towards A. 3 through the middle. Forget the Anaheim Hilton. That's the bar I want to go to after an event. Can you imagine the team change drama there? There's not a lot of places to hide. You'd see it all. Here we go. Bomb going down towards B once again. You fanned out on the retake here from the LA Thieves. The 2-1-1. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, attached, by the way, different palm tree he's working with. He has picked opposite ends of the pool and at least gets the trade. And now he's going to be taking a swim. Attached is going to be invisible, but the bad news is he is the last swimmer swimming. And they have to know that he's going to be nearby. You can't hold your breath for that long. Able to get one, trying to pull that disappearing act.
He's got to be dead now, right? Wait. He's out of the water, into the play. Ghosty there for it. I don't hate it from Attach. He's there to, you know, just keep things very difficult indeed. And that's the
well, they have to be in there. Those are new. Those are new. Don't throw them away.
For themselves just yet, or that water section in Codcaster, obviously players are glowing when they're swimming in the water. It can be genuinely very difficult to spot players out. There's times where they are nearly invisible. So Attach wanted to pull the disappearing act, nearly made one hell of a play. But I would say for Vegas, again, stop going. It's just, you know, late rounds got to be. Early rounds seems tough.
When we're learning.
It's not much.
Yeah, there we go, Thieves. Maybe, sort of.
2-2. Yeah, maybe. We'll find out. No.
Nope, I lied. Okay, all right.
Nah, they double back. There we go. We're going back to B, boys. Krem's going to smoke mid. There we go. No smoking in the bar. He's technically outside. He won't be facing a fine, but he's going to send it right on through. Oh, he's
nice push, Krem. Nice push, Krem.
One. Now Vegas has got to turn around and hope for the best.
And Krem knows there's one way to go through a smoke, and that is forward. Geo tries to make a play, ends up getting caught, and, well, maybe Thieves found their stride, their way to get a successful B plant and round off. They go for the plant after they have that massive man advantage. Much easier to keep these players contained now. Attached, they know he's up top. Purge, the only quiet man, but too many corners to check. Can't read that. Krem sealing the deal in the round.
He was going to be the strong silent type for a moment. That's it. Send it. Woo! Joe saves an awkward engagement to finish the round, but a good one nonetheless. Thieves find themselves up at 3-1.
And honestly, picking themselves up where they left off on the old Rio. Hyper aggression. Everything is decisive. They have a game plan. They are sticking to it. Everybody after the bomb plant goes down.
Good shit, Thieves. Keep it up.
They know where to look. Their homework has been done. Not trying to jinx them, but maybe their coaching staff, JCap, might shed a tear.
I reckon they told JCap that the dog ate their homework and they were just playing ranked. 3-1. Verge with that bomb. Looks like we actually are going towards A, but so are the Thieves. It's going to be a headbutt. The trophies are down. You've thrown everything except bad vibes their way. Now it's time. Get that shade over there as well, boys. Pump the brakes. Oh, and it looks like we might be hitting towards B. Vegas have seen enough and they're gone.
Yeah, well, still plenty of time to work with in the round. And for the moment, Vegas are going to be quicker on that rotation. But two players senior nearby, so Geo and Attach might still be making enough noise to keep the defensive pressure on this side of the map. Or maybe Vegas were just hoping for an extra pick. The bomb is actually working its way back towards A. And number 5 is staying here. So you have the Thieves. They have not fallen for this rotation bait at all.
Oh, but are they going to win the gunfight? That's the question. Smokes go down. Nero right through. Attach gets the other side of Vegas. Have just put Thieves across their knee. And there is a gigantic red handprint.
Read that push.
That
wow, Vegas, they look fantastic making handprints over by that A site. Very impressive round. Played with the idea of going for the rotation, but they're just waiting to catch a player. As soon as they realize no quick flanks coming through, right back to square one, bully them out, and they just found the play and the route. Great coordination. Nero and Attach timing it together to go for those slide chows out. So at least one offensive for Vegas round on board.
Yeah, good job. See how quickly these rounds can close out. So many angles. Looking at that minimap, you're like, well, there's what, 4 ways, maybe 5 into every single room on the map. The guessing game begins as the beats over here by the bar continue to bounce. Can we get ourselves a first blood?
Nice grenade,
nice job there with the Semtech. Bounces it off Attach's face. The bomb doesn't drop though. The beat may. A minute to go and we're looking towards Bay.
And you really just see how much the Thieves seem to prefer this B site. Even after the first blood, though, they're taking their time. They're worried about sort of those instant flanks that were coming through. Purge and Nero working together once again. They want to find the first blood and make sure they get the trades as well. They were setting up for it, but that gets completely snipped out. Bomb down, 4v3. And the Thieves had information on 2 players.
Through the smoke once again. Nero wins it. That's big. 35 of the clock. Nero. Man, he is something. 30 seconds to go. Purge pumps the brakes. Nero backs him up. Nasty, what a sweet nade that was. Purge is still hurt. I don't think they're going to be able to identify from the hit markers that he's on top of it. Purge, he's moving. He's got to get done quickly, though. He's just walked in between the pair of them. Unfortunate timing, and the Thieves, once again, a blessed round to them. Nice work. 4-2.
And funny how it works out as well. That's just like the nades and tax being on point. You get the first blood with the Semtex. I think that was a lot of players using it down that middle lane that finds attached. And then Nasty might have been the only player to save a nade at all. Lands a peach, gets the extra kill, shuts down that clutch potential because Nero and Purge were in the middle of making the play, but not enough there. Another successful B plant coming out.
This is their fourth round. Yep,
taking their
fourth
time
round.
to make that happen.
Come on, Thieves. Close it up.
4-2 lead in Vegas. They didn't like the
Two more
success
rounds.
they had over towards that A site. Going to be spreading the map and seeing what sort of information they can get.
Oh boy. Krem puts attached down. At first blood is over. Not going to be a whole lot of rebuttal there from Vegas Legion. They're going to have to slow things down, but looking towards the A-bomb site now. It's going to be on Joe Deceives. Eyes on the cross. Shoulders back, forth he goes. Will he see anything here? They have to cross over. Oh, he saw one. He didn't see the bomb carrier though. And there's the plant. This is going to be a very interesting round indeed.
Trades. That's the duo right there. If they were doing plays like that on Rio, they maintain it once again, always looking for those extra kills. And well, now Nero and Gio forced to make the play. They're double pushing out, and I assume both gonna wrap this. And if they're quick enough, might be able to catch a few players. LA Thieves right now hunting for Ghost. Nasty though, might have just broken it down, has the information on the pair.
There you go, pistol. Can't go away with his life. Nero has got to do something wild, and let's face it, the kind of guy that can do it, the smoke, the nade, checks the site. Nero, I don't think he realizes they're on the bomb. He's still got an opportunity to dive for it. Can he get the player off? No, he can't. Joe Deceives
Good
with the
job,
goes
Thieves.
to puts himself in the sweetest
The teamwork there.
That is it. It's match point, and the LA Thieves are looking to get it done now.
Yeah, and Kremp and Joe Deceives as that like SMG duo. These guys have just making plays constantly in search and destroy. And Vegas have just been isolating themselves. Like we saw it so many times on Rio, or whether it be Gio by the double doors or a player just by their lonesome. If they win the first gunfight, you're going to get traded out. If you don't win the first gunfight, well, now you're just down a man and attach again, getting hunted down by two players. There's only so much you can do. So the LA Thieves wrecking crew continue their destruction.
Come on, Thieves, close it out. Don't let them make a comeback.
Outside of one round, why not go back?
Yeah, go for it. Bomb's going to change hands very quickly. Nero's got a massive moment ahead of him. He's the man on the stairwell watching the cross.
Unfortunate.
Gio.
You overchild
He's going to be able to cross over towards the
child.
side of the bomb site entirely safely and undetected. Two members now of Vegas on the stairwell. Oh, he's been spotted out. Joe, big moment here, mate. What do you do?
You wait for Nasty to try to make the play. He's going to be the island guy, maybe making noise on the other side of the map, try to catch a player. Nero doing the dance though, so Vegas have the intel. You see attach and Nero repositioning, and well, that means if Nasty can't make an easy cheeky play, forced to make it in a different direction. Ghosty might have found the moment though. Gio gets caught because of the pressure on the flank, and well, we do have a 3v3, make it a 3v2. Vegas are collapsing in this round. LA Thieves,
Yeah, just flipping plan. They already are B. Might as well go for the plan.
These guys have been looking so
Nice.
clean in search.
Yeah, now it comes down to the trade war. At least one member of Vegas has got to get 2 kills for this to even be vaguely viable. Attach and Nero. Series is on the line. How will you approach this? Joe Deceives playing the lobby. There's the smoke from Nero. Nades are in. Sends it. Checks nothing. Gets gunned. Attach can only find one.
Let's go.
Series in the bag. The LA Thieves. They start the series with a bang on 6-star and they close it in exactly the same way. Dominance in 1 and 5. The rest
Let's
of them
go,
are pretty spicy,
Thieves.
let's say.
Fucking lose to map 4. Might as well pick up from where you left off on Rio. Let's go, baby.
the two nail-biter maps, but JCap and Shane might just be crying tears of joy right now, because that was one of the, even for the maps that they lost, one of the better performances, if not the best performance we've had from the Thieves all year long. Again, just the coordination and like decisiveness they were bringing to the table in S&D, completely clean. A dominant look like that on 6-star is going to feel very good long term, and I mean, just the capitalization on the new maps. LA Thieves making their statement early, potentially in stage 3. Only 10 points, still towards the bottom of the league, but they did look good.
Oh, they look great. That 250 to 49 especially. Wow. It feels like a lifetime ago we saw that first map, but what a brilliant series that was. A lot of fun, folks. We hope you enjoyed it as well. For the Legion fans, maybe not as much, but of course the LA Thieves fans, definitely nice to see some success on the board finally after what has been quite a turbulent season so far. That's it from me and Chance. We've got one more banging series to close out the day, and Puckett has just decided not to be there. What's going on, guys?
Listen, Puckett had to catch a flight, something important going on, but you got me and Allie, the duos here, and we're going to talk about this series because that was an absolute banger. What you've been calling for all season long was to have Joe Deceives back in the team as soon as he got put back down challengers, comes with that confidence and that swagger, and he was going off in the respawn.
Talk about confidence. That map won a 50-point club. I don't even know if we've seen that yet this year, and it's against not just like a bottom-tier team, right? It's against the Vegas Legion, where hardpoint's been their bread and butter throughout the entirety of this season. So for LA Thieves, they could have ended this in a 3-0 fashion. I'm honestly happy it went to a game 5 because, again, Vegas Legion are kind of the gatekeepers of top 4. It would have been a very weird situation for the rest of the league if they were to fall extremely short versus LA Thieves. They still get handed the loss, but at least they pushed it to a game number 5.
Yeah, and you know, for LA Thieves in this series, this is unknown territory. You know, we had 3 map mode combinations in here that they have not played yet, and then even about the Rio Search and Destroy, they were 0-0 on that as well. So completely new map pool, and they come in here and they do damage on those new maps. 6-star was absolutely massive for them. We saw huge plays from Joe Deceives on this map. I mean, he was just playing extremely aggressive. And then in the Search and Destroy, you heard Chance talking about it. I feel like today, especially on the new ones, teams are just pushing stuff out together so aggressive, almost AWS gameplay, and that's going to work for LA Thieves in their SMBs.
Absolutely, especially with players like Joe and Kremp on it. And even though Kremp had fallen short a little bit in the map number 3, I was very impressed to see both him and Joe kind of bounce back during that Vista. They weren't able to make the complete comeback and win the map, but I think just for confidence sake to push that map number 5, it was very important that they had a turnaround.
Yeah, now it's time, Allie, to get into the scuff play of the game. We all know it's going to be something from Joey D, or that first map where it was a 50-point club. We only had 4 50-point clubs in the history of the CDL, and now we're about to see one once again.
That's crazy, only 4? That only makes sense as the scuff play of the game because, I mean, Joe came out swinging. We were talking about the fact that he needed to have this consistency of confidence because he goes down to challengers and he's world starring everybody, but we see him kind of second guess himself in the league. Well, that is not what we saw during this map number 1. He only goes 22 and 11, but that's because the map was so short. The in-game time, I wouldn't be shocked if it was over, not even over 5 minutes, because of how quickly LA Thieves got this done.
Yeah, you know, when we were talking about the top 6 teams at the last major, we were like, okay, it's Vegas and LAT. They round out the top 6. Yeah. And then you said headed into this one, these guys are like the gatekeepers when you talk about Vegas Legion. Is it safe to say Thieves are confirmed top 6 team at this point?
Ooh, I'd say maybe. I don't want to jump on it too early just because there is a situation. Teams make a roster change. They have a little bit of a honeymoon phase where everything seems to go their way, and then there's a slow decline. So for LA Thieves, I think this is incredible moving forward to start their qualifiers like this, but I'm not sold on them just yet.
Who would you put above them then?
Would I put above LA Thieves right now? You are putting me on the spot. Ooh, maybe Miami? Maybe?
All right, fair enough. All right, but we got the Monster Energy Winter Spotlight with Joe Deceives. I want to talk to you, man, because, you know, you're in the league. You guys can't win a hard point. And then you get dropped back down to Challengers. You're absolutely frying. That confidence is back. What did you learn in Challengers that you want to apply to your gameplay now?
What I learned a lot was, like, kind of playing with more confidence and not, like, by the book in a sense. Like, I feel like now I play a lot more, like, on the fly and just, like, adapt. I have better adaptability in a sense.
Yeah.
For sure. I'm sorry that you had to hear me say that maybe Miami is over top of you guys right now, but I am very
It's only one game. Like,
to see you. I know. It is only one game, and you know what? With the way you guys performed, the fact that you go up 2-0 and then you lost 2 in a row and still was able to win that game number 5, I think is a testament because this is a very young team, Joe, and especially for you being one of the youngest players in the CEL last year, what has kind of your growth looked like over the past 2 years?
I think I've kind of just gained a lot more confidence in, like, myself. I think, but that mostly happened, like, when I went down to Challengers this year. I think last year I didn't really learn too much because obviously our team wasn't the best, you know. But this, going down the challengers, I had people like Mayhem on FC Black, Brack, Exceed, all those guys helped me out a lot. Helped me become the better player, like the best player I can possibly be.
For sure, and we got to see both of the new maps in the series as well. Which one do you prefer, Vista or 6-star?
I don't know. I like them both. Like, they're just both fun maps. I think the map set now is just way better than it was at the start.
Joe Deceives, you get dropped from the team, right? And now you're back. What do you want to say to the fans who maybe wanted you back the entire time? What can they expect going forward throughout the rest of this stage?
Hopefully we close these series out a lot cleaner, but I mean, I think that showed we're here to play. We've been fighting, we've been working super hard in scrims, going over VOD, getting better as a team. These guys make it so easy for me. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Well, what a fantastic return you had, my friend. Go celebrate with the team. We'll talk to you again soon.
Appreciate that. Thank you. You have a good one.
All right, that wraps up our second series of the day. We got one more for the weekend, and it is a banger. It's our grand finals rematch, Optic Texas versus Atlanta FaZe. We'll see you right after this.
I have a plan.
Crazy with the rage, dangerous and rage. Goes for one, goes for two, goes for three. I ain't wanna take light, look into my eyes. I'm a killer inside, coming for the prize. Do you really want these problems? I put you in that coffin. But I'm never Johnson, you put this ain't to stop it. Hungry for the beef, leave you obsolete. See my lines deep, see me in the streets if you want the heat, yeah.
City, you hear signs when we sleep. Heaven sent, hands down, vibes so unique. On the table, 8-10, look at me.
It's Ross is lighting up the map. They still can't kill this man. Pretty easy kill to clean up. And the 4-man wide. Kenny. Shotzi just made the best play we have ever seen on Skid Row. And Cell goes nuclear. This is utter dominance.
I mean, it feels great. I mean, like I said before, too, I run that org. They haven't beat me in forever. And where's that Scrappy at? Is he already going home? Like, I don't know what's going on here, but I love my teammates. These guys are insane, and I cannot wait until Major 3. All right.
Listen, Draza gets the community going, and I'm here for it, man. He was throwing shots after their win, and we all know when Optic and FaZe match up with each other, the community gets to going, and they let some crazy takes out.
Absolutely. I mean, me personally, I'm not letting a guy talk about me like that on main stage and then letting him beat me following it up. So I'm hoping to see some fire out of Optic Texas today.
Yeah, let's take a look at what the Green Wall had to say. I know that they were going crazy after their performance in Major 2, which was fantastic, but a tough finals. And Josh Bell says, feeling like Major 2 again today. It's Optic versus FaZe, and I'm going to be on the edge of my seat the entire match. Green Wall, stand tall today. I love that.
I mean, yeah, respectfully, like, even though it was a 4-1 win for Atlanta FaZe, every single map was incredibly close. We're talking round 11s, round 5s, 20-point hard points. So it really is one of the closest matches we have on the season.
Yeah, and we got another tweet coming up. Well, before that, we'll talk about the grand finals match. Listen, Optic, they played great all tournament long.
Yeah.
Shotzi was absolutely dominating, but we have to talk about the final in which Shotzi and Dashy did not play like themselves. So today, that is what we're expecting. You can see at the bottom, Optic finally get the W over FaZe. We got Nitrous Kills talking about the match as well, saying that he thinks Optic's going to win this one to build their confidence. What do you think?
It's tough because they're on the losing side of this year, right? They're 0-5 versus Atlanta FaZe, and you want to say the one time they get the win should have been at Major 2 in the Grand Finals, and unfortunately that doesn't come to fruition. So now they get another matchup immediately after heading into Major 3. And for Optic Texas, like, you're in the struggle bus right now, right? Like, historically, you are beating Atlanta FaZe, but now suddenly your two-star players, Dashy and Shotzi, are having a struggle only in this matchup. Like, versus the rest of the league, Optic is dominating.
Yeah.
They cannot beat Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, just some key things to point out here, right? Like, they're 0-5 against them, but also Optic is 1-4 in map ones, 1-4 in control, and that differential in terms of Celium and Dashy in control kitty is massive, 1.3 to a 0.75, right? I know you got a whole notepad of stats up there, which we'll get into here shortly, but let's get into some tweets for Atlanta FaZe, because they had to be so gassed up after that last win.
Absolutely. I mean, Atlanta FaZe themselves says, I guess 5 times wasn't enough for them. Now they're looking for the 6s. This is the final matchup on the day. And for Atlanta, they love this matchup, right? Like, you talk about Dashy and Shotzi, hate it. Well, Simp and Cell on the flip side, love it. They have a 1.2 average when it comes up against Optic Texas. And not only that, even in hardpoint, like 7-2 versus Texas, control 4-1. Like, they are dominating the respawns, and they're already a strong search and destroy team. So for Atlanta FaZe, like, they're not even breaking a sweat looking at this on their schedule.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you think about Atlanta FaZe, and they sort of like always been the villains. They've been so elite, right? But they've had their woes as well. But you bring in a guy like Draza, now you really are the villains, right? Like, you got them all on the same team. And Zoman had to say another L for the green wall crying emoji. The Atlanta FaZe fans and the Draza fans can get wild. He hits him with the Wellium and the GOAT. Yeah, I mean, Celium, he's been shooting bodies. He's had some edge to him lately.
He has had some edge to him. I think feels like this year he's just getting loose, like he just doesn't care, because Celium has been the most consistent player and one of the best players in the game for the past 3-4 years that he's been in the league. So for him to now have a player like Draza next to him, I feel like it just kind of fuels that fire of, like, you know, we're going to exude this confidence and we're going to be the best team because we deserve to be.
Yeah, and now the meta suits the SMG players even more to a team that was frying through their SMGs. And, you know, you talk about Celium and how elite he has been. Well, we have something that we are going to start calling the Celium Index. It's percentage of series of 1.0 or better. Now, listen, KD isn't everything, but when you are 23 of 24 series above a 1, that is absolutely insane. The level of consistency that this man has shown throughout the years, he's one of the best ever.
And what's interesting about the Celium Index is you're not going to see a player from Optic Texas on this board. Texas only win 30% of the time if Dashy is under a 1.0. And guess what? In the Atlanta FaZe matchup, he's rocking a 0.79 overall. So again, it comes down to these players just for some reason having that mental block versus Atlanta FaZe.
What is satisfactory here for Optic Texas? Do they have to come out and win this series? What do you want to see in this matchup?
They have to win this series. I mean, you're 0-5 right now. You're looking at maybe being 0-6. You do not want a team that has your number for the rest of the season. I said it earlier that ideally it would have happened at Major 2, right? Like, they would have gotten to win the Grand Final. It would have been just an overhaul in who's best in the league, but it didn't. So it needs to happen now.
Yeah, you know, I would agree with that, but also I want to see them play the new maps, right? I think Optic Texas versus Atlanta FaZe, it was a tough matchup. In some maps, they were losing Skid Row and Invasion to them. We got rid of those. And you can see COD League tweet out, what maps do you want to see Optic Texas and Atlanta FaZe play on Sunday in this rematch? Well, I can tell you right now, we got some new maps. We're going to have 6-star as maps 1 and 5. And we've just seen that all day today, man. The aggressive style of play, it should suit players like Shotzi really well.
It really should. And I guess on the flip side of that, like, Atlanta FaZe is comfortable to play the new maps as well. We already saw them play Minnesota. They had Vista and 6-star in the lineup. We didn't see 6-star, but we did see Vista, and it was a very strong performance by Abe. He looked like he was spawning in on Rio or Bocage. That man dropped 30 kills, so we already know what to expect from that side of the map.
What I don't like is that Texas banned Vista Hardpoint in this series. That's a map that I think they should try. I think Optic Texas, regardless, you're going to be in the winner's bracket. Try as many maps as possible in your matchups against the top 4 as you can, right? And now we're going to be seeing a Rio as that game 4, in which Texas have been decent on, but Atlanta FaZe are the best Rio team that we have in the game.
6-star, highways, Rio, 6-star.
Should be testing this new map.
Oh boy, this
They're also one of the teams that
is definitely going to be interesting.
Equal the way
And of
that
course,
people are
Atlanta
going to play in
FaZe
matches. So
definitely
when you're going up
banning
against a team like this
suppers
that has your
like
number,
usual.
You've got to see if you can find any openings.
Yeah, they're testing a little bit. Like when you talk about High Rise S&E, haven't been great there. They actually lost Atlanta FaZe in that map. And then High Rise Control, one of their worst control maps. So we're getting some tests out there. Just would have loved to have seen Vista.
Yeah.
But now it's time for the Scuff Pick'ems. Allie,
Yeah.
I am in the lead.
You are in the lead.
So I will go first here.
Thank you.
We got some new maps. This is a tough one, man. I'm like 50-50 in here. I'm going to go with Atlanta FaZe. I think they take it. They're 5-0 against them on the season. They're so confident. Draws is playing extremely well. I think it goes to wire, though. I think we can game 5.
I'm trailing by 4, and I don't think I'm going to try and catch up to you on this one either. I have to go with Atlanta FaZe. I mean, the stats 0-5. I mean, come on. You got to think Puckett probably would have gone Atlanta FaZe. Oh, my God.
Oh, he went
Optic Texas. He did that just to spite us. I'm convinced.
Who are the fans going with? Atlanta FaZe.
Atlanta FaZe. That's fair.
All right, well, it's time. We're going to throw it to some of your favorite casters. Shift and Study, take it away. It's going to be a banger.
Gonna be a banger. Jay, how we feeling?
What's up, brother? I'm feeling fantastic. I'm ready to get into this matchup. We got some special teams with some special players that make some special plays. But in all seriousness, Optic versus FaZe. We've seen this matchup multiple times this season. It's all been in favor of FaZe. We're talking about 7-2 in HP, 5-2 in Search and Destroy, 4-1 in Control. They have had the number on Optic Texas all season long. But even in the maps that they have lost, everyone has been really, really close. The only thing that scares me about this map set is that there's a whole bunch of maps that they have yet to play for both sides. But even in the middle too, with both of those high rises, Optic Texas haven't played high rise in both S&D and Control in about 2 months. So this is a test out series for Optic Texas, and obviously if you're Atlanta FaZe, you're trying to stay flawless and make it 6-0 in the season.
And on top of that, the issues get kind of compounded here in certain ways. For Optic Texas, yeah, it has been a little bit of a weird start for them in a lot of series where they really haven't, I would say, like, break the mold, but they don't come out as hot as you maybe would expect them to in some matchups that you wouldn't expect them to kind of overperform on. And on the flip side, Atlanta, whenever they get a new map, they are one of the best teams at always approaching brand new maps into the pool. That's happened this year. They've never lost to Rio, happened in years previous, and you would have to think that with 6-star and Vista in the mix, they've put a lot of attention towards it. But maybe a chance for the Green Wall to surprise, get a clutch map #1 win here on one of our brand new maps.
Yeah, you need to get a clutch map #1, because I feel like every time I watch Optic Texas, if they walk away with a map 1 victory, it's about an 80% chance, even better, to walk away with this series. So unfortunately versus Atlanta FaZe, are sitting at 1-4. You had to try to turn the tides here. As we get early in towards the P1, it was Atlanta FaZe that started off with all the nades, all the attacks over the top, but at least Optic Texas still trying to contest it, but maintaining the spawns for that second hill.
Looking decent, at least to this point. Essentially 50-50 battle over the top of the first hard point. This is when the motion starts to happen, though. It's a 3-for-1 exchange. Optic still get a couple of spawns down low, but it's going to be a long run to get back over here. Nabeezy's already guarding this outer staircase area, now right into the palm tree. Help already here by Simp, and you want to talk about not just the Celium index. Simp versus Optic is just another monster.
Dude, he's averaging a 1.2 in all 5 matchups they have played so far. That is an insane number. If he's not one of the best, he's probably the best current player in the game. And on the opposing side for Optic Texas, it's been Dashy and Shotzi, both averaging a 0.8 in this matchup. You need those guys to step up, and unfortunately, the break is not going to be here. So Atlanta FaZe, they just watched LAT put the beat down on Vegas on this last map, and they're trying to do the same exact thing. Only 30 seconds remaining at this P2. You win these next set of fights, you can easily win that rotation over towards next.
But break. But they are way behind, though. They gotta go new.
Going in their favor and already have a player off the rotation.
Critical early moment in this map, being able to hold off this scrap time and keep Atlanta's rotation towards 3 at least somewhat at bay. But clean follow-up from FaZe off their respawn. Now the motion across the halfway point of the map. Shotzi guarding mid, Pred staying deep over towards the sky bridge, and then it'll be Kenny and Dashy just at long range waiting to make contact front side pool bar.
Yeah, now you just have to withstand where the pressure's coming in from Atlanta. Yeah, players approaching the back end, players approaching the front as well, so they find the initiative fights, and they make that break look easy. Already able to flip the spawn. That's 10 seconds into the hill. They're able to lease in a 3, but they haven't accounted for Pred. He's able to find a double through lobby, and Optic Texas right back in.
Yeah, great recovery moment there from the SMGs for Optic. Still, without the spawns, will be hard-pressed, you'd think, to hold on from the front of this hill, but decent nades coming through. Trades are still also working out for Optic. Dashy, Dashy sacrificed his life, could not get quite back up to get involved, and with that, Atlanta will have the numbers, have the spawns, and with that, break for the scrap.
Yeah, final 20 is going to be theirs, but at least if you're Optic Texas, you're going over towards this P4 where it could potentially be a full 60. We know how difficult it is for Atlanta or any team to try to break right through the front end, so you have to try to hit a route and work your way around behind. And that's what Draza and Simp are going to be doing. Slowly working their way back behind enemy lines. Pred going to be the sole man holding down this position.
Key 1v1 here. Draza caught looking the wrong direction. Almost the turn from Pred. Not quite there, but the follow-up shot
nice.
is good. And, okay,
Nice kills.
The SMGs for Optic. Really starting to light things up when it matters most. Kenny getting a little bit further forward, but caught from behind. Now Atlanta with numbers looking to break from the front.
Yeah, you have to use your attacks, though, because you know all of Optic know exactly where the pressure's coming in. You got to eliminate these trophy systems. They're able to use attacks at least now to make this a little bit more scrappy, but Optic Tex is still spawning on the preferred side. They had those back spawns, and with only 25 seconds left, Atlanta are now forced. If you're going to attack this or hit that rotation, they have the bodies. They're just not trading effectively, and Optic Tex is with the perfect response to get back into this game.
Yeah, really clean exchange over the top of securities. And now back over towards the middle of the map we go. Kenny, long route out towards the pool, and Abizi does not see him, so first blood good on this rotation. The rest of Atlanta just trying to hold some sort of a front line here. Simp in particular, right in front of the palm tree. How does he get two?
Come on, guys. Just trade together.
And
Jeez.
Atlanta's the first one to step foot inside the pool.
And this is the hill I'm most excited to see between these two teams, because these underwater fights are going to be insane. We know what shots he's able to do with his movement, but he's able to at least relieve some of that pressure from Atlanta Face and make the break come in for the team. A team nade over the top. All of Atlanta Face wanting over towards P3 side. Optic Texas are going to be able to take the lead, but for how long? Because you already have a player in the BZ going on a pinch.
Yeah, but Dashy's kind of watching to make sure no one can freely get into the hard point, but the pinch from a BZ comes through perfectly timed. Draza follows up to keep him safe, and that'll be likely the lead to Atlanta, and also the scrap time as Optic is defaulted for rotation.
I don't know what it is with these two new maps, but there's always a photo finish besides the LAT one. Always back and forth between all these teams. Obviously, it's only been 1 week that these maps have been in, so you're still trying to learn everything that you possibly can. But off we go to the second half of this game. Optic going to be the team initially to start off with this P1 time. You have Kenny watching the overextension to Statue. He can't win the one-on-one, so here's another opportunity for Atlanta to open up a lane through the right side.
I mean, what is it with Simp versus this Green Wall squad this year? He has been undeniable. Abizi, 10 and 12, looking to try to find a way to contest. Clean shot towards Kenny, but the response is better. Still, tie game. Sells looking for contact. Able to find Kenny with the Semtex. Doesn't expect the second throw into Pred, who is one of the last Optic members remaining. And he's going to go over towards the DJ booth, spin up a couple of tracks, and does well to at least distract Atlanta for a while, but it's not enough to flip the hill, and Atlanta's in for like the last 20.
Yeah, the last 20 is potentially going to be theirs, but at least you still have a couple players trying to contest this. But Optic Texas more focused on just maintaining the spawns for the next hill. You can give up this final 15 to Atlanta if you decide to, but you're going to contest it all the way to the very end. You're making it scrappy through the middle of the map, but you are relieving that pressure at the next hill, while Optic Texas now have an opportunity to get fully set up.
Have to hold this rotation if you're Optic. Just get something trending your direction, because to this point, it's mostly been recovering, finding ways to re-break. Can they put some convincing control here at the palm tree?
Nice.
Abizi tries to make a player
Nice
in the back.
kill,
Not going
Kenny.
to work out. Is there space and time for Simp? No, not going to happen. It's only Draza with a couple of kills, but his route will move Optic spawns back to the front.
Yeah, Optic at least now know where the pressure's coming in. So Dashy's just going to take it into his own hands, able to find a double, sitting at 20 and 12. Optic Texas are able to take the lead.
And a chance with them looking at this back 30 pretty nicely. And with the gun starting to really heat up, perfect time to see how Optic are coming with an
Almost
Optic
had
maybe
that.
listening.
More.
You're 1 HP. There's two.
Make sure we win it, bro. This is
On the right side.
I need it. He's back right.
I'm gonna play the right.
I should be outer. I'm posting AJ. I got it.
You're playing the right. They could be white. I have one.
Can you get time, Ken? No, I can't get it. I'm backing up, bro. I should be outer, bro. I'll get time. I'm middle. Oh, yeah.
I'm holding one.
I'll play the time.
First, let me clean up the back.
One more. Alright, listen. One of those doesn't get in the middle.
50 back dead.
I'm holding mid.
In front of me, empty.
I'm holding mid.
I got native with a trophy.
Get time. I'm holding mid too.
What do you guys want?
I'll get white.
What's up, time?
He's on the hop up.
I'm on the hop up.
He's on the hop up. I got long.
I'm challenging
Outer.
Let's go mid.
That's him.
He's literally front. What's front P2?
I didn't win a
second.
Outer in front.
I'm posting.
Good hold, Optic.
Guaranteed the time there. I'm getting out of it. You guys guaranteed it. I got it. I'm all out.
So, 1 HP. I'm 1 HP.
Right push.
I'm on good time,
I'm on you. Yeah, keep going. They come in. Yeah, we should push P2, right? Let's push it to the front. P2. All you do is they found me. Yeah, you can. Go on the back though. We should go on the back there. Go on the back. Yeah. Actually, I think I'll check out here. Give me that.
Optic cooking, but Atlanta on rotation as we swap over to a phaseless today.
I'm getting the white. I'm getting the white too. Haunting crossing. Doggo, do you think I'm shooting out? In the offensive, guys. The back. One shot in the back. Hop up. Cat's us. See top white. Top white. I don't see him top white. Kenny, help me eat that. Nice. Off. No, one top. One shot. Top still. Nice. She look on now. Ivy free. Offset. Are you ready? Nice. Good top. Later on that. Touch. Ivy fierce, guaranteed. Hold up. I hear him say. Ivy fierce. Whole bench. We're rotating you too. Ivy fierce.
We're pitching.
What's he play for that guy? I'm he rode. We didn't flip either. I'm on the deep. Here. I'll see the enemy. I'm gonna go open, okay? But Brandon, our team in it. I think so. One's wood, or one's lights, and there's like. What's up? Lights? That's not P3 in time. I'm going open. I'm trying to. Yeah, try to slide. I'm starting. I'll team crit. Take it. Take a point. Brandon, outer wooden point. In the water. And the water. Yeah, in the water. This season. How many iron upstairs? Yeah, I'm trying to stun in. I got to be there. Yeah, nice. Our curve, Kenny. He's in the water behind me. He's in our side water. Our side water. Our curve. Our water stuff. How many mid? I already went our side water. I'm sitting mid. Just slow play. P2. Open Brandon. Listen, he's close right. Open Brandon. Watch our pinch. Nice.
Nice trades. Come on.
I pinch. I spawned out, guys. I flip.
Oh, what a great string of hills from Optic, and Shotzi's pretty much turned into Aquaman. The guy's got skills. He's sitting at the bottom of the pool forever, and Atlanta just could not keep track of him. Also important to note, Dashy is frying 30 and 20.
Yeah, Dashy's taking over, but Shotzi, like you said, is Aquaman. He's okay with drowning in that P5, but they were able to hold down that P5 flawlessly. Tony now need 20 points to close out game number 1. But if you are Atlanta FaZe, this is where they start to hit a different level. In these closing moments, they always have that clutch gene, but you have to find a couple kills, and Optic Texas are finding everyone in the feed.
Yeah, absolutely perfectly set up over the top of this bar. Just don't scam it. You should walk away with map 1-1, I think is probably what the comm should be, but the SMGs for Atlanta coming up right when they're needed most. Kenny not able to find the double, and hold on a second. We've got a rotation likely underway here as Optic is trying to play the long route through pool, and this time it's Simp the Aquaman on the bottom of the pool, but it doesn't make a difference. The kills are good, and now Optic have themselves set up for what will likely be spawns. It's just Celium in their way, and if they find this kill, they likely walk away with the map 1 win. Don't even need it, apparently.
Yeah, that's going to be the game, man. Optic Texas coming out.
Good job.
Turning the page on game 1s versus Atlanta FaZe. That's now 2-4 on the season. But on the back of Dashy, who just started to take over at that P3. He goes on a 7 spree, earns himself a cruise missile, able to keep P4 a little bit scrappy. But then when you get over towards P5, it's the routes through the water side. Shotzi gonna get done with the Renetti. And Optic Texas come out and make some special plays in game number 1 to secure map 1.
At a certain point, we're going to need to start like superimposing like a hold your breath counter for P5, dude. I mean, legitimately, Shotzi was at the bottom of the pool what felt like for 30 seconds. Unreal stuff. But yeah, I think a lot of that came down to their adjustments on P3 in particular. I mean, the quick break, the first rotation while we were there from Atlanta was definitely one of those moments that I think you look back on if you're Optic to say, okay, that's just inexcusable. We have the perfect setup. How are we letting them just walk behind us like this? And then the second time we're there, it's absolutely polished. There's a moment of maybe confusion in the comms of like, hey, what are we looking? But as soon as they get it figured out, much better the second time around.
And you'd love to see that if you are a Green Wall fan, because Optic Texas, they have struggled versus Atlanta when you talk about hard points, especially in those final moments. When it comes down to the clutch factor at the end of the game, it's usually when the opposites start to crumble, and Atlanta FaZe just hit a whole different level. But they were able to equalize them the entirety of the map, and even in those final moments, Dashy stepped up, Shotzi with the water routes, even Kenny with a couple double kills around the map. Able to secure the map number 1, and you're feeling good. New map, already 1-0 versus Atlanta FaZe. That's how you start.
Yeah, well played for both teams, if we're being honest. And yeah, I mean, outside of a couple of messy moments here and there, because let's be honest, this play here from Shotzi is ridiculous. But it's just like what we're starting to see trend-wise on this map. I mean, it's a little bit of a stark comparison to our most recent series. We saw LA Thieves just put the beat down on. But it's one of those things that the team that gets themselves rewarded with the rotation, it's kind of like a sub base. There's no excuses. I mean, it's very clear what your setup needs to look like and how you can capitalize on the efficiency that comes through. And that's why we're seeing these very back and forth trends in a very tight game from start to finish.
And that's what makes a good hardpoint map. We're talking about responding after certain hills. You might get full 60 on one hill, but if you've set up properly out for the rotation over towards the next, you can respond with the full 60 of your own. And that's what Optic Tex were able to do. Always stay ahead of the game. Even when you allowed Atlanta FaZe to get back into the game at P2, you dominate P3. Even though they got back into it at P4, you make up for it at P5. It was just a mirror effect between both of the squads on which hill they wanted to dominate, and they always were able to have a response.
Big time. So, great opening map for this, what we often classify as the classic Call of Duty history matchup, but like we've already seen in all the statistics, it has been very one-sided in this title. 5-0, 16-5 map count favoring Atlanta FaZe, but a key first map, and now the question marks start to pop up. Yeah. Because double dose of high rise, Optic has not been great here, and they also haven't played it very much just on the season. And then also the Rio hard point, if we were to get there, it's one of Atlanta's bread and butter since it was entered into the map pool. So it's a tough stretch of maps coming up right here for Optic, and I think if you're the green wall, you just want to see improvements, especially on these two high rises back to back.
Oh yeah, without question. I know it might be a couple of tough maps, especially versus a team like Atlanta FaZe, who love themselves some high rise S&D, who love themselves some high rise control, and as you said, they love themselves some Rio. But that's sometimes the best practice you can get when you're playing the best team on it, and in a match that's very important. It's not practice. You can go out there and win the match in practice, but you can win it in an actual match versus a team who's had your number all season long. That's where the confidence gets shot through the roof. So even though Optic Texas is sitting 0-3 so far on high rise search and destroy, they struggle at finding first blood. They struggle at also, even when they find the first blood, converting into a round win. So I think versus a team like Atlanta FaZe, you can definitely work on both of those categories.
Agreed. So lots of polish that we're expecting from one side and just general show of force from the other. As you look at the search and destroy from the side of Atlanta, who during the major looked incredible, save just one map loss really when they played up against Optic. Everything else was pretty much perfect against teams like New York, teams like Thieves in their opener. It's just one of those, it's like we often say, search and destroy wins championships, and they have really polished.
Alright, right, just the 03, you know, still not.
And now you're forced to
playing this map, even though they've lost many, they've lost like one time on.
Played this map in 2 months, but that's a beautiful picture of the cat and a plant sitting right next to it. As Atlanta are going to be the team early on the attacking side. No trophy systems to work with, but look at how aggressive Optic are, more specifically Shotzi, already in the spawn.
This should be a freebie for sure. Cell's going to be completely caught off guard by this. It's just a question of, can Simp provide the trade in time? And oh, the trigger discipline is perfect. Simp
nice kills.
But it's inevitable. 2 for Shotzi, and with that, the round has just completely gone awry for Atlanta.
Yeah, that one's done and dusted. First 15 seconds into the round, he's already bottom pit working behind enemy lines, and he's able to use the trigger discipline to the full effect. See, he finds a double to start that one off, but okay, Optic Texas, I see you. That's some new strategies already on display.
And how much of that do you think is just a pure out counter? Because whenever we see Atlanta play this map, it's often in round 1 of their offense, a double hit down blue in towards that pit connector. But this time, it's just, I don't even care about taking that gunfight. I'm just going to run right through the outer lanes, get behind, and it works out perfectly. So maybe a little bit of counter shredding done there by Optic.
Yeah, I don't really think it's counter, though. I think it's just more the confidence on Shotzi, because we saw him on maps like Karachi, first 15 seconds, he's getting behind enemy lines. When he finds an opening, he's going to take full advantage of it, and he finds one there to secure the round.
Oh, and here we go again. Shotzi already forward over towards A. Stun checks him out. Doesn't make a difference. Avoids the majority of the gunfight versus Abizi. And that leads to a smoke, giving him a little bit of extra cover. Selling him backside windows can really not do much here. And maybe you look to Draza. He may have to like pop up and find somebody backside blue to even get this defense going. And Shotzi continues to keep the throttle down. 4-0 start.
Another 4v2 instantly on the back of Shotzi. Left up to Simp and Draza. Simp is able to take down one, but now it's Draza left in the 1v3. Bomb is yet to be planted, but positioning now known. And Optic Texas, two
plays.
really quick rounds to start off this high-rise search and destroy. More on just the confident plays coming out of Shotzzy. You hit routes like that to start it off, there's no way in hell Atlanta FaZe is going to be able to get a read on it. 2-0, Optic Texas.
And this is going to play a lot of mind games here with Atlanta. I mean, when you come out like this and get your subs not just forward, but around you, challenging your ARs that are in spawn, what do you put together as a response here for your Atlanta? It's almost one of those, like, you either have to have everyone commit to playing passive or everyone commit to playing forward. You just don't want to stay in the gray area with Optics running at you like this.
Just gotta read on Shotzzy. You have to find a read on what he's doing because he's making play after play. And unfortunately, the team fire from Celium takes down Sim. So already the man advantage for Optic Texas. They find themselves on a 8-team streak, make it 9 before Draza does take down Kenny. But now it's a 2v3.
Oh, maybe a little bit of overheating here, though, from Optic, getting caught just a touch in what was a 4v2. Now down to the 2v2, and Draza continues to collect. So now it's just on to Shotzzy for the 1v2 situation. Good read onto Abizi, but it's mutual. And wow, the shots response from Abizi works out great, and maybe a missed round opportunity right there after the unfortunate team kill from Atlanta.
It's definitely a missed round right there out of Optic, because you get a free first blood on the back of Celium, and then you also put yourself in a 3v2 advantage over towards B Street, but you cannot locate where Abizi is. You cannot locate where Draza was. Able to clutch up into 2v3 to finally put Atlanta FaZe on the board. But with those trophy systems, you saw that they were able to slow down Shotzzy off of that playmaking ability. So now on the defensive end, just got to make sure we're watching our cuts, because Shotzzy, the way that he's playing right now, he looks like he's simply just not going to slow down.
Yeah, facts. Lots of nades thrown by Optic over towards the left side of the map. Doesn't appear that much of it, or any of it, may have hit. And Shotzzy will just get to work on the ladder immediately. Sip on the pipes. Looking to play the pop-up defense over towards B. Just comes down to, will there be enough cues for him to check this, as Optic look pretty convinced that they want to play over towards B.
How does he even make that happen? Thought he was dead to rights in the pre-aim of Celium, but he somehow, some way is able to walk away with at least one kill. Keeps his team in the man advantage until Draza is able to take down Pred. So a 2v2 with 45 seconds left. Optic have full B Street control. You might just want to go for this bomb plant.
Kenny pushed back as your bomb carrier. Dashy also tagged. So information here from Atlanta's perspective on where these two Optic attackers are. Does Dashy get a look down to the left on Draza, running up and under him? Not quite enough to keep his teammates safe. So this would give him a 1v2. Abizi. Oh, he's read it so darn well, but the pistol's better from Dashy.
Ooh, that was a nice.
A steal away
that was a nice
Optic.
pistol play from
He's
Dash.
sick and tired of everybody talking about I struggle versus Atlanta FaZe. This guy is just an unbelievable talent. I actually recently just checked out Dashy's settings on YouTube. Just put out a video for all the settings when you talk about the killings. But we got to take a replay again at what shots he was able to do. 48 HP. Somehow, some way, is able to find a kill. That's just a play that you don't expect anyone to make. No. But he somehow, some way is able to get it done. But back to Dashy. If you guys haven't checked it out and you want to shoot somewhat like Dashy, that's why I was trying to change my gameplay a little bit. He just put out a whole video on the settings, so definitely go check that out.
Working out well so far after the 30 bomb in map 1. Now 5-1 start. This time Abizi's not going to be bamboozled by Shotzzy. And, well, surely Ant is dead to rights here, and he will be. Close gunfight, though, to be fair. But early first blood tallied for Atlanta. Now Optic have to hit the brakes on this defense and hope that someone can collect a kill or two to try to stall out this bomb play.
Yeah, fool me once, you can't get fooled again. They read the play on Shotzzy to find the first blood. Now Atlanta FaZe in the man advantage until Pred is at least able to find Draza and get out with his life. So 3v3 with 45 seconds left. Dashy's trying to at least get some assistance on the B Street, but Celium's able to take him down. Abizi with the second. Pred left in a 1v3.
And he's stuck at the moment. Oh, decent rewrap back over the top of the ladder, though. Atlanta may have been convinced that he dropped down into the pit. Yes, Cell still looking down on one side, Simp looking down on the other. And he's snuck back in towards mid. Until he isn't. Cell able to track him on the cross back over towards green, and there's no way he exits from there. But boy, I'll tell you, he nearly finessed his way out of a very tricky spot.
Oh yeah, Pred thought that play was going to be a lot quicker. He was not expecting him to play it so slow around that B-bomb site. But that's one thing that Atlanta FaZe do on a map like High Rise. They barely plant the bomb. But when they plant the bomb, 100% on post-plant situations, they're more focused on just making sure that they have both players with their guns up, ready to go, so they can trade efficiently. As Sullivan was able to
think that's
locate
what,
Pred,
like,
secure another round for Atlanta.
Just about
That
it.
was on the back of just
I think
simply
this is the
shutting
second,
down
yeah,
Shotzi
second
in that
round they
first
won.
one.
Yep, absolutely the case.
Still in the game.
Tight margins
They just
here to
gotta,
search to this
they just
point.
gotta change stuff up.
Offense once again, lots of nades over towards that B alley. This time though, look at this. Atlanta heavy stack down low. 2 players on one side, Simp on the other. But Shotzi's gotten a pretty good read of this, and Atlanta's aware of it. They back off, and they're going to need to reset their defense.
Yeah, and now Shotzi's just going to take a lot of ground because he knows that they have to exit from bottom pit somewhere. He's able to find the first blood, sets up Pred for the second. Now it's instantly a 4v2. You can potentially start working this bomb plant, but who needs a bomb plant when you're shooting like this? All 4 in the feed. 2 from Pred, 2 from Shotzi. Optic, 4-2 now.
That's just a brilliant micro moment to highlight. You get the info and you immediately read and react to it.
Yep.
You know, like you said, 2 players down low. I don't know if they get information that a third is down there, but it doesn't matter. How often do you see 4 players stacked defensively on B, up top or down low? So really good response from Shotzi, and you call that perfectly. The reaction saying that if they're going to reset, they're going to come right back up these staircases. Easy feeding.
Yeah, that's perfect plays right there at Optic Texas to use the information that they gained and instantly pounce on it. So now they're back on the defensive end. Simp has a slow start so far in the search and destroy. Looking for him to start to turn up for Atlanta FaZe, but Shotzi again just going to go back to what worked the first go around, but this time we're not going to go behind enemy lines.
Yeah, small hesitation. He can use this as a quick pinch, and this is going to work out really nicely as Draws is completely caught off towards the elevators. No
Ooh, nice play.
Pred pops up through the jump window to find a second. Good response, though, from Atlanta. They're able to collect at least a couple just to make sure this thing gets back to a 2v2. Bomb is also in a very collectible spot, so everything gets reset.
Ooh, that's unfortunate from Kenny. He didn't see. Unfortunate.
Now it's Dashy left in the 1v2.
He might be able to do something, but that's going to be very tough.
Potentially going to be more focused on potentially shutting down this bomb plant. But Atlanta FaZe again in a situation where they are playing the kill. They are waiting to the final moment before they decide to work that objective, and this might work out perfectly for Dashy because that time is starting to tick.
It just comes down to does he even check over the top over towards B? Because if they get this planted and they get away, it's a tough retake to go through. But there's the ankle. Nice shots from Dashy. 1v1 with Celia.
Ooh, that's so unfortunate.
Maybe a bit
That's a major fuck up. He almost had it.
And a massive bounce
He
back
was
after
one
being
shot
down to a
away.
2v3 initially for FaZe.
Fuck.
That's a big clutch round right there for Atlanta.
Yeah, he was
Shotzi
2
versus
shots
Dash.
away.
We
That's
always love the AR battles between those 2 young men. Some of the best shots that we have in Call of Duty, but it's Celium able to get the better of him this time around to keep Atlanta FaZe into this search and destroy. Now down 4-3, and if you are Atlanta, we're definitely not going back to that pit setup. We got to have people over towards the B Street side.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's one of those things that the strange setups, like the unexpected plays, are definitely being more successfully carried out by Optic than for FaZe at the moment. But this is much more close to what they normally do on a default. Sid playing forward on towards B. Celium watching over him at a pretty aggressive angle just outside the B propane. And Abizi's just checking for tags at mid. He's going to at least contact a couple of players, which is enough to alert the defense over towards the B site. 1-for-1 goes the exchange.
Now into the 3v3. Shotzi's able to find Abizi through low pit. Jaws is able to take down Dashy instantly into a 2v2, but Sip knows I have to get out with my life. You invest that smoke grenade for the repositioning. Now with only 45 seconds left, it's a 2v2. Both teams on complete opposite sides of the map.
Yeah, this is a really tough retake, though, at the moment for Atlanta.
And he has to know
that
that Simp has to be over there.
Out of there and draws it down low with an AR. Shotzi's going to take a little bit of extra time just to clear out the backside defensive windows. Kenny hasn't seen anything yet, but there are players on the offensive side of the map that could make themselves available to at least being seen. And how about this? Have Optic gotten a read that Atlanta have played to the offensive side? They sure seem to have. Shotzi's able to tag up Simp a touch. The bomb's gonna get planted at A.
And the biggest thing is if Kenny can get off of the site just in time. No, he cannot. He's able to get taken down before that bomb even gets planted. So Draza, you don't have to do anything. Let's just sit comfortable in this corner. Shotzi's not gonna have enough time to work that bomb plant. And even with Optic Texas finding the first blood, Atlanta FaZe with the mid-round adjustments to simply have to take Kenny off of that A site to secure the round. Atlanta FaZe tie back up at 4.
Yeah. Good bounce back here from Atlanta, considering the first blood battle has largely been in favor of Optic.
Yeah.
Puts us back into a more level footing here. And now all of a sudden you start to wonder, is there any more trickery up Optic sleeves? And does Atlanta ever go back to that kind of heavy blue hit that we've often seen them do? This time, not the case. Simp, the bomb carrier, already back over towards Propane. Draws a cell, working together on this B lane, but Optics right here to beat him. This is a very aggressive game of tag, which Kenny comes out as first blood winner.
That's a big team shots from both squads to at least lead to the trade. As Simp was able to take some positioning over towards Propane, and he's able to find a double. A BZ on the flank is able to locate Kenny. Now it's instantly a 1v1.
Keep in mind, Simp came out of spawns in MCW here. First couple of shots are decent. Pred wants the battle at 2 HP. Bold to say the least. Now off the regen. Both players back to full HP. Onus on to Simp to what he wants to do. Does he want to play for the kill, play for the plant? Smoke just kind of draws the attention of Pred. And in this moment, Simp gets all the way backside A and is going to try to commit to the plant. Does Pred bother to check this? Doesn't seem to. Also not going to catch him on the exit, Jay. Things reset here, 1v1.
Yeah, this is tough now because you have no info and the bomb's down at A, so where you have so many different angles you can check it from if you are Simp. Where Pred's thinking right now, he has to try to be working behind enemy lines, but you get the info now. How does he decide to play it? He's just going to stick to defuse.
Does Simp check this? Does he have the angle this time around? He gets the 3/4 of the way, and then the shots come through to connect. Pred, it's the right read, it's the right call, but Simp just a little bit too quick on the rewrap, able to find the toes.
You know it's only a matter of moments before Simp comes alive in search to destroy. He was sitting at 1-5, now 6-6. Finds himself on 3 or 4 in a row, but a big one-on-one. The put his team now at game point.
They gotta.
In this high-rise search
Optic have to pull something out of their sleeves because right now they're in a bit of trouble.
Got to go back towards defense, and if you are Atlanta FaZe, you just got to stay strong. I would be in the back of my spawn, make sure we're holding down B Street.
Yeah, the Qualifiers, they gotta pull something out of their sleeves. This is like 4 rounds they've lost in a row.
It's the bigger question here. Pred Dashy flying over towards the blue side. A BZ looking to get aggressive, steps forward, and I don't think Dashy's
that's unfortunate.
He hasn't. Pred gets caught looking the opposite direction. And first blood once
That's
again
unfortunate.
collected by Atlanta, and they're going to back off and just play this thing straight up 4v3.
Yeah, this is perfect. You don't want to try to get too overzealous.
Yep.
Potentially get picked off, but Simp is able to take down Shotzzy instantly a 4v2. Bomb still slowly working his way up through the B Street, but Dash and Kenny have their hands full with only 15 seconds to try to clutch this one up.
Yeah. It's just Atlanta's ability to find first blood is only part of the problem. Their ability to play down a man is ridiculous.
Yep.
Dashy, maybe the barrel of the gun being seen. Yep, sure seems that way. BZ finds the kill very quickly as soon as that information was processed. And it's just on to Kenny, who gets some decent shots into one, but no chance for the follow-up. And I mean, give me a break, dude. I mean, we're going to see it in the first blood tally. It's going to be pretty even, but what, 2 different 2v3, 2v4s that Atlanta are able to pull back? And a lot of that maybe just kind of gifted in a certain way because Optic are playing so stretched, so forwards, that it kind of isolates them just by almost voluntary margins.
Yeah, that's where you have to make the adjustments if you are Optic Texas. Early on, it was the aggression finding a lot of success. Shotzzy with multiple different routes, finding first blood, and that led to a lot of W's. But then when you get towards the middle half of the game, that's where Atlanta FaZe start making those mid-round adjustments, making sure that they're changing their setups properly and making sure that their teamwork is now on full display as we get into the later half of the S&D. They were just simply outclassing Atlanta FaZe from down 4-2 to win 4 straight to secure the S&D. It just, in my opinion, if Pred just checks that A bomb site and wins the one-on-one, we're definitely going to round number 5. But when you allow him to plant at A, get away with his life for free, and then try to stick to defuse is not the best way to play it versus Atlanta FaZe, because then they're slowly but surely gaining momentum. They're able to win 4 rounds in a row to close out the search to destroy, now to tie the series up at 1. But that's a map where Optic Texas were testing. You never 0-3 on it. Now it makes it 0-4, but at least you gave Atlanta FaZe a fight there on that high rise.
Here's the number, Jay, and buckle up. You're not ready for it.
Okay.
Obviously, the scoreboard's not working, but our boy Easy Mac was tallying it live. 8-2, First Blood's favor Optic Texas. So you want to talk about, again, those numbers not mattering in the end. That has often been the case, and Atlanta continues to find ways to punish, even though they find themselves down a man early. So 1-1 the map count. High Rise still on the menu for our next course for Control. And then, of course, Rio Hardpoint, map number 4. A tough stretch of maps here based on the history between these two squads. But after map 1 win, Optic finding ways to try to change the trends and find the way to extend this series. We'll be back after the break.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy.
Oh man, that was just tough. Watch. They had momentum, and then they just let Atlanta just get 4 rounds in a row. That's not the ideal situation you want to be in, and they just let it happen. Like, what the fuck was that? Like, they had 2 in a row. They went up 2 in a row, and then they just. This is a good play from Shotzi, not gonna lie. Like, this was so good, like until this round they done so much, and then I don't know what the hell happened right here. And then of course the choke that Dashi unfortunately, the gunfight that Dashi unfortunately lost to, he would have had it, he would have won that, they would have been 5-2 if Dashi didn't lose this gunfight. Oh my god, that's so shit. I mean, this one was just around when Fred didn't even check A. Like, it's just unfortunate because, like, you have no idea if they're gonna be going.
8-2 in first bloods. A couple of different 2v3s, 2v4s not going their way means that Atlanta will capitalize, sending us to a 1-1 map count and another high-rise control. I'm Shift, that study. And well, brother, the news doesn't get any better going for Optic fans here into map number 3. Not only because their record on control versus Atlanta is not the greatest in the world. Yeah. This map has also not been particularly strong for them at all.
Oh yeah, Optic Texas basically didn't play it all throughout stage 2. Last time they played this was all the way into February. They were more focused on playing Karachi, playing Invasion. This is basically their auto veto a majority of the season. But now you know, we're going already in the middle half of the year. We have to try to play a couple maps that we're not really comfortable at. So we can throw a couple curveballs versus some of these top teams. And none other than high-rise control going up against Atlanta FaZe, who are literally the best team at this map, to try to test your practice. But it has to be a focus on defense for Optic Texas. 11th overall in the league compared to Atlanta FaZe, who are #1. That's where they have to adjust.
That is by far the biggest nomenclature we could possibly put up together. 2 for 1, the opening exchange. Atlanta already off to the races on B. A BZ, oh boy. Not what you want as a BZ on your front line like this. It doesn't get any better. Pred's completely dead to rights. Shotzi does at least find some sort of a response. Kind of cauterizes the wound for now, but clock stays paused at 106, and the first tick of progress is looking pretty inevitable.
This is where if you're Optic Texas, they know there's no trophy systems to work with yet. The Gunny's going to be hot, though, so they don't need to use their attacks to invest the break in towards B. Just got to now find a trade onto a BZ, but Shotzi's not able to get it done. So the first segment is going to be complete, and a BZ just with the heads-up play to get the segment done and get away with his life is just enough for Atlanta Face to still keep map control.
Defense, though, starting to establish itself for Optic. Shotzi down low, seen at range. Clean shots, though, from a BZ. Simp also following up on the Kenny up top. Here comes the hit for FaZe, trying to get back on towards this B zone. You've got Dashy inside the point, and he's done well to kind of use that tower to his advantage, but still gets flat out overwhelmed. Second tick of progress looking likely. Three-man stack may also mean that this zone is just done and dusted. One more attempt, possibly, but a BZ makes sure no one can contest, and an extra 60 gets tallied for FaZe.
Man, they are putting the beat down right now. That was a very quick, efficient B play. You had players consistently pushing behind enemy lines, just keeping the kill stagnant. And whenever they needed a 2 to 3 dead, they got it done to secure that B point. Now 1:25 on the game clock. All of Optic Texas more focused on maintaining the map control, and Kenny with that reach pinch up through B Street, at least allow his teammates to work out of their base.
Yeah, really well done. Dashy also makes sure that no one can make moves over towards the blue side of the map. So good stuff here from Texas to reduce the life lead just down to, well, now level. Shotzi on 3 in a row. Has a plethora of weapons, I imagine, to play with, depending on what the situation calls for. And Dashy continues to just lock things down over towards the A side of the map. So this is all about what can Shotzi do in terms of trying to get together a bit of a spawn trap. And he's made his way at least down to bottom pit. A BZ at range also dealt with it. It's Shotzi on 5.
And this is perfect place from Optic Texas. You can tell that the Practics ads are working out to perfection. They usually struggle when you talk about the slaying column on the defensive end. But Shotzi finds himself on 7 in a row. Just trying to be the playmaker again for this Optic squad. Already a cruise missile in the back pocket.
Yikes.
He doesn't plan on slowing down. All the kills in the feed for Optic. Atlanta FaZe forced to hit the reset in the back of their spawn. And that just might be it. Optic Texas dominant on this defense.
I mean, at one point, this was a 19-17 in favor of FaZe. And now it's 12-5. And Shotzi is threatening for a double-digit streak. An absolute takeover here on the round 1 defense. Draza just not quite. Doesn't make much of a difference. The cruise missile already earned an Optic build, a convincing A defense, and a huge life margin lead.
And that's how you get it done, man. You only allowed 3 segments to go to in favor to Atlanta FaZe, but Shotzi just absolutely dominates with his movement, with that MCW in hand. He usually does it with the Rival 9, but this guy is one of the best players in Call of Duty for a reason. Ends on a 10 streak before getting taken down, was potentially trying to break the record, but that's a great defensive round from Optic Texas. Already showing the adjustments on that side of the map. And now you have a cruise missile to work with. You just have to make up for 3 segments.
Yeah, and again, I just want to re-hit the point that you made earlier about how Shotzi and Dashy against FaZe have, on average, overall KDs of around 0.8. In Control, it's worse than that. So to see Dashy at 6 and 3, Shotzi just having a world star map to this point, I'm sure is very refreshing to the green wall. And that's not stopping here. B progress already being made and no kills at all for FaZe. This is looking mighty fine for Optic.
Yeah, they can't get out of the base. It's very, very difficult, especially when your ARs are not having the best performance. Draza's sitting at 2 and 12. He cannot figure it out yet. But Shotzi's just picking up where he left off. Unfortunately, can't find that fight onto Celium, but that's already been done and dusted. Finally, Atlanta FaZe are able to get a couple kills to work out of their base. And if you are Optic Texas, job already done. If you want to secure one more segment, you also have a cruise missile in the back pocket of shots.
Yeah. The thing is, you don't want to get trapped in your spawn here, because the same thing can happen to you very quickly, and FaZe are in pretty prime position to potentially put that together. Celium up top by Heli. Oh, unfortunate propane explosion. Takes Pred out of the picture, so now FaZe have numbers, and they continue to try to push forward. Nice gunshots from Abizi onto Kenny. Follow-up from Simp. Not quite fully there, but Atlanta still win the kill feed. Now they've got a 2-life lead and some good map control.
And this is what makes Atlanta FaZe the best defensive team on this map. You get put into that trap, it's about 20 to 30 seconds before you even have an opportunity to work your way on out. But they are just trading so damn well around Helipad, around B Street, forcing Optic Texas to use reinforcements on one side of the map more than they want to. And at least Kenny now with the route is going to find an opening through bottom pit. Fred finds the first blood, and this might be an opportunity for Optic Texas to get on that game, get on that 8 point.
Oh, Simp comes back over through the previously captured B zone. and deals with Kenny, but Shotzi's gonna sneak around the back again. And Atlanta have no idea that he's making this play. Small moments of hesitation here from FaZe, but they are not going to have the luxury of staying back for too long, because here comes Dave from Optic from the front. Clean kills all across the board. Beezy, last one standing, and he gets dealt with. So the clock will pause at 50 seconds. Shotzi getting what? Shots through walls, kills from what feels like through 5 walls, and Kenny's right there on the cross to make sure Atlanta can't get out of spawn. A convincing moment here for Optic.
Oh yeah, that's already the second segment going to be done. You better try to hit some nades, some stuns to try to take him off at this point. But Dashy with the beams through the middle of the map is able to find a double. None other than Shotzi to find the third. Shotzi with the double of his own. Finds himself on 5 in a row and again. As that third segment is about to be complete, but even if it's not, 12 to 6 in lives remaining, we could play TDM.
40 seconds on the clock though. Atlanta battling back. Small moment there where Shotzi maybe could have stayed on the zone a little bit longer, maybe finish it off himself, but instead played forward for the kill. And now all of a sudden half of that third tick has been depleted. 10v4, 25 seconds on the clock. Draza still holding on to bottom blue. Does Atlanta still have this in them? Here comes the stack though over towards the point. Shotzi's on for the first. Atlanta need to go. They need to find a way to get them off. Couple back and forths, but the kills are good for FaZe. Now it's just down to only one more member forward. Pred is the last player over towards bottom blue, and he's been seen by Cell. Atlanta continue to find the kills. Have they missed a moment here if you're Optic? Last chance to try to break your way in, and Atlanta continue to reap in the kill feed. Kenny has to jump off the top.
Come on, dude.
He's gonna hold on to the round.
What are you doing?
Oh man, if you're Optic Texas, you
How
want
are we
that one
not
back. You invest the
trading?
cruise missile. You were outslaying 12 to 6. But when it came down to Atlanta, FaZe just clutching up in the fights once they got out of their base.
How are we not
they
trading?
did not fall short.
How are we not
Draza
trading?
and Celium with multiple 2 pieces around the map. Optic Texas just could not find an opening through bottom blue. And Atlanta FaZe able to secure the defensive round. They're down by 2 seconds, but at least you get the cruise missile to get invested. And Optic Texas were thinking, all right, we're going to be up 2-0, but Atlanta FaZe shut the door on that opportunity. Now we're all tied up at 1. Just got to make up for these segments now if you're Atlanta.
I think there are going to be some Optic fans that are going to be breaking down every millisecond of that decision from Shotzi to try to push forward where maybe he could have captured. Hard to say one way or the other. Hindsight's a hell of a drug, friends. Don't get caught. First couple of kills here for Optic's defense. Very clean, very polished. First 3 will fall. And Atlanta's really not had good breakoffs in any of these rounds to this point.
They've been getting shut out from Optic Texas. Over toward the B Street side, even towards Helipad, as they find another 3 in the feed. Last player out is going to be Sim, but you can already see Optic Texas are more focused on just keeping these players in the back of their spawn. Abeezy with a great spawn, at least through the underground steps, is able to take down Pred, but still a lot of map control being obtained by Optic Texas.
Map control is starting to get to that precipice of possible spawn trap conditions. Atlanta trying to teamwork their way out, but just not finding any exits. I mean, Dashy 15 and 9, almost able to collect number 16, just couldn't quite get the regen off. Pred through the middle of the map, gets shot just a couple of times through mid-map, and that's enough for Draza to help out, find a double, and now Atlanta stacked up, finding the first tick of progress, if not more.
Yeah, first segment already going to be complete, but Shotzi knows it's at least a double stack on the point, and he just spotted the third player over towards the B Street. So when do we decide to attack? And unfortunately, Abeezy was more prepared for that gunfight. With that rival 9 in hand, that's already going to be beat out of the way. But if you are Optic Texas, now you have an opportunity with a lot of map control to keep them in the spawn. But for how long?
Pred, ooh, a little caught here, tried to chase down a kill with the Renetti. Gets punished. Follow-up elimination from Dashy, decent, but the trade still allows Atlanta a chance to use blue as an opportunity to set themselves up for an A attack. Trophy system down for Cell. Tagged up through mid-map, but still finds a way to get 1 kill. It's just not fully enough for the rest of FaZe to follow up on it. So we kind of neutralize the map with the touch. Both teams coming off of spawn, not fully getting trapped up. We have a 17v14 favoring Optic.
And there's only a minute left on the game clock. So if you are Optic Texas, just got to continue to hold down your iron trade efficiently. 2-2 in the feed for both squads, but it's still Optic Texas in the lives remaining.
Ooh, nice double piece.
Finding that double at least relieves the pressure on the farthest players pushed out, and now Atlanta FaZe
Nice cutoff. Keep the cutoff. Nice.
Just doing a great job of holding down
Come
all
on,
their
Texas.
lanes.
Yeah, now Shotzi has the freedom to get forward. And I mean, look at the movement. Nearly slips away. It's enough for at least Kenny to confirm his trade, which is more than enough, to say the least. 12v4. Tick progression is going to heavily favor Optic. as they look to lock up the rest of this defense, and there's really no chance Atlanta does much more damage than maybe a couple of kills here or there. So major advantage for Optic through 3 rounds. Lots of a call here for Atlanta defensively to really stand tall if they're going to try to even out these tick progression.
Yeah, it needs to be a shutout because right now Optic Texas are only down by 1 segment, but the adjustments that they have shown so far on this high-rise control has been beautiful. On the defensive side, they were 11th overall in the league. I know it's because they haven't played the map a lot, but they struggled every time that they spawned in on this map, and it was due to the sling ability. They just could not keep up on the defensive side. We're basically put in the trap on the opposing side where you usually do not see. But the plays right now out of Shotzzy, the plays right now out of Dashy, both average of 0.8 versus Atlanta FaZe. They are dominating so far in the respawns.
Yep, absolutely agree. Preds even picked it up in that last round. Kind of a slow start from him, but on 4 in a row brings him back to about level. Focus towards B alley. Lots of shots connecting for Atlanta, enough to at least get the first. Shotzzy off the regen though. Pred also the long route will create some problems here for Atlanta in spawn, and the FaZe defense is gonna have to kind of figure out, make a decision of what do you want to deal with, as Pred gets onto a cruise missile before being dropped, and with a 1 life advantage and a little bit of time ticked off the clock, Atlanta's trying to hopefully counter in their minds to get forward and take away the map.
Yeah, they just want to take away map control. They want to try to put Optic Texas in the trap as fast as they possibly could, because they got to try to play for a shutout round. Do not give up 1 segment to Optic, or they will have that defensive side.
Yeah.
It's now all of Optic Texas rallying the troops over towards the B Street side, but they cannot find an opening. Shotzzy finally does take down Celium, but it's Atlanta FaZe ready for the trade fights as they find 3 in the feed. All you have to do is take care of Shotzzy, and there's only 25 seconds left. You might have to invest the cruise.
Oh, look at Draws on the other side of the map. He's still finding kills and forcing Optic to kind of keep their focus at multiple points. Abizi taken down at range. Shotzzy's position is known, but Cell really cannot shell with just 8 HP. 10 seconds on the clock. It's going to have to be Kenny to jump into the zone. Everyone else supporting him from a pretty much long range. And they're finding good support at this moment. First tick of progress being worked on. Cell able to track a couple of the shadows, but it doesn't make a difference. Now the stack is on, and Optic should be able to get at least 2 ticks here.
Yeah, the second segment is going to guarantee themselves defense just in case it does go to round number 5, but it's still Optic Texas in the lead of the lives remaining. They're still not slowing down in the slaying department. That's another 3 dead in the feed. You can easily hit that transition over. But with Pred being the player coming off the respawn, that cruise missile is not going to get invested early on. So you have to try to maintain map control before you decide to invest that missile.
It may not be invested at all. Ooh. Shotzzy on another impressive streak. It gets to 7 before he's felled. Pred once again taking the scaffold route. Celium gonna try to check this. Simp at range, almost dealt with before Cell can get there, but the help arrives just in the nick of time, and the lives are back to level. And an unfortunate team nade actually swings that over to FaZe. 12 plays 11.
Yeah, 12 plays 11, and now it's all in the hands of Shotzzy. Unfortunately, he does fall, and all of Optic Texas forced to now hit the reset in the back of their spawn. And with only 20 seconds left, Optic Texas already did the job. They already completed the segment. Now you have a cruise missile on the defensive end just to work with in case anything gets a little bit fishy. But you don't want to give Atlanta FaZe a cruise missile here to potentially find a success on the attack.
Yeah, it should be 2 in favor of Optic. 2 cruises they could possibly use here. But like you said, Draza now 1 off. Not going to have a chance to find kill number 6, but coming out of spawn, that's been the problem for Atlanta to this point in this map. Finding a way to even get trades, let alone kills. So we'll see. That could be a key for FaZe to get an extra resource and try to mitigate what's already been built up and kind of stack the deck for this Optic defense coming up.
I think it all is going to fall into the hands if Draza can earn himself that cruise.
Yep.
Like you said, Optic Texas have 2 to work with on the defensive side, and just the way that they have been shooting on defense, they have outslayed the hell of Atlanta FaZe on that side of the map. But this round number 5, I feel like every time we watch both of these teams, specifically in control, it always goes to a round 5. And it's usually Atlanta FaZe coming out on top, but Optic Texas in the heavy advantage, try to put themselves up to it in the series.
Draza is just going to try to play up top and see if he can catch a Beezy's trade. I mean, they're already on towards A. Dashy, at range. Dealt with by a Beezy, and now Draza can actually just get into a kind of a 1-for-1 position, but he gets red and dealt with. So the extra resource not going to get tallied here for FaZe, and the first tick of progress on top of that does not get completed. So focus for FaZe goes back towards B.
Yeah, that's tough. Because Draza was definitely looking for that 1 kill, but wasn't expecting that many players from Optic Texas still in their base. As the first second is potentially going to come in over towards this B point, but Optic Texas are right now just solely focused on taking down Simp. There's no trophy system in towards the B point. Brent over the top is able to eliminate him from that positioning, and Shotzi is already in the spawn. 38 and 25. Now you have to get past this young man.
Wow, well done, Draza. Good clean shots coming through. Even life count. Only one tick tallied at B. Kenny slipping forward, catches a BZ completely off guard, and the Optic defense is in prime position for this next opportunity for a hold. Lots of work needs to be done here for Atlanta. May start with Cell. He's just lingering up mid-map. Pred trying to do the same thing on the other side, but kills for Atlanta are pretty decent. Pred's the only one to collect, and the clock will stop at 38 with 2 members on for FaZe.
Yeah, 20 to 20 in lives remaining. 2 players on the point, like you said, but Shotzi is at least able to take down 1. So now you know where is the BZ at. He does find a kill up to the B Street side, but that's going to be 3 dead in the fade for Optic Texas. This might be a moment where you have to try to invest 1 cruise missile to at least allow your teammates to get out of the spawn.
Yep, that's exactly what's going to happen. Shots is going to call it as soon as he pops up. 3rd tick of progress was on the way. Everyone backs off the zone. Cell stays alive behind part of the propane tank. But if Easy does drop down to 20 seconds on the clock. Draza and Cell, one of the last 2 left that could possibly make some motion happen. And actually, Simp is going to sneak on towards A to stop the clock there instead, hoping that maybe Celium can isolate this 1v1 and then try to finish the progress over towards B, which he gets the isolation he wants, but the gunfight isn't clean. Has to reset. Pred on the chase finds the kill, but progress from Simp is still going completely unchecked. Eventually they get the kill. Draza on the other zone, able to get just enough help for the extra 60 to get tallied, and now FaZe have a 4-life lead and a minute 15 to play with.
This is where it gets scary, because if you're Optic Texas, you got to try to invest this cruise now. And that's exactly what Pred is going to do, but do not read the play out of Draza working his way underground on the deep pinch. That second segment is going to be complete. You're able to take Atlanta FaZe off for a little bit, but the triple stack is here.
Can they get here to touch in time? The contest is over. Cell, 1v3 situation denied. Now down to Draza.
Nice!
Oh, what a save! Not
Oh my god.
No more respawns for Optic. 4v8 situation. 3rd tick of progress fully depleted. Optic cleanly get out of spawn and also clear BZ off the high ground, and Atlanta are going to take their time and try to reset.
But Optic Texas so far maintaining a lot of the map control. They're also finding all the kills. Was a 4v8, is now a 3v5. We've seen them clutch up 3v11s. Can they try to clutch up this one? No more respawns now for Atlanta.
Everyone's playing on an island if you're Optic. Can you catch this Atlanta offense a bit by surprise?
Nice.
Brett seems to say yes, and what a light up he's had in these last 2 rounds. Pistol nearly locks on in time, but the 3v2, 23 seconds on the clock. Shotzi sniffing pixels, sees both. Just comes down to when does he want to pop up. It's him versus the world in this 1v3. First one tallied cleanly, pistol out, wants a BZ at range, slips around, but they're on the zone. Both players are there. Shotzi doesn't have a lot of time, also doesn't have a lot of ammunition, needs to clear off the zone. He gets on for the contest and only finds the first. Atlanta find the final kill and take away the round 5 offense to steal away the control.
Oh man, if you're Atlanta FaZe, you're feeling great, but if you're Optic Texas, that's 2 maps in a row now where you were set up for the W. Yeah, we gotta lean back a little bit, scratch your head, put your face to the
Come on, bro. What was that? Like,
slaying on the defensive end. You get defensive round number 5.
dude, it's so hard. You got one person dead, and then of course Greg throws his life away. Greg throws his life away, unfortunately, and then
they were able to sniff out the players from Optic Texas, solo them out, and then turn it into a 2v1 for Shotzi. I thought he found the timing, at least through top heli, but he knew
no way.
stack was there, so we had to play that one quickly.
There was just unfortunate timings for Optic, and then of course they push. If Atlanta didn't fucking had 2 ticks on A, they would have been like, okay, let's take our time. They had no time whatsoever though, because they had 3 fucking. They had 2 fucking ticks on A. There was nothing they could do. He had Shotzi had to push, or they captured the point. And then could have played that better. Shotzi, he could have killed to get the first person, and then try to kill the other person. Unfortunate, but unfortunate.
Just gets to the drama of the 1v3 at the B zone, where Optic have gotten full control back at B, but Sip just stays alive forever on A. No one goes to check him, and he gets what, a tick and a half worth of progress for free at A, and how much of a difference maker that could have been, let alone the ability for Atlanta to recover off of their spawn and re-hit B to get the extra 60. Oh man, just so many small micro moments in this one, but wow, we got a heater.
Look at this one
between these two squads.
Oh yeah, what? Shotzzy puts up another 40 piece. Dashy was also slaying to hell.
He should have.
Optic did everything right. It just came down to those final moments. Atlanta FaZe just a little bit more icy to close out the control. But that was another map where Optic Texas haven't played it for 2 months, and you went all the way down to the wire. You definitely should have potentially walked away with the W. But at least you played Atlanta FaZe really close on one of their best control maps. But you want to be the team walking away with the W. Now you find yourself down 2-1 going into a Rio HP where Atlanta FaZe are the best. It's just as simple as that. They are the best team at Rio HP.
Yeah, not good. 4-0 overall. On average, they win 250 to around 180. So a near full hard point worth of time that gets in between Atlanta and whoever finds themselves squaring up on the other side of spawn. And on top of that, just the straight up demoralization that just happens right there, where Optic looked like they're going to close out the defense at round 5, not once, not twice, maybe 3 times, doesn't come through. So got to take a deep breath, got to reset, and maybe lean onto the fact that Shotzi's having himself a very uncharacteristic great series versus Atlanta FaZe team. What can he provide in terms of another spark for this Optic team here in map 4?
Oh yeah, they're playing great. Shotzi and Dashy both average a 0.8 versus Atlanta FaZe, but they are definitely over a 1.0 so far in this series. It's just coming down to these final moments. In the S&D, you find 8 first bloods. Fortunately, you fall short. In the control, you have 2 cruise missiles in round number 5, and you fall short. But you can take a look at the numbers. 1.37 for Dashy. He hasn't done that all season long versus Atlanta. 1.15 for Shotzi. They are just playing lights out right now. You just have to find those clutch moments at the end of these games to close out these maps.
Yep, absolutely. And I think for a lot of Optic fans, it is rejuvenating a certain way to see these two guys stepping up at the table. But at the same rate, and also again, other side of the story is, what else do we have to do to beat these guys? I mean, their 2 bottom performers against FaZe are popping off. We still can't find ways to close out these tight maps. So looking at the overall Rio season stats, again, it's pretty much perfect across the board for Atlanta. One of the best rotating, one of the best at holding, and they still find a lot of success breaking, which, to be fair, they don't have to do all that often. So lots to ask here if you're Optic trying to respond and get this thing to a map 5.
And that's the crazy thing about it, is that Atlanta FaZe in hardpoint specifically, they're not usually the best team on rotations and hold percentage. But on a map like Rio, when they are doing the fundamental part correctly, that's what makes them even more unstoppable. So if you are Optic Texas, you have to run rotations. You have to set up properly to try to force this game 5.
Well, after the initial opening from Optic was pretty calm and collected with the favored spawns, Atlanta's break, very polished, very clean, and they will not just match the tally from Optic, they will surpass it with the opportunity to flip the map and find themselves in control for the favored sides towards P2. So great start here for FaZe. Optic need to get themselves on the rails here, just keep things moving straight forward.
Yeah, they have to try to at least push through the ult or overextend and try to flip these spawns. And so far, they're not finding any success up through the middle of the map. At least they're able to take down Draza before he earns that cruiser missile. But Atlanta FaZe with the gunny was able to reinforce their way back in towards P1, take a nice little 10-point lead, and now have the rotation over towards P2.
Thing is, Optic have already made their way pretty close over towards the jump ball and this ramp. Team shot from Cell. Take one of the pictures of FaZe's defense out of it, and okay, neutral is not bad at all from the front here in the first 20 seconds for Optic. In fact, they're gonna get Kenny in with numbers, and they also force Simp to spawn out. So critical moment here for Optic early, but Atlanta find the kills off spawn, and the last one they need to tally is the one where they know exactly where he is. That's Kenny in the corner, and even though there was some good neutral time for Optic, Atlanta will still come away with the majority of time here on 2.
Yeah, and that's just so difficult right there for your Optic, because you find all the kills, so at least keep them off of the point when you don't have the preferred spawns. But when you take down Sip and he now spawns behind you, you get the read that players are coming from everywhere. And unfortunately, they cannot find any kills in the feed. So Atlanta FaZe able to walk away with this final 30. They're also able to flip the spawns over towards P3. And now Optic Texas have a lot of ground to make up.
Yeah, Sellium watching towards the old time. We'll make sure there's no long routes taken here in the bottom. Abizi will just throw shoulders over this corner, make sure the window stays safe, which means that Optic will either have to work through him or force their way down through the staircase. Definitely not an opportunity that you would think Atlanta will miss out on. And the kills are being collected and tallied very cleanly. Abizi even gets a read on the last and Dashy, which he does at least keep his life a little while longer, but can't turn it into anything more than just the first kill. And Atlanta continue to soak up time here on 3.
Yeah, and Optic Texas, they just can't find a way on in. Like Atlanta FaZe just way too strong on their setups. Trading efficiently around this P3. You're holding down your street side over towards Bridge as well, but finally Optic Texas with a couple of kills are able to relieve that pressure. Even though Atlanta FaZe still spawning in towards the back end, at least you don't give up a full 60. You should allow your teammates now to get fully set up towards the next.
Have to be able to hold this next push through though from Atlanta. We've got Pred on one side, Shotzzy on the other, and as Pred drops, now it all rests largely with Shotzzy towards boxes. Both of your ARs will get over towards the railing, but there's just not enough eliminations coming through here for Optic to stall out this roto from Atlanta FaZe. And finally, a couple of trades are back and forth, but Draza, last one standing, can't make the pistol go his way. Simp trying to follow.
That's unfortunate.
Get both, doesn't need to. It's a
He got world starred. That's so unfortunate.
This is getting nasty, Allen. Atlanta FaZe, even when they're late off the rotation, they're finding Brick early on into this HP. And now you're continuously putting Optic on the back foot. And now trying to bake again with only 30 seconds left. You can't hit the rotation now. You have to try to fight this time, and Sip is making you pay.
Love you, YouTube, you fucks.
12 and 8 already to start this one off. The trade is going to be there for Draza, but Atlanta FaZe with this final 20 are going to find themselves already up by 100. Optic Texas, a long road ahead to try to get back into this game.
Yeah. And if you're Optic, you need to take a breath, get yourself set up, and start to get something positive to get your mojo back, because at the moment, it is all FaZe all the time. Shotzzy, well done through mid-map. Simp, the only one to collect a kill, and this is exactly what the doctor ordered. Now it's just down to the follow-up. Atlanta, very predictably going to be spawning on the left side of the map. Optic should be aware of this, but they've kind of missed Cell. And he can just hold this spot, win out the middle of the map, plus extra, and that's enough to deter a lot of this Optic setup. Here comes FaZe, first back off spawn. Optic trying to hold from inside the hill. It's essentially a 2v4, and well, Simp will at least neutralize. Not a bad moment, but Optic still holding on strong.
Yeah, Optic still doing a great job of just maintaining map control over towards Bridge side, not allowing Atlanta FaZe to even step in towards the HP. Great shots from both the main ARs on both sides, but it's Dash able to come out on top in that engagement. Now Optic Texas slowly but surely starting to climb their way back to this game. They needed a response at the Bridge Hill, but you're still down by 60. A lot more that you have to cover. It has to be the rotation over towards P1, and right now they have a lot of mid-map control, especially over towards Bridge.
Draza gets the trophy system down. Support from Simp wasn't enough, but it may not matter. Draza now on 18 and 8, 4 in a row again. Abizi there to help with the team shots on to Pred, and Atlanta will hold the numbers right on top of the hard point with Draza finding kill number 5. He's going to get an isolated 1v1 potentially, bottom side P5. He's got to read that Kenny's nearby. This is for the cruise missile, a pivotal one, but Pred beats him to the punch, and at least some of the wound gets cauterized, but Texas still have work to do to clear out the hard point, which they do in a fell swoop.
Yeah, Draza's still showing why he dominates Optic. He said it in his interview after Major 2, but it's already sitting at 19 and 9. This has the numbers so far on these guys as they still find themselves up by 80, but Optic Texas trying to at least walk away with this remaining 15. Instantly gets broken, and you already have a player in the BZ off the rotation to next.
He doesn't see Shotzzy though. So maybe a chance as Shotzzy realizes he's in a very key position. Stun comes through. That's enough for him to isolate onto Draza. Help from the front also there just in the nick of time. Simp red on the back line doesn't make a difference. And that's enough likely to at least block spawns, if not maybe win them for Atlanta. Draza off the pinch, nearly takes down 2 of his own. Optic still hanging around though. A long route here from FaZe isn't even enough for them to guarantee spawn. So now Optic have the numbers over the hot dog cart, and that's
nice
enough for Kenny to win the gunfight and give Optic another lease on life.
Yeah, and they need this 40 to get back into this game. They were able to flip the spawns as well, so Atlanta FaZe are at least going to do a great job of investing those tacks over the top, try to take them over this time as much as they possibly could, but you can already see the route coming in from Shotzzy. Just taking the step ahead, re-wrapping through boxes, and potentially is going to spawn Atlanta FaZe out. No, they're still going to spawn it towards the back, so you still have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, 3 of the 4 will spawn in. Kenny gets 1 after being stunned, nothing more. So now it's just on to Pred to hold his life, which Cell beats him with the pistol. Unreal stuff. But the scrap time fully earned, and Kenny will actually get all the way around the back just to hold and play his life. Help on the way now for Texas as Kenny will catch Draza a bit off guard on the rotation. Clean shots towards Sip. Trade should surely be here, and it's a laborious one, but eventually does get tallied. Shotzzy not done yet on 1 HP. Gets himself 2, and Optic win the rotation to 3.
They're starting to fight back, man. The P2 to P3 chain now only down by 40 points. Optic Texas have flipped this game on its head. Atlanta FaZe now forced to try to find a break on in. You have players approaching through boxes, players trying to attack up the middle and also through bridge. So they're trying to hit every single route, but Optic Texas have gotten a read on it to perfection. Where were they down 100? Now it's only a 20-point difference. Shotzzy now finds himself on 5 in a row. All the kill feed is going to be green. And now Optic Texas winning the rotation fights again, this time over towards P4.
2 to 3 is good. Can 3 to 4 also be collected? Atlanta not so fast, they say. Clean shots coming out plus the stun. Locks Shotzzy in place. Dashy still a little bit of a scuffle with Celium over the last 3 seconds, which he wins, but Atlanta will get onto the hard point initially. Spawn out for Celium deep over towards the backside at P2. Here come Optic, knowing they've got an advantage and an opportunity to try to break this hard point open, but the kills just simply put are not there. Kenny has to keep his head in a swivel, just trying to predict which angle Sip's gonna chail him on, and he picks wrong. Atlanta will win the rotation and a chance to regrow their lead.
And this is where if you were Shotzzy, you were on a 5 spree. It came out to a 1-on-1 between him and Draza. You're gonna potentially earn the cruise missile to find a break on towards P4. But now Atlanta FaZe are not slowing down. They are trading efficiently over towards the white van, but it's Optic Texas currently in the lead in the kill department. They're able to find a break, but with only 20 seconds left, looks like we're gonna have another photo finish of a hard point between these two teams.
And Atlanta are still, they're gonna have to commit to try to play off this old time here with these two members that are standing. Draza doing what he can, but he gets taken down, no worries. Cell on rotation. Able to win a key versus pistol fight versus Dashy. Abizi, mid-map. Hasn't had a particularly great game to this point in the kill feed, but this could be a big one, and okay, that's a little bit of extra clearance here for Atlanta. They're gonna get past the 200-point mark.
And they can win it here at the Bridge Hill, but you're not expecting them to walk away with a full 50 seconds on this hill. So if you're Optic Texas, you just have to find a way on in. That's your tax off the spawn, blow up those trophy systems, and try to take somewhat control of the bridge. Wow. But it's Kenny finding a triple. Abizi, last player up, simply has to play his life to give his team another opportunity to find a break.
Optic on the chase, it's Pred. Right back through mid, collects the kill. It's a huge staggered respawn as well. Optic could surely get past the 200-point mark. Kenny just trying to hold on to this pillar for dear life. Dashy, Pred helping over the top of this hard point. And a chance not just for Optic to take the lead. They could also win this rotation. Abizi trying to meet them right over the top of P1. This guy's a little bit of an awkward mantle over the bench. And Sip also dealt with. Here we go. Optic's gonna finalize the scrap and move right on in towards P1.
And they're gonna be fully set up as well. Every single player from Optic Texas is currently sitting around the middle of the map. The lead change is finally going to come in. Optic Texas had 2 demoralizing maps, but they are not worried about it. They're trying to force this game. Number 5, and Pred with the snap is able to find himself on 2 in a row. But here comes the pitch from Sip. Always somehow, someway finds the timing, finds 3 in a row. Atlanta FaZe get the break.
They've got the numbers. Cell is watching to the outside just to make sure no one hits the OE, which Optic seem like they're trying to do. So tall moment here. Optic need to find a way to break on in. They deal with Celium very quickly. Sip looking to get forward. Denied over the top of the staircase. Now Optic with numbers. Team nade comes out from Abizi. Should surely be a break plus more. Atlanta will still spawn on the right side of the map, which is preferred with 3 of their 4 members, but Shotzzy, another massive opportunity for him to foil the setup of FaZe by himself, tucked in a corner by Gate, which Draza gets the read on. Optic can't win here. Atlanta are set up for new.
And that's a perfect rotation because Celium was able to catch a double off the back end of everyone from Optic Texas trying to hit the overextension, but it's 241 to 241. Optic have a couple plays to the back end. Atlanta FaZe get a read on it. They only need 5 to close out this series.
Got to touch. Shotzzy from one side, Pred from the other. There goes the clearance around the hard point. They need a... Oh! And they can't find the kill. Cell steps up through ramp, finds the initial damage and the finish on the last member of Optic in the hopes of Optic Texas to send this to a map 5 end in a number of wild ways as Atlanta continue to run through the green wall full steam ahead.
Every single time we watch these two teams play, it's never a blowout map. The final 3 maps was very, very close. 6-4 search and destroy. Round 5 in the control, but 241 to 250. Atlanta FaZe just clutching up again in the final moments of this game. I thought Optic Texas played it great. You did a phenomenal job at that bridge hill. You were able to finally get a lead change going in towards P1. But then off the rotation, Atlanta FaZe knew we just had to play it super slow. Selim was watching the super overextension over through the bridge side. He's able to find a double. And then even with shots of hitting that early rotation over towards P2, over towards the gate area, when 2 of his teammates fall, he knows he now has to try to go Superman. And unfortunately, he was not able to find anything. Atlanta FaZe were able again to clutch up in the final moments. It almost got scary though, because they were up by 100. Optic started to fight back, but Atlanta FaZe again with the clutch gene, able to close out the series in 4 and keep that record versus Optic Texas flawless, now at 6-0.
Well, I did expect Atlanta. I honestly expected Atlanta to finish this off with 3-1, but you know, I don't know what's going on with Optic. They just lost. They just had an unfortunate loss in control. They should have clutched up, and unfortunately, they couldn't do anything. And then high rise, they let Atlanta FaZe just take the last 4 remaining rounds, and just unfortunate.
That you could have, if not should have had. You still have to feel pretty good about your chances, I think, if you're Optic, reflecting on this series and moving forward, surely, right?
Oh yeah, without question. You're thinking we should have walked away with this series, but you played them really tight on some of the tough maps, and at least you now know going forward we can square up with them on maps like High Rise.
Well, we'll send it back to the desk to consider the question of, is this even a rivalry anymore? FaZe 6-0 as you head back to Alley and Ant.
Listen, that was an absolute banger. Well done by Study and Shift. I mean, every map came down to the wire. When these teams match up, it just comes down to the wire every time. It's one of the best series we've seen so far.
Absolutely. Every single time it comes down to the wire. Even that grand finals, you know, you talk round 5 control, you talk 20-point hard points, round 11 S&D. I think if you're Optic Texas, if you take anything away from this matchup, it is taking that W on the 6-star hard point. You have been on the losing end of these respawns versus Atlanta FaZe, who are up on you 7-2. So take the wins where you can. A map you can add to the map pool that you now can feel comfortable as you move forward to maybe Major 3 matching up against Atlanta FaZe on land.
Listen, Optic, at least slang-wise, this was the best performance they've had against Atlanta FaZe yet. I mean, Dashy came out clearly with a vengeance, wanting to prove a lot of the narratives wrong, had himself a hell of a performance throughout this series. Really, everybody on Optic Texas. And honestly, Ali, I feel like we were robbed of a beautiful Game 5. I mean, we saw that search and destroy. Optic is up 4-2. They lose some terrible rounds, letting a BZ get all the way up through their shack into their base in the 4-4 round. That's just some of those things that Optic, while they did make some great adjustments, they're going to have to watch VOD and improve even more. And then you think about that control. I really thought they were going to do it at the end there.
Absolutely. I mean, it literally came down to a 1v1. Unfortunately, Shotzi gets put in an unfortunate situation in a 1v2, but they were doing the damn thing. They were 4v7 at one point, and they got it all the way down to 1v1. And they were on defense, right? So when you talk about the Texas, they're typically a team that clutches up in a lot of these series against the rest of the league. But versus Atlanta FaZe, you give them an inch, they take a mile. I very, very rarely see Atlanta FaZe kind of choke any of these maps. And same thing with that map number 4. I mean, you have Optic Texas kind of trailing the entirety of that map. They start to clutch up. Dashy pops 4 at P1, but unfortunately it's Atlanta FaZe just not letting them get those icy moments.
Yeah, now let's get into the scuff play of the game. I'm thinking it's going to be something from that control. Atlanta FaZe just making huge plays. Yeah, it's the hold here. Just this team.
This is a round they should have won, but then what would he? I don't understand what the hell that. Look at this.
No reason to win this defense. You're talking
they had no, they had no way. They had no chance. They should have not. They should have not won this, and then unfortunately, just Optic just kind of unfortunately. Look at this. They weren't even playing together.
Yeah, Atlanta FaZe.
Oh my God.
For Atlanta FaZe, just seems like they're continuously separating themselves from the rest of the league at this point, and that was some of the best Call of Duty we've seen Optic Texas play. It begs the question, should they have left Vista in, because Texas banned Vista in this series? And they did come back in that Rio, but at one point it was like a 100-point game. What are your thoughts on that?
They just kind of beat themselves there. I feel like they have a lot of confidence when it comes to Rio, and they should, rightfully so, because Shotzi plays so free on that map. But when you go down over 100 points, like, there's only so much you can do against a team like Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, well, now it's time for our Monster Energy winner spotlight. We got got Draza. And I want to talk to you specifically because you've been talking a lot of trash to the rest of the league. What is it about you, man? Why do you have that chip on your shoulder?
It's just prove everyone wrong. I've been doing it my whole career, and it's nice to make people, upset. So that's kind of just why I talk shit.
And it's perfect because you end up on the team that is known as, quote, the villains of the league. I feel like it's adding you kind of extra level of confidence for sure. But with the new maps, I do want to ask you, Draza, what is Atlanta FaZe's approach when new maps get put into the map pool?
Yeah, obviously it's practicing them and figuring out how to break and hold each hill. I honestly feel like I was just playing too fast at map 1, or we probably could have won that.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I mean, regardless, it was still a 50-point game, first time spotting in on 6-star. But what is it with you guys versus Optic Texas this year? I don't know if you know, but historically, Atlanta has been on the losing side versus Optic Texas in this rivalry. But you guys are now 6-0 versus the Green Wall.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just the CEO of that org. I haven't lost them in years, so I just think it's me. Like, I don't know.
Draza, you guys look like you're in peak form. People are drawing a lot of parallels to Cold War phase, and I'm sure you remember how dominant those guys were. What is there a specific thing that you would like to focus on for your guys' improvement throughout this stage?
Yeah, just making sure we're holding when we should. I feel like we're playing really fast and we're clutching up. Shout out to my teammates, of course. We're just clutching, we clutched up a lot that series, and just making it easier so we don't have to clutch. But when we get put in those situations, we end up clutching anyway. So.
Yeah, it seems like versus Optic Texas, it's like a 25-point hard point every single time. That's 6 in a row where it's been like 30 points or less is the margin that you guys have won. Yeah. In the final moments of these games, who's reeling everybody back in, calming things down, and closing it out for you guys in the comms?
I think it's kind of all of us. We're just making our plays when it gets really hectic, and normally we just make better plays than everyone else in the league. So that's it.
Love it. Well, I'll let you go celebrate with the team. Easy does it. Take it easy, Draza.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Man, he loves talking trash.
He loves it, dude. He loves being the villain. I think maybe that's what Atlanta needed. I feel like in past when they've kind of been named the villains, they didn't really take it and kind of use it as a label for themselves. They're just like, oh, okay, I guess.
They needed the face.
But now it's a face. Right now it's like, heck yeah, we are the villains of the league.
Well, there you have it. That's the last day here in week 1 of stage 3. Some exciting games. I'm glad we closed it out with an absolute banger, Optic versus FaZe.
Yeah, and we had some more matches at the beginning of the day that were also some absolute bangers that I think went longer than most of us expected. We got 2 game 5s. First in the Seattle Surge taking a surprising upset versus the Carolina Royal Ravens, who there was a lot of hype around because half of their players are now in a facility. They had a very strong showing at the LAN to try to keep them in the champs running, but Seattle Surge, they have a new player plugged into the roster in 04, and they come out with a respawn win. Seattle Surge is making leaps and bounds during the stage.
Yeah, we had a lot of changes in these last 2 weeks to the game, the meta, and even the players on these rosters. I think 04 had an
I like how they talk about meta, even though it's literally MCW. It's literally MCW, or the way I would say it. It's ACR and it's the ACR and the Scorpion. It's literally those 2 guns. But I mean, in terms of teamwork wise, and just trying to play on different maps and such.
I mean, and I don't. It's
sure,
because they had such a strong showing.
I could agree that the meta for just the way the teams are playing and such is definitely what I mean. Look at Seattle. Look at LA FaZe. They were playing so much teamwork there that I feel like that type of meta is now changing, and some teams are just don't have the teamwork yet. And glad that my boys in LA FaZe are definitely playing like how the hell they should be playing. Like last year.
Played so good throughout this year.
Just with complete different players.
50 to 49. If you go back and watch that map,
and then Draza being in Atlanta FaZe and whatever. But hey, at least the LA FaZe are definitely proving that they can do this. They just needed the extra they needed the extra firepower, which was Joe Deceives, which I thought he was a decent player in stage 1. Just couldn't be able to do it with the teammates they had. But at least in this one, in this instance, they just proved every one of us wrong, and they just proved everyone that they could do this. They just needed the right team. They needed the right chess pieces.
Yeah, that shouldn't be happening in the pro league.
And I think it is that franchise as well that has a majority of those clubs too. So
all right, well, we'll forget about that.
They can't escape it.
Let's see how today affected the standings, because we had some shifts. You see Surge, they bump out the Carolina Royal Ravens, now sitting at top 8. LAG holding on, and LA Thieves getting some points. Big shifts.
Yeah, LA Thieves need those points as well, especially because they're doing so well right now. They could, with their next matchup, even jump Carolina Royal Ravens since they got handed that loss today. So you're looking at teams like Miami, LAG, Minnesota Rocker that are getting a lot of losses early on. They could get bumped out by the end of the stage.
Yeah, let's check out the KD leaderboard for this weekend. See players who turned up when they needed to. It was Kleenex. You know, I talk a lot about the Toronto Ultra and sort of their regression.
Kleenex is always the top dog
player in the world
in there. Kleenex is, whenever he turns up, and when I saw him play this weekend, he definitely turned up.
Really well against Atlanta Face today, and you know, we talk about him and Shotzi. You don't really enjoy that matchup, so to see them kind of being a little bit more comfortable in the slaying department today is a W you can take away if you're a Greenwell fan.
Oh,
Yeah, we had a lot of 3-0s this week, but we had some bangers today. And
what a week! What a day, y'all. Even though unfortunately even though I wasn't able to do the other two watch parties just because I had two streams that I had to do with if y'all didn't see my Twitch, if y'all didn't see my Twitter, I was part of Crystal Princessu BT's streams, and did a collab with her yesterday. Y'all missed that, and hopefully, like I said, hopefully I do collab with her more for just the chill games and such. You know, because she's definitely a vibe, and I'll give her so much credit. She's a vibe. I love it. Alright, chat. Alright, chat. I will be coming back. I will be streaming more tonight. Just not gonna be. I'm not gonna switch over to Twitch right now immediately. I will be. Don't know what time I will be streaming yet, but I think I'll be streaming around because I'll be going out very soon. I'll be going out very soon to grab a couple things. So I'll be probably streaming about around 7 or 8. But I'll let y'all know when I'll be streaming. I'll let y'all know on Twitter though, like usual. Anyways, y'all, I hope you all had a good. Good watch party. I definitely, like I said, love to see my thieves. Love to see the thieves finally start off a little messy, but start off strong still. Alright. Oh.
He's not hitting C1, C1, Nero. Light, 2 lights, one more lights, one statue, one top, 4. One top 4 out of the front. It's up to you. It's up to you. Weak, Nero. Shut him out. He's going back to that. What's the time? I want to go. One shot. I'm pitching lobby. Turn for ring. I'm dead. You could get back. Side red. I'm going out. I got on. Dead. All four. He's really right there.
Yeah, got me. Don't even worry about it. Got these guys on.
So go next.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
Did you go next?
Just go next.
Yeah, we're good.
Oh, we gotta laugh that one off, boys. Oh,
yeah, we got that one off.
I'm bad.
We gotta laugh that one off.
Correct.
Yeah, that's the energy I love when I play with my friends in COD. Alright, chat. Thank you all so much for coming to the watch party. Oh. Crystal's still here. But thank you all so much for coming. I really appreciate y'all stopping by and just kind of watching the CDL with me. Like I said, I will be streaming again later tonight. I'll let y'all know on Twitter. So hopefully y'all will come by to my Twitch stream later. But yeah, make sure you all check out my socials right here, and check out my socials right here. And do make sure you follow me on Twitch. Do follow me on Twitch over there, where I mostly stream at. If you like the stream, everyone, make sure you like and subscribe this YouTube on this, and like and subscribe, and make sure you hit that notification bell whenever I stream. And if you want, join my Discord. Do make sure you check out the sponsors that the esports org I'm a part of, Godslayers, is sponsored by, and check out the merch line as well if you want to support the Godslayers Godslayers org. In that case, show, that'll be all for tonight. That'll be all tonight for now. Thank you all so much. Thank you all so much for coming to the watch party. I'll see you all on the other side later tonight. I'll see you all on the other side on Twitch, and hopefully you all stay frosty, and I'll see, and catch you all on Twitch. So yeah, catch you all on Twitch, and hopefully I'll see you all over there.